Our story opens on the sprawling, peaceful grounds of a grand estate. Visitors and residents go about their day, unaware of the disturbance to come. Suddenly, a powerful tremor shakes the ground, sending several people into panic. Stunned, they wonder aloud if they just experienced an earthquake. Near them, a servant woman carries a heavy load of laundry and continues her work with a determined expression on her face. But the strange force strikes again, causing her to cry out in surprise as she nearly loses her footing. Catching her breath, she wonders about the source of the strange sound and vibration. Just then, she cautiously approaches a guarded building, from which the sound seems to have originated. There, a scarred guard nonchalantly dismisses her concerns, telling her it was nothing and to be on her way. She isn't convinced, however, and asks him if it wasn't an earthquake. Then, the guard cryptically explains that young Master Yu Hyun is simply in the middle of a walk, much to her disbelief. Which is, of course, a ridiculous explanation for an earthquake. She internally scoffs at his explanation, thinking it's complete nonsense. Just then, another powerful tremor hits, causing her to stumble once more. Visibly shaken, she is left speechless and confused by the bizarre events. Fed up, the guard finally invites her to see for herself, cracking open the door for a peek inside. As she looks inside, she witnesses the source of the tremors, the morbidly obese young Master Yu Hyun, whose every labored step seems to shake the very ground beneath her. And the sight is almost too absurd to believe. He groans, sweat pouring down his face from the immense effort of simply moving. He then loses his balance and collapses, prompting the horrified guard to rush to his side. Enraged by the intrusion, he shouts at him for entering despite his clear warning. With that, the guard returns to his post, clearly annoyed. Then he struggles mightily, just to push his own massive body off the ground. Finally upright, he pants heavily, cursing the state of his useless body, a truly frustrating and pathetic situation for a warrior. Yet despite the struggle, a fierce determination burns in his eyes as he vows not to lose here. Clenching his fist, he steels his resolve to continue his grueling exercise. He lunges forward, attempting another painful step. Pushing past his limits, he grits his teeth and prepares to try one more time. The physical strain is so immense that snot rockets from his nose. His legs tremble uncontrollably under his own weight, and he wobbles precariously, trying desperately to keep his balance. Just as he focuses all his energy, his concentration is broken by the buzz of a single mosquito. The mosquito lands harmlessly on his skin. However, the tiny insect seems to be shocked by what it finds. And yet, this tiny distraction is enough to make him lose his balance completely, sending him tumbling head over heels, blood trickling from his mouth. A humiliating fall, showing just how weak this body really is. And he crashes to the ground in an undignified heap, ripping his pants in the process. Lying on the ground with a bloody nose, he mutters in utter frustration. He laments that this body is completely useless for his goals. Defeated for the moment, he lies motionless in the dirt. Blood trickles down his face as the reality of his predicament sinks in. As his guard screams his name in panic, his inner monologue reveals a much larger purpose. Despite his pathetic state, he reminds himself that he needs to save the Murim. For the man inside this body is Jin Wigang, a warrior who has returned to the past on a critical mission. This completely recontextualizes his struggle, and he reflects on how, despite the current peace, a terrible future awaits. Because he knows that soon the entire Murim will be plunged into chaos. This destruction will be wrought by the Minion of Chaos, a figure who united the unorthodox Murim, and in his original timeline, this villain drenched the central plane in blood. Even when all the righteous sects worked together, they were completely annihilated. He can't help but admit that the Minion of Chaos was an incredible, powerful figure. After all, uniting the entire Murim is a feat that almost no one could accomplish. Then he flashes back to the destruction and loss he witnessed firsthand. And tragically, he recalls losing his own parents in the chaos the villain had created. Orphaned and alone, he became a good-for-nothing delinquent who was always getting into fights. He lived a reckless life, fighting anyone and everyone without a care in the world. But his life took a dramatic turn when he met 5 masters, including the legendary Sword King Namong Sung. For a moment, he believed his life was finally taking a turn for the better. He quickly realized, however, that his assumption was wrong. He was greatly mistaken, as his new masters were more like demonic tormentors. This was not the new life he had hoped for. They had captured him and hung him by a rope, his legs pulled tight, as he screamed, "Save me." He was then forced to fend for his life against a pit of venomous snakes. His training also involved being drowned, frozen, and even used as a target for sword practice. Cursing them as con men, he endured starvation, freezing cold, and snake bites, all to prepare him to stop the minion of chaos. In other words, his training was nothing short of hell. His masters simply justified their brutal methods by claiming that he needed to suffer while he was young. Now trapped in a weak body, he fondly remembers his former physique and its sturdy muscles. After completing his training and mastering their arts, his masters gave him his mission: return to the past and eliminate the minion of chaos. In return, they asked him to use his knowledge of the future to teach and unite them in the new timeline, repaying the favor of his training. With their combined power, they sent his consciousness back through time. His spirit traveled back to an earlier point in the timeline. Though he was forced into this mission, he was content with the plan, looking forward to a comfortable life after defeating the villain. But there was one major, unforeseen complication. When he opened his eyes for the first time in the past, to his horror, he had awoken in the useless, morbidly obese body of Yu Hyun, a boy so weak he couldn't even walk. This is arguably the worst possible body he could have ended up in. Meanwhile, in the room, Yo Hyun's father, Yu Sungwon, berates the imperial physician Jang Se-young, demanding he do something for his son. Despite his disastrous new body, he resolves to survive, steeling himself with the memory of his hellish training. He focuses his will, attempting to control his new vessel. Suddenly, he vomits a massive amount of blood, prompting his father to demand that the physician do something. The physician, however, tells him to stay quiet so he can think. The physician, Jang Se-young, however, seems pleased, declaring that his treatment is complete. His father furiously grabs the physician, questioning how anything can be done when his son is clearly in so much pain. As the two men argue, Jin Wegang formulates a plan: lose weight, train in martial arts, and deal with his congested blood. He silences them both. Then, he suddenly remembers a critical piece of information. He must obtain the virgin Jinseng before the minion of chaos does. After that, the physician explains to the frantic father that vomiting blood is a positive sign that his congested blood is clearing. But his father isn't listening, threatening the physician that he'll be beheaded if anything happens to his son. Clearly, he's more concerned with placing blame than understanding the situation. While his father and the physician argue, he tries to recall the timeline, mistakenly guessing that the minion of chaos will acquire the ginseng in 6 years. The loud arguing of the two old geezers distracts him, and he groans in annoyance. However, he pushes through the noise, forcing himself to think again and focus on the timeline. But the distorted, angry faces of his father and the physician swim in his vision as he struggles to remember the exact date. And then the correct memory finally hits him, and he realizes his grave miscalculation. In a moment of pure panic, he screams out the devastating truth. It's not 6 years, but 6 months. A devastating realization. His panicked shout echoes from the estate as he realizes he has only 6 months to prepare, cursing the old masters who sent him back. Exhausted after his outburst, he lies back. Nearby, the imperial physician is utterly aghast, having overheard himself and Yu Sung-won being called old farts. Just then, a cute, cat-like depiction shows Yu Sung-won bounding towards his son. He smothers his son in a loving, albeit suffocating, hug, calling him his dear son. Our guy grimaces, suddenly remembering that the old farts he just insulted is the father of his current body, a classic foot-in-mouth moment. However, the pressure from his father's hug is immense, and he begins to struggle for breath. Overwhelmed by the crazy old geezer, he groans in pain. While his father expresses concern, Yu Sung-won then furiously confronts Jang Se-young, demanding to know why his son's face is so red when the physician had assured him he'd be fine. He's completely oblivious to the real reason, of course. Barely able to speak, our guy manages to call out to his father. Overjoyed and teary-eyed, his father immediately softens and tenderly responds. Sitting up with great effort, he announces that there's something he would like to do, and declares his desire to take a stroll, leaving the old man utterly shocked. For a boy who hasn't walked in years, This is a monumental request. Recovering from his surprise, Yu Sungwan immediately starts shouting for a 4-man sedan chair to be prepared. Instantly, 4 muscular carriers rush forward, their powerful legs ready for the task. They are well built and prepared to carry the heavy young master. Soon, they arrive with an ornate sedan chair, ready to transport him. But our protagonist looks on silently, completely unimpressed by the preparations. Just then, he rejects the chair, stating it wouldn't be a stroll if he were carried, and declares his intention to walk on his own 2 feet. To everyone's astonishment, he then calls for his guard, Huang Chong. The guard appears and helps support the massive weight of his young master. Both his father and the physician look on in disbelief as he prepares to walk. Even Huang Chong, who was just told his master would be walking, can't believe it's actually happening. Yu Sungwan bursts into tears of joy, witnessing his son walk for the first time since he was 10. Meanwhile, our guy internally curses the doting father for spoiling the boy rotten. With immense effort, he takes his first shaky steps. The household staff watch in stunned silence, wondering if they're dreaming. Even a servant tearfully notes that the young master has already taken 4 steps. But our guy internally scolds them, thinking, this is no time to be impressed by something as simple as walking. However, he grimly thinks to himself that if he can't regain his martial arts, all of them could die. This reveals the true weight on his shoulders. Time passes as he begins his new training regimen. He pushes his body to the limit, panting heavily from the exertion. Yet after half a month of walking like crazy, he's frustrated to find his body hasn't changed at all. Sometime later, a massive contraption is brought into the courtyard, and he sits on one side of a giant balance scale, which creaks ominously under his weight. On the other side, Huang Chong carefully herds several pigs onto the platform. The scale is meant to weigh the young master against the pigs. But as more and more pigs are loaded on, the scale barely budges. Suddenly, the sheer weight proves too much, and the platform holding the pigs shatters completely. A rather humiliating way to measure one's progress. Launched into the air by the recoil, he despairs that his mission will fail before it even begins. Then, mid-air, a sudden thought strikes him. Just then he realizes that Minion of Chaos is just a nickname, and wonders what the enemy's real name is. After landing, he stumbles away, deep in thought, and a terrible sense of dread begins to wash over him. Panic sets in as he realizes that, while the information was drilled into him, he can't remember the enemy's name or face. He collapses in utter despair, screaming that he can't remember any of the crucial details. A devastating blow to his entire mission. However, Huang Chong, still holding a pig, tries to console him, explaining that fat is just hard to get rid of. Channeling a modern-day personal trainer, his guard lays out a diet plan: cut out sugar, focus on protein, and keep up with cardio and strength training for a year. The loyal guard, of course, completely misreads the situation. But our guy ignores the advice, lost in his own thoughts, while Huang Chong asks if he's even listening. But he wonders if he lost his memories upon entering this body, but quickly confirms he remembers everything else. A new plan begins to form. He remembers the enemy will appear in Anway province to find the virgin Jinseng, so he'll just have to get it first. Then he flashes back to a memory of confronting a powerful foe, mocking their weakness despite them being called the Minion of Chaos. In his memory, he coolly commands the enemy to kneel. Back in the present, he gets giddy just remembering his own awesome lines. His guard watches him with concern, knowing that if anything happens to the young master, he's a dead man too. While our guy confidently declares his plan to take care of the bastard in Anway province and nip the bud of chaos. And he reflects that completing this mission will finally mark the beginning of his own life. But Huang Chong is utterly confused by his master's sudden, strange declaration. Suddenly, our guy bursts into a fit of wild, maniacal laughter. His laughter echoes through the courtyard, leaving his guard completely baffled. While the guard hugs the pigs tightly, he realizes that his master has gone mad, and guesses that this is a side effect of trying to lose weight too quickly. Panicked, the loyal guard runs off to fetch the imperial physician, convinced his master needs urgent medical attention. Watching him go, he realizes that to succeed in his new plan, he needs to take action. He pinches his own fat in disgust, knowing that aimless walking won't be enough to strengthen this weak body in time. Clearly, a more drastic approach is needed, and resolves to find another, more effective method, just as he spots the physician running towards him. Zhang Seiyong, followed closely by Huang Cheng, sprints frantically across the courtyard, screaming his name. Vigang's attention fixes on the approaching physician. Just then, he recalls that his physician had an impressive history, becoming the emperor's personal doctor before the age of 30 and even developing his own medical techniques. The physician arrives, apologizing profusely and blaming himself, thinking that the young master's sudden desire to walk was a sign of insanity. Our guy interrupts him, asking if the uncle is truly the most capable physician in the Central Plains. With a serious expression, he asks him if he can create a medicine to help him lose weight. Zhang Seiyong is stunned as our guy specifies he needs something that will help him lose weight drastically within a single month. He nods emphatically, confirming that his sudden activity is all for the purpose of losing weight. The physician is moved, a single tear running down his face. Misunderstanding the situation, he pities the pitiful rascal, assuming the rejection from the Namgung clan must have broken his heart. However, smiling kindly, he tells him there's a medicine that can improve his physique over a long period, causing Wigang to light up with hope. But the physician clarifies it will take at least 3 years, much to his disappointment. Frustrated, Wigang chops the physician on the head, calling him a quack for getting his hopes up for nothing. His patience, it seems, has its limits. However, the physician recovers and adds that while walking is hard on his body, they are not out of methods yet. Intrigued, he demands to know what other method he's talking about. The scene shifts to a powerful waterfall, the perfect location for the new training plan. Just then, he laughs triumphantly, praising his own genius for thinking of using the water's buoyancy for training. He then declares to his exhausted servants that they will be coming here for training every single day. The worn-out servants lament their fate, with one noting that this extreme change is even worse than when the young master refused to leave his bed at all. Wigang dips a toe into the cool water. He wades further in, explaining to Huang Cheng that he needs to be able to submerge his entire body. And he takes a moment, feeling the water around him. Finding it much easier to walk, he decides to venture a little deeper. Suddenly, his foot slips on a mossy underwater rock, and he loses his balance and begins to fall backwards into the deeper water. Submerged and panicking, he gurgles for his guard to help him. However, Huang Cheng simply watches the bubbles rise to the surface, completely unaware of the danger. Mistaking the commotion for play, the guard smiles proudly, thinking his young master is finally growing up and having fun. A dangerous and slightly hilarious misunderstanding. Below the surface, fish swim by peacefully, oblivious to the drama. As he sinks, he frantically screams internally for the lunatic guard to save him before he drowns. Bubbles break the tranquil surface of the water, hinting that someone is submerged just beneath. Oblivious to the danger, his guard, Huang Cheng, watches proudly, impressed that the young master is diving and calling him a natural seaman. However, another guard grows concerned when the bubbles suddenly stop, and he tries to get Huang Cheng's attention. He voices his worry, suggesting that the young master might have accidentally fallen into a deeper part of the stream. However, he just turns dismissively to his subordinate, not taking the concern seriously in the slightest. He then confidently points to the last spot where he saw bubbles, jokingly calling it the young master detector. But then, the realization hits him like a bolt of lightning, and he screams his young master's name in sheer panic. A complete 180 from his earlier confidence. Without a second's hesitation, he sprints towards the water's edge to attempt a rescue. But at the edge, he stops to look into the deep water. Meanwhile, underwater, Jin Wigang sinks deeper, his body motionless as the last of the air escapes his lungs. As his consciousness fades, his mind begins to drift, his own thoughts giving way to something else entirely. And the murky depths trigger a flood of memories, not his own, but the traumatic past of the body he now inhabits. He's not just drowning, he's reliving someone else's nightmare. The flashback begins with the chaotic sound of running feet, a desperate escape from an unseen threat. A carriage flees through a dark forest at night, trying to escape danger. The chaotic memory reveals a younger, frantic Yu Sung-won, his face etched with fear and desperation. He is seen running for his life through the woods, away from the turmoil. A loyal guard screams a battle cry, trying to fend off an attack on the family. Then, the memory focuses on a 2-year-old Yu-hyun, crying in the arms of his wounded mother. She, bloodied but determined, tries to soothe her crying child amidst the chaos. And his father was sitting beside his mother, full of tension. To this, our guy quickly realizes he's experiencing the traumatic early memories of Yu Hyun, the body's original owner. He wryly notes that the boy was a cute kid before whatever happened changed him so drastically. As the memory continues, the identity of the woman holding the child becomes tragically clear. It's Yu Hyun's mother, clutching her baby as a younger Sunghwan looks on in horror. She trembles, severely injured from the attack and struggling to hold on to life. With fading strength, she speaks her last words to her infant son. Her last words are a desperate, tearful plea for her beloved son to survive. A truly heartbreaking final wish. The young Sunghwan can only watch helplessly as his wife begins to fade. Viewing the memory, he internally curses the old fart Sunghwan for not being there to save her. A single tear from the dying mother falls onto the baby's face, a final act of love. The memory lingers on the face of the crying, terrified infant, forever marked by this moment. And then her body goes limp, her life finally fading away in a pool of her own blood. Sunghwan watches in agony as his wife dies protecting their son, utterly powerless to stop it. The young father's face contorts in pure anguish and rage at his profound loss. Back in the present, Jin Wigang's consciousness fully fades as he finally succumbs to drowning. His massive body sinks lifelessly to the bottom of the stream, all hope seemingly lost. The tragic memory of his mother's death fades away as he loses consciousness. Back in the present, hilariously, Huang Chong is just flailing uselessly at the water's edge, admitting he doesn't actually know how to swim. So much for being a reliable guard. Suddenly, a woman bursts from the water, gasping for air while holding the unconscious Yu Hyun. Huang Chong can only stare in stunned silence at the unexpected and capable savior. The mysterious woman then effortlessly drags his heavy body through the water toward the shore. Then she steps out onto the bank, displaying a remarkable strength that belies her appearance. She lays his body on the ground, surrounded by the shocked and useless guards. Still dazed, Huang Chong asks the woman why she's there alone without her young miss. The woman explains that young Miss Jung-hae sent her ahead, then pointedly reminds him that he should be the one saving his master. She's pointing out the obvious failure of his duties. Her comment finally snaps the guard out of his stupor, and he screams, vowing to save his master. Just then, he desperately begins to perform CPR, pinching the young master's chest and begging him to breathe. Back at the tense Yu clan estate, a storm is brewing over the incident. An enraged Yu Sungwan ominously demands excuses from Huang Chong and the imperial physician Zhang Seyoung before he executes them. He looms over the kneeling pair, radiating pure fury and demanding to know why his son almost died. Huang Chong immediately throws Zhang Seyoung under the bus, revealing that it was the imperial physician's suggestion for the young master to go swimming. He wastes no time saving his own skin. Zhang Seyoung tries to counter by blaming the guard for coaxing him, but Huang Chong quickly denies any camaraderie. Sungwan's rage now focuses squarely on the terrified imperial physician, and he draws his sword, fully prepared to punish the physician for endangering his son. To this, Zhang Seyoung frantically tries to de-escalate the situation, appealing to their long friendship and pleading to talk things out rationally. But his pleas fall on deaf ears, as Sunghwan delivers a swift smack with the flat of his blade, which he barely manages to dodge. However, a royal guard grabs him from behind, telling him to calm down while he roars about how the physician dared to put his son in such grave danger. Just as things are about to get bloody, a calm voice cuts through the tension as a woman enters the hall, stopping the chaos. Upon hearing from his daughter that Hyun has only fainted, Sunghwan's anger is instantly replaced with fatherly concern. The newcomer is revealed to be Yu Hyun's beautiful and composed older sister, Yu Jung-hye. However, she calmly addresses Zhang Seyoung, acknowledging him as her brother's physician and asking for his side of the story. In a panic, the physician immediately shifts the blame for the incident onto the Namong clan, and explains that his patient was in shock after being rejected for marriage and had desperately asked for a way to lose weight. Hearing this, Sungwan is overcome with guilt, realizing he was so focused on his own anger that he completely ignored his son's feelings. The reality of the situation finally hits him. Just then, she asks, if he wants to do that, can't they just allow him to swim? And she smiles, saying that there are other safe places to swim besides the stream. Our guy groans as he finally awakens in his bed, a cool cloth on his forehead. However, he's furious with himself, unable to believe that he, a legendary warrior, had to be saved from a simple stream. Reflecting on the traumatic flashback, he recalls that this body's original owner grew up without a mother, and now he understands. Sung Hwan's overprotective and foolish behavior stems from the deep-seated fear of losing his son just as he lost his wife. That finally explains his smothering affection. He deduces that the old man obsessively doted on his son out of fear that he, too, might disappear one day. Despite this newfound understanding, he's still annoyed at the body's previous owner for letting it become so pathetically weak. Just then, Yu Jung-ye and her attendant enter the room, cheerfully telling him it's time to go with them. Still groggy and unfamiliar with his new family, he tiredly asks who they are. Suddenly, a sharp pain hits his head as the original Yu Hyun's memories of his sister flood his consciousness. With the memories now integrated, he realizes the beautiful woman must be his sister. However, he's stunned by her beauty, internally questioning if she can really be the sister of the pigs he now inhabits. Jung-hye's attendant offers to help him up, kindly noting that it must be hard for him to get up alone. He tries to refuse, explaining that even strong men like Hwang Chong barely have the strength to lift him. But before he can finish his protest, the attendant decisively grabs him under the arm. With surprising ease, she hoists his massive body to his feet, confidently stating that she's much better than Hwang Chong. A stunning display of her hidden strength. Then she gives him a charmingly dangerous smile, telling him that it's time to go. They head outside to a lush, green area, ready to begin a new phase of his training. There, one of several muscular bald men cheerfully calls out with an unsettlingly wide grin. Carrying a palanquin, he proudly announces the passage of the flower of Anping Prefecture and the young master of this Yu clan. Stuffed uncomfortably inside, our protagonist wonders why his bizarre new entourage seems to be in such a good mood. He peers out, trying to make sense of the increasingly strange situation, and his eyes widen in utter shock and horror at the bewildering sight that awaits him. Clearly, this is not what he was expecting. He watches in confusion as a large group of workers move massive rocks into a huge, excavated pit. The men work diligently, placing heavy stones to build up the walls of the structure. With coordinated chants of 1, 2, they heave the rocks together, showing impressive teamwork and strength. Standing amidst the construction, he wonders aloud what everyone is doing. Observing the scale of the project, he morbidly wonders if they are building him a giant grave, which is a pretty dark conclusion to jump to. Just then, his sister, Yu Jung-ye, approaches and tells him that it will be completed soon and he will no longer need to go to the stream. With a knowing smile, she clarifies that this new location is specifically for him to swim. Confused by her words, his attention is suddenly drawn to the sound of rushing water. He sees workers pouring massive barrels of water into the stone-lined pit they've just constructed. As the realization dawns on him, his sister confirms his suspicion. It's exactly what it looks like. Indeed, she proudly reveals her grand solution, a massive, custom-built swimming pool just for him. A truly extravagant solution to a simple problem. The workers, spotting him, excitedly gather around, amazed to see the young master actually walking. Bemused, he awkwardly accepts their congratulations for simply being on his feet, which is an odd thing to be congratulated for. He can't shake his suspicion, however, noticing that everyone seems to be laughing at him. And he finds it odd that the workers, who are clearly being exploited by his father, seem so happy instead of hostile. It's a strange reaction from people who should be resentful. He wonders if they've been brainwashed or perhaps bribed with gold to be so cheerful about their hard labor. Suddenly, his loyal guard, Hwang Chong, bursts through the crowd, crying out for the young master. But the guard seems shocked and flustered. To see the woman who had saved the young master from drowning, he barely manages to stop himself, and proudly announces to Yu Jung-hee that the project will be finished in half a day, only to find the young master is already there. But our guy is still trying to understand the workers' loyalty and asks Hwang Chong what kind of person his father truly is. Hwang Chong is delighted by the question, seeing it as a chance to brag about his lord. He begins to passionately describe Yu Sung-hwan as a great scholar and a symbol of integrity, revered by all. Our guy scoffs, finding it hard to reconcile this image with the man who calls him my little peanut. It's a side of his father he has clearly never seen. But the guard continues, explaining that Yu Sung-wan is a generous man who opens his warehouse during famines, and whose good deeds attract people to the region. Surprised, our guy concedes that his father is far more impressive than he had initially thought. And then, a sudden, startling realization begins to dawn on him. He connects the dots. His father is a wealthy and respected man, and he is that man's only son. The implication of this newfound status hits him like a physical blow. This single thought changes everything for him. And he triumphantly concludes that he could live a great life without doing anything at all, as the villagers would surely repay his father's kindness through him. In other words, he's realized he's hit the jackpot. However, Huang Chong is left utterly confused by his young master's strange declaration surrounded by his guard and the workers. He lets out a sinister, triumphant laugh at his good fortune. A rather villainous reaction to his good luck. Sometime later, the swimming pool is completed and ready for use. An incense stick is lit to mark the beginning of his training session. As the incense burns down, it signals that it is time to begin. Wegung, now in training clothes, surfaces from the water with a gasp. He immediately calls out to Huang Chong, asking for the item he had him prepare. To this, Huang Chong strains to lift a heavy, chained rock. With great effort, the guard hoists the large rock, which is meant to be a weight for Wagang's training. Meanwhile, our guy stands in the water, pondering his situation. He reflects that if there were no chaos to deal with, he could live a respected life just by fooling around. Huang Chong then secures the heavy iron shackle around his ankle. While the guard struggles with the rock, Wegang nonchalantly tells him to throw it in softly. With a powerful spin, Huang Chong hurls the massive rock into the air. A brutal display of strength. Flying with the rock in the air, our guy laments that his easy life is impossible because of that darn minion. The rock splashes into the pool, sending a huge plume of water into the air. The heavy weight quickly sinks to the bottom, and the chain pulls our guy down with it, dragging him underwater. As he sinks, he recalls his knowledge of the body's circulatory system for energy. He knows that these energy pathways are open at birth but close with age, making it best to train when young. For Yuhyun's untrained adult body, he realizes it could take 100 years to generate internal energy through normal means. Dismissing the idea of wasting all that time, he knows he has a better way. Just then he recalls a special and highly dangerous technique his masters had developed. For a desperate situation like this, he will use the forbidden spirit energy heart cultivation technique. A desperate situation calls for a desperate measure. It involves forcefully creating a new source of energy within the body. Instead of a normal energy core in veins, this method channels energy directly through the heart and blood vessels. Concentrating intensely, he begins the dangerous process of cultivating spirit energy, then channels the newly formed energy into his heart, the central point of the technique. Suddenly, his eyes snap open, glowing with power as the technique takes hold. A golden light begins to emanate from the water's surface above him. The spirit energy gathers and swirls within his body, forming a new core in his chest. He knows the technique is a success as spirit energies begins to fill his heart, replacing the need for internal energy. It's a high-risk, high-reward gambit that seems to have paid off. Even he can now feel the very flow of the water around him with his newfound senses. And the water in the pool begins to stir in response to his power. After that, he manipulates the currents, drawing them toward his hands and feet. The water swirls around him, obeying his will. A confident, predatory grin spreads across his face as he decides to test his new abilities. Just then, he focuses the spirit energy, channeling it down toward the shackle on his ankle. With a powerful stomp, he prepares to shatter his restraints. Then, he gathers the flowing energy, preparing to unleash Shaolin's strongest fist technique. The water current bends and flows along his arm, concentrating into a powerful strike, and he knows it could crush boulders 100 feet away. Now he unleashes his 100-foot mystic technique. Above, the surface of the pool begins to bubble and churn violently, and a massive wave erupts from the pool, demonstrating the immense power he now wields. A truly incredible display of his new power. Jin Wagang practices the swaying, unpredictable footwork of the 8 immortals descend. He channels his spirit energy into the beggar sect's 8 drunken immortal step, a foundational technique. While underwater, he visualizes a sword with infinite variations, a key principle of a powerful clan's art. Then, he executes the fluid and deadly motions of the Namong clan's heavenly sword technique. Watching from a nearby cliff, a sleepy Huangchang marvels at his young master's newfound talent for staying underwater. He is astonished, admitting he thought his master would quit in 3 days, yet a full month has already passed. A testament to his newfound determination. He even recalls thinking his master was crazy for asking to have a heavy metal ball chained to his leg for training. Talk about intense. After an intense session, our guy surfaces with a determined grin, ordering his guard to prepare the next phase of his training. Huangchang dutifully sets up a large pulley system as requested. The counterweight for the pulley is then revealed to be a massive crate filled with squealing pigs, a truly unorthodox setup. For an entire month, he has pushed his broken body to the absolute limit with this unorthodox training. As he grunts with effort, he tells his concerned guard that he's coming. As he braces to land his foot on the equipment, he realizes that if he can't shed this fat, his mission is doomed. As he lands on the platform, his immense weight begins to lift the crate of pigs. His guard watches with bated breath, anxiously swallowing as his master attempts the impossible. The needle on the weight scale trembles violently as the 2 massive weights balance against each other. This is the moment of truth. With sweat pouring down his face, he is determined to see it through. Slowly but surely, the pulley's indicator begins to tilt in his favor as he mutters for the fat to get lost. He mentally screams for the fat to get away from him, finally overcoming the weight. A smug grin spreads across his face as he realizes the impossible has happened. He has actually lost weight. Huangchang and the freed pigs cheer as the young master lands victoriously from the platform. It seems even the pigs are celebrating. Overcome with emotion, Wagang collapses into his guard's arms, and they both call out to each other. Still hugging his loyal guard tightly, he tearfully thanks him, admitting this was only possible because Huangchang was by his side. A genuinely touching moment. Wigging apologizes for the emotional outburst, but his guard assures him it's okay, as he's incredibly happy too. Huangchang then notes a positive side effect. The tailor will have an easier time now that his master's clothes aren't constantly ripping. He even adds that the sedan chair porters won't have to strain their backs anymore, and the young master agrees. He then whispers a secret. With his weight loss, the nasty rumors about him being adopted will finally disappear. Getting carried away, he loudly brings up the other rumor about his master being rejected for marriage due to his size. Wigang's mood darkens instantly, and he menacingly tells his guard to stop talking and read the room. Looks like he hit a nerve. Terrified, Huangchang quickly backpedals, suddenly remembering an urgent task from the patriarch. He makes a hasty retreat, promising to be right back as he runs for his life. A smart move. Now alone, our guy reflects that while he has spirit energy and is losing weight, he's still a far cry from the powerful body he once possessed. He contemplates the nature of internal energy, which is normally gained through a lifetime of endless cultivation and training. Mind cultivation technique allows him to directly consume the energy from mystical creatures or herbs. While this technique is a shortcut to power, he knows that to truly reach high levels, he needs to acquire the same mystical herb his enemy once did. His target is the virgin Jinseng, which he recalls will be discovered behind Huangshan in 6 months' time. Leaning back, he sighs, feeling the immense pressure of the tight timeline. That's not a lot of time to prepare. Just as he wishes for some spirit energy, the imperial physician, Zhang Seiyong, arrives with a bowl of snacks. The physician explains he added a 15-year-old tuber fleece to help his body recover, and Wigang gratefully downs the entire bowl. Zhang Seiyong stands stunned for a moment as our protagonist lets out a satisfied burp. When he asks for the bowl back, he finds that the young master has already vanished. Back in his room, the spirit energy from the herb begins to manifest around him, and he settles into a meditative pose to absorb the potent energy. He smirks, thinking the old geezers is quite useful, and focuses on absorbing the spirit energy before it's digested. Taking a deep breath, he draws the faint wisps of spirit energy into his body. However, he can feel the energy, though faint, slowly gathering bit by bit within him. His eyes flash with newfound power as the spirit energy circulates through his system. With a sinister grin, he vows that the minion of chaos should just wait, because he's coming for him soon. The training continues relentlessly, with Huang Chong acting as his personal hype man. Even with his hair tied up for serious business, the loyal guard watches his master struggle through another grueling workout. After 2 more months of intense training, Wigang is back in the water, his energy now more refined. Beneath the surface, his sharp, focused eyes glow with power, and he clenches his fist, concentrating his spirit energy for a powerful strike. Then, he unleashes the stored energy in a powerful, open palm strike. A massive column of water erupts from the pool, showcasing the sheer force of his technique. A brutal display of power. A bewildered Huang Chong, who is practicing nearby, stares at the aftermath, wondering if he just witnessed a palm technique. But he quickly dismisses the thought as impossible, muttering that the haughty pigs he knows couldn't possibly do something like that. Suddenly, Yu Sung-hwan appears behind him, asking exactly who he's talking about. An enraged Yu Sung-hwan looms over the terrified guard, demanding to know who this haughty pigs is. The clan's chief administrator appears as well, when Sung-hwan continues to question the guard about his disrespectful remark. And then furious, chief administrator orders his men to stop standing around and immediately drag Huang Chong away. 2 guards then haul the limp and defeated Huang off for his punishment. The poor guy just can't catch a break. Feeling a little bad for him, the chief administrator calmly tells the weeping guard that he's worked hard and can go rest in the storage. Meanwhile, Yu Sung-hwan clears his throat and excitedly asks the administrator if he saw what just happened. Beaming with pride, he declares that his son, Hyun, just used a palm technique to send water splashing everywhere. Though disappointed his son isn't interested in academics, he proudly states that as his father, there's nothing he wouldn't do to support his interest in martial arts. The chief administrator watches his master with a weary expression, wondering what scheme he's cooking up now. With a determined grin, Yu Sung-hwan orders his staff to immediately bring him paper, a brush, and ink. He then announces his intention to send a letter to the imperial palace. Now, this is a serious development. Sung-hwan's request to the imperial palace has borne fruit. The result of his efforts is the Divine Heaven Manual, a prestigious martial arts guide sent directly from the emperor himself. A skeptical Wigang questions the gift, surprised by such sudden imperial favor. His father proudly explains that it's a secret martial arts manual from the imperial palace, a gift from the emperor. Wigang realizes that Yu Hyun's family must be far more influential than he initially thought to receive such a prestigious gift. While Sung-hwan tries to play it cool, the man beside him reveals the truth. The old man had been pestering the emperor with letters every single day. So much for trying to play it cool. A flashback reveals the sheer volume of correspondence sent by the determined father. He is shown diligently writing letter after letter to the emperor. His elegant calligraphy fills the pages as he pleads the case for his son. He poured his heart out, using every ounce of his influence and charm. In one comically dramatic letter, he even laments that the emperor might have forgotten him, practically begging for attention. The memory of his own embarrassing persistence makes Sung-hwan blush. It seems his cool's demeanor is just an act, while the man beside him gives him a knowing look. However, he composes himself with a cough. Then, he proudly tells Wigang that he now has his very own martial arts master to teach him personally. Our protagonist, however, is less than thrilled by this development, anticipating yet another tedious obstacle. His father reassures him, boasting that his brother-in-law is a very capable martial artist. The new master introduces himself as Dam Chunwoo, the husband of Wigang's older sister, Yu Jung-ye. As Sung-hwan brags about the prestige of the Dam clan, Wigang scoffs internally, knowing he is leagues above any of them. He internally debates whether he should just reveal his true identity as a legendary warrior to these idiots. But he decides against it, knowing he can't yet reveal his true power, and wanting to avoid the chaotic aftermath. After a moment of consideration, he formulates a new plan. He'll play along, using this opportunity to build his internal energy under the guise of training. A clever way to hide in plain sight. His clever scheme is to attribute all his future martial arts prowess to his new master, Chunwoo. And as for the techniques themselves, he'll simply claim they came from the conveniently provided Divine Heaven Manual. With his cover story in place, he begins his performance by kneeling. He shocks everyone by formally bowing to Chunwoo, declaring him his master and asking to be accepted as his disciple. A complete 180 from his earlier attitude. Songhwan is moved to tears by what he perceives as his son's profound humility and respect. But as his father gushes about his flawless son, Wagang comically suffers a leg cramp from the unfamiliar bowing posture. So much for a flawless performance. The training begins, though it's not off to a good start. Chunwoo immediately starts barking orders, demanding Wigang get into a basic stance. Wigang awkwardly attempts the first position as instructed. However, Yohyun's untrained body immediately fails him, and he loses his balance. Chunwoo scoffs, completely unimpressed and wondering how his new disciple can't even perform a simple movement. As Wigang struggles, his new master decides he's been far too lenient and needs to get stricter. The grueling session of basic stances leaves our protagonist completely exhausted. Chunwoo snaps at him for calling him brother-in-law, insisting he be addressed as master. When Wigang tries to move on from the basics, his master berates him, calling him a dunce for not understanding the importance of foundation. The condescending master calls him dense and pathetic, questioning when he will finally grow up. At this, Wagang's patience finally snaps. He's had enough of being underestimated and insulted. It seems the master pushed him a little too far. Yet Chunwoo continues his lecture, offering to demonstrate the power hidden in these simple movements. Fed up, Wigang cuts him off, challenging him to a sparring match to prove his point. He proposes a fight to see who is truly stronger, the one obsessed with foundations or the one who grasps the core of the martial art. Chunwoo silently processes the unexpected and bold challenge. His initial shock quickly turns into condescending amusement, and he laughs out loud, incredulous that this beginner would dare challenge him to a spar. However, Wigang taunts his new master, asking if he's scared, a question which visibly strikes a nerve. Chunwoo tries to regain his composure by boasting about his past as one of the Hubei 7 dragons, but Wigang simply dismisses him as all talk. The taunt works perfectly, and an enraged Chunwoo accepts the fight. However, to assert his supposed superiority, he presses his own neck, then arrogantly declares that he will seal his internal energy so as not to have an unfair advantage. To further handicap himself, he even takes off his sash, preparing to bind his arms. With his internal energy sealed and arms tied behind his back, he stands ready, utterly confident in his victory. A foolish display of overconfidence. Wigang warns him not to regret this decision, while his opponent smugly grants him the first attack. Wigang wastes no time, immediately unleashing a powerful move, the Bird Dragon Soar, which manifests as a brilliant blue aura, and he closes the distance with shocking speed, catching his opponent completely off guard. Chunwoo can barely react, stunned by the sudden display of skill from the beginner. Clearly, this is not what he was expecting. Before Chunwoo can even process the first move, Wigang is already behind him, flowing into the next part of the combination. However, the master barely dodges the attack, and is shocked by the perfect execution of the technique, while Wigang inwardly smirks at his opponent's foolishness. Suddenly, Wigang feels his weak body starting to fail him under the strain of the technique. Realizing he needs to end the fight quickly, he launches himself into a final, decisive attack. To dodge the attack, the master snaps the sash binding his arms. His arrogance is already costing him. But with a predatory grin, Wigang moves in to deliver the finishing blow. Just then, he lands a powerful strike, declaring that only the strong have the right to be arrogant. A brutal lesson for his new master. The blow hits its mark, causing Chunwoo to cry out in pain and surprise. He relentlessly continues his assault, giving his overconfident master no room to recover. In a tense moment, his master wonders, stunned by how completely unexpected it was. Wigang delivers a final, crushing blow, cementing his utter domination. A brutal display of strength. With a menacing grin, Wigang says, "No, no, I am your disciple." Meanwhile, back at the tranquil Yu family estate, guards stand watch at the main gate. A junior guard begins to tease the weary Huang Cheng, telling him to go rest since he's been dozing off on duty all day. Just then, Jin Wigang approaches the demoted man, wryly commenting on his new, less-than-glamorous post. Spotting Huang Cheng's sleepiness, he playfully questions if the punishment is too easy, since he's still dozing off. When Huang Chong asks why he's skipping training, he coolly explains that his brother-in-law, Dam Chunwoo, is in no condition to teach him. He then smirks mischievously, wondering aloud if his thoroughly defeated master has woken up from his lesson. Yet, in another part of the castle, a heavily bandaged Dam Chunwoo groans in pain while his wife, Yu Jungye, sits calmly by his bedside. Just then, she calmly confirms the unbelievable story. Her little brother Hyun actually managed to overpower her renowned husband using martial arts. Unable to move, he begs his wife to forget the fight and just help him scratch an unbearable itch on his head. Instead of helping, however, she erupts into joyous laughter, dancing around the room with pride for her genius brother. Her husband's pain is clearly the last thing on her mind. While Chunwoo pleads that he's in real pain, his wife simply brushes off his suffering, confident he'll feel better after some rest, and still basking in Hyun's genius. Utterly defeated and ignored, he can only lie there and curse this darn family and their eccentricities. A completely understandable reaction given the circumstances. The scene then shifts to the bustling gates of the Anping prefecture. A grand carriage pulled by powerful horses thunders through the city streets at high speed. As it makes its way through the crowded prefecture, it draws the attention of the common folk below. A subordinate reins in his horse, informs the men inside the carriage, the patriarch, that they have arrived. Inside, a mysterious patriarch sits calmly, his face completely obscured by the shadows of the carriage. His son questions his decision to come in person, wondering if the matter truly required his direct involvement. But the patriarch explains that since the request came respectfully from Sir Yu himself, he felt obligated to attend to it personally. With the matter settled, the patriarch commands him to take him to the beggar sect's Anping prefecture branch. Elsewhere in the prefecture, the sun shines down on a peaceful, idyllic street. Here, Jin Wigang takes a solitary stroll, his first time walking alone in his body, and decides to observe the world before the impending chaos. With a determined gaze, he takes in all the sights and sounds of the peaceful town, and he walks through a bustling marketplace, filled with merchants hawking their wares and friends greeting one another. All around him, he sees scenes of simple joy, merchants making sales, and children playing without a care in the world. The streets are alive with the smiles and laughter of people living their ordinary, peaceful lives. Our guy finds the scene better than he could have imagined, realizing with a start that he never saw people laugh like this in his previous life. It's a stark contrast to the world he remembers. His mind flashes back to his dark past, a time before he was sent back to this era. Then he recalls the desolate future where the minion of chaos appeared, a world where peace was replaced by shadows and corpses were used as blankets. The memory of that cold, bleak world only hardens his resolve. Contrasting the dark past with this bright present, he reaffirms his mission. Now that he's here at the start of it all, he will save this world. This is the very peace he's fighting to protect. As he continues his walk, a few of the townspeople begin to notice the large young man wandering their streets. They are shocked, recognizing young Master Yu Hyun, and wondering why he is walking instead of riding in his usual carriage. The news spreads like wildfire as one of them excitedly shouts for everyone to come out and see that young Master Yu Hyun is walking on his own. Soon surrounded by the amazed populace, he feels a strange sensation as they marvel at the simple act of him walking. The town's surprise quickly turns to adoration as a woman kindly offers him a skewer of dried persimmons. Though tempted, he internally scolds himself, remembering that he's trying to lose weight and can't indulge in sugary treats. Next, a cheerful merchant approaches, offering him a roll of new silk to try on. Then, the floodgates open as more and more people rush forward, pressing gifts like artisan vases and fine iron swords into his arms. He is quickly buried under a mountain of gifts, pleading with the overly generous townspeople to stop. Their affection is a bit overwhelming, to say the least. Just then, he desperately shouts that he's just out for a simple stroll and wanted to walk without being burdened. Despite his protests, the townspeople simply smile back, happy to be giving him so many things. Overwhelmed by the unexpected affection, he begins to sweat, unsure how to handle the situation. Suddenly, a manifestation of his past self appears, chastising him for enjoying this peaceful life and asking if he wants to live like this forever. Startled by the internal rebuke, he yelps, "No!" and drops all the gifts, realizing this level of attention will prevent him from ever going on a proper stroll again. But as he collects himself, a sudden sharp sensation puts him on high alert. He quickly scans the area, trying to place the strange feeling he just experienced. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, he begins to walk away, wondering if he was just mistaken. The townspeople watch their young master go, confused by his sudden strange behavior. From a nearby alley, however, a masked man in a straw hat watches him retreat, believing the young master has noticed his presence. And he is stunned, finding it impossible that the boy who couldn't even walk recently could have possibly sensed his energy. But as he decides to confirm his suspicions, the masked man is shocked to find Wegang suddenly right behind him, tapping him on the shoulder. A classic case of the hunter becoming the hunted. As the man prepares to attack, our guy's instincts kick in, sensing the danger, and he braces himself to block the strike with crossed elbows. Yet the strike hits with brutal force, hurling him through the air. He collapses to the ground, sending a massive shockwave of dust and debris rippling through the street. A brutal display of strength. Onlookers are thrown back by the blast, crying out for the young master, completely bewildered by what just happened. When the crowd approaches, they find Wegang unconscious, and panic sets in as someone calls for a physician. Just then, the attacker is seen leaping away over the rooftops, making his escape. The townspeople spot the fleeing assailant and desperately shout for someone to catch him. Jin Wegang lies unconscious amidst the rubble. The concerned citizens rush to their fallen young master's side, calling out his name in panic. But then, his eyes snap open, filled with a burning rage. He's not just alive, he is furious. He stumbles to his feet, furiously demanding to know where the bastard who attacked him went. With a face contorted by pure rage, he screams his intention to kill the assailant. The onlookers are taken aback, shocked, and a little frightened by their young master's violent outburst. Realizing he's making a scene, he quickly composes himself, clearing his throat and pretending he's fine, despite the immense pain he feels. He has to maintain the appearance of the calm young master. Afterward, he wonders who the hell that was. Surrounded by worried townspeople, he questions why such a strong individual would appear in the peaceful Anping prefecture. Shaking his head, he realizes that no matter how peaceful it seems, Anping is still part of the Marim, the world of martial artists. While the townspeople admire his sturdiness, Wegang's resolve hardens. He knows he needs to improve his martial arts, and quickly. This attack was a harsh wake-up call. With his basic energy circulation training nearly complete, he focuses on his next steps, losing weight and gathering critical information. And to find information about the coveted virgin Jinseng, he concludes that his only option is to visit the beggar's den. Meanwhile, at the Grand Yu family residence, ambitious plans are being set into motion. Yu Sungwan boasts to his daughter, Junghae, about his son's newfound genius, already envisioning an illustrious government career for him. However, Junghae, ever the pragmatist, gently tells her overly enthusiastic father to calm down, pointing out it's far too early to be making such arrangements. She's clearly the more level-headed one. However, he argues that it's his duty as a father to support his son's talent, but she reminds him that Hyun has barely even started walking again. Sensing a deeper issue, she worriedly asks her father if his unusual behavior is because of the recent rejection from the Namgung clan. At the mere mention of the Namgung clan, Yo Sung-won's demeanor darkens, revealing his deep-seated anxieties. That name clearly strikes a nerve. Seeing this, she speculates that their rejection was likely due to Hun's poor health, but she believes there's more to the story. Then she clarifies that Namgung Hui likely made the decision herself, as she has always prioritized her life as a martial artist over marriage. However, her father is overcome with a profound sense of guilt that goes far beyond the failed marriage proposal. Seeing his pain, she realizes her father's distress isn't truly about the Namgung clan's decision. In a painful flashback, he reveals that his actions are driven by the guilt he feels over his wife's death, and reveals that his wife's death wasn't caused by Hyun's birth, as he had previously told the others. A shocking confession. The truth, he admits, is that the assassins who killed his wife were originally targeting him, not her. Crushed by the weight of this secret, he tells his daughter that he should have been the one to die that day. A heartbreaking burden to carry. Meanwhile, a carriage bearing the flag of the Namgung clan speeds towards Anping Prefecture. Inside, members of the clan discuss Yu Hyun, dismissing him as a lazy, fat noble with a poor personality. The clan's patriarch confirms that Hyun's poor reputation is precisely why they are making this trip. Just then, one of them gestures toward their destination. And his goal is to find a definitive reason to end any further talk of marriage. Namgung Hanso, the Namgung clan patriarch, states his mission plainly, to investigate Hyun and reject the proposal for good. In other words, they're not here for a friendly visit. Elsewhere in Anping, Jin Wigang lets out a sudden, powerful sneeze. He comically muses that someone must be praising him, completely unaware he's the subject of a clan-level investigation. Arriving at a back alley, he is confused to find the area completely deserted and wonders where everyone has gone. Flustered, he thinks there should be some beggars in the back alleys though, and he shouts into the empty street, wondering why there are absolutely no beggars to be found. Just then, a local townsman approaches the young master, curious about his presence in the alleyways. To this, our guy explains he's just out for a stroll and asks the man why the back alleys are devoid of beggars. The man looks at him in disbelief, utterly shocked by the seemingly absurd question, which, to be fair, is a pretty strange question to ask, and proudly explains that beggars ceased to exist in Anping 20 years ago, as Patriarch Yosungwan provided them all with homes and farms. A revelation that shocks our guy. Stunned, he recalls his old master's teachings about the importance of beggars as an omnipresent information network. His master had explained that this network eventually grew into a massive organization known throughout Murim as the beggar sect. The realization hits him like a ton of bricks. If his new father's philanthropy eliminated all the local beggars, there's no beggar sect branch here to help him find the virgin Jinseng. A huge wrench in his plans. But just as he despairs, the townsman overhears him and clarifies that, while there are no beggars, the beggar sect itself does have a branch in town. At that very branch, Hanso from the Namgung clan have already arrived for a meeting, and the man from the beggar sect is sipping tea in front of him. He cuts to the chase, expressing doubt that the Namgung clan leader invited him merely for a casual drink. The man is Oh Hyun, the branch leader, shrewdly deduces that the patriarch is seeking information on Hyun in relation to the marriage talks, and correctly guesses that the patriarch is looking for damaging information to justify rejecting the marriage proposal. As expected of the beggar sect's intelligence, Oh Hyun has hit the mark, but he apologetically states that he cannot help. However, he explains that information concerning Hyun is considered special and requires permission from the main branch before it can be sold. The patriarch glares menacingly, accusing the branch leader of trying to haggle with the head of a great clan. To this, Oh Hyun quickly clarifies that this isn't about haggling. The main branch has officially designated all information on Hyun as top secret, heaven grade. That's a serious classification. Hanso's son is outraged, finding it unbelievable that information on a mere scholar's son would be managed directly by the main branch. But the branch leader calmly replies that it makes perfect sense, given the immense power and influence of the Yu family. The patriarch listens intently, realizing the situation is more complex than he had anticipated. Indeed, the branch leader warns that if the formidable Yu Songwan were to go on a rampage, even the beggar sect's main branch would face severe consequences. Hanso processes this information, his expression grim as he considers his next move. In an attempt to bypass the bureaucracy, his son slams a heavy pouch of silver onto the table. Then he declares that they are willing to pay any price for the information they need. Unimpressed, Oh Hyun simply chuckles, stating that they clearly didn't understand his initial refusal. And he firmly reiterates that no amount of money can bypass the need for permission from the main branch. Seeing that money won't work, Hanso decides to pull rank. He slowly reveals a gleaming, ornate ring on his finger, a clear symbol of immense authority. The patriarch presents the ring, an item that commands respect and obedience throughout Murim. Oh, Hyun's eyes go wide in terror as he recognizes the legendary Emperor ring, a token signifying the full backing of the Namgung clan. And just like that, the tables have turned. Even the patriarch's own son is shocked that his father would use such a powerful and significant item. Meanwhile, Jin Wagang finally arrives at the location of the beggar sect, only to find a magnificent and opulent estate. He stands in stunned silence, utterly baffled as to how this lavish building could possibly be a den for beggars. As he approaches the entrance, he is immediately intercepted by an armed guard. The guard rudely addresses him as fatty and tells him to leave, claiming they have important guests inside. Our guy seethes internally at the insult, but barely manages to restrain his anger, telling himself to let it go, just this once. Then, calmly asserting his identity as Yu-hyun, he tells the guard to move his sword while he's still being nice. After that, he gives the guard a final, warning glare. But the guard ignores the warning completely, striking him across the back with the flat of his blade, and mockingly asks if his ears are clogged with fat, since he didn't seem to hear the order to leave. Continuing his tirade, the guard calls him a pig and threatens to humiliate him further if he doesn't get lost. His patience finally gone, our guy coldly retorts that he has already been humiliated and warns the guard that he'll be shitting out blood soon. Well, so much for patience. With a predatory snarl, Jin Wigang unleashes his killing intent and challenges the foolish guard to a fight. The scene ominously transitions, hinting at another player entering the game. In a dark, unknown location, two cloaked figures report to their master. They stand before a shadowy figure, confirming their identities and their target, Yu Sungwon. The mysterious master, his face hidden in shadow but for his glowing purple eyes, asks if the old tiger, Yu Sungwon, has been doing well, revealing a sinister interest in the Yu family patriarch. The beggar sect leader, Oh Hyun, mutters to himself that the ring signifies the Namgung clan's protection, leaving him wondering why they would offer such a valuable treasure. However, Hanso reveals his true motive. He wants to find any information that could be used to nullify the marriage with Yu Hyun, showing his deep disdain for the arrangement. He's clearly desperate to get out of this, seeing no other choice against such powerful insistence, a sweating. Oh Hyun reluctantly agrees to the deal. Clearly, he's been strong-armed into this. And so, inside the lavish quarters of the Anping beggar sect branch, their clandestine meeting continues. Later, Oh Hyun presents a book, claiming it contains all the details of Yu Hyun's life, right up until the previous day. As he hands it over, he slyly reminds Hanso's son that no one can know of their transaction. Hanso's son snatches the book and swears on his clan's name to keep the deal secret. After that, Oh Hyun gleefully says, "Please enjoy the reading," and mentions that he is now writing a letter to the main branch. Meanwhile, the patriarch begins to flip through the newly acquired intelligence on Yu Hyun. Suddenly, they hear a noise, prompting Dowi to look outside and see what's happening. He rises to his feet, moving to check on the commotion happening outside the building. From a window, he sees Jin Wigang in a tense standoff with a guard below. The bruised and angry guard glares at Wigang, clearly having underestimated his opponent's surprising agility. He then comments that, "Our guy is pretty impressive. Despite not using any internal energy, he still managed to dodge the Infinite Heaven Sword." With a smug look, our guy scoffs, questioning if the guard seriously calls that pathetic display the Infinite Heaven Sword. Infuriated, the guard demands to know how he dares to look down on his clan's martial arts. Wigang calmly clarifies that he isn't looking down on the technique, but on the guard's lousy execution of it. Now that's a targeted insult. The guard is left speechless, trembling with rage at the blatant disrespect. Wigang then escalates his taunts, calling the man a Namgung clan bastard, and demanding an apology. His honor thoroughly insulted, the guard flies into a rage, screaming at Wigang for daring to speak ill of the Namgung clan. He gives a final warning, but Wigang remains utterly unfazed by the threat. Then the guard presses his sword to Wigang's neck, yet his opponent's reflection in the blade shows he is not intimidated in the slightest. With a fierce glare, Wigang retorts, "You were the one who drew your sword first." Before he can even react, Wigang easily sidesteps the blade and closes the distance between them, and lands a solid punch directly to the guard's stomach, knocking the wind out of him. An incredibly swift counter. Then, he grabs the man by the hair, asserting complete dominance. Holding him fast, he coldly states that he should have stepped aside when he had the chance. Wigang then lands a powerful punch to the guard's face, sending him reeling. The guard is quickly left bloody and disoriented from the relentless blows. Our guy continues the beatdown, landing a powerful kick. That slams the guard into the ground. Dragging the barely conscious man, Wegang declares that since the Namgung clan didn't teach him any manners, he will do it for them. With a demonic grin, he unleashes what he calls the beating of true education. And it looks like this lesson is going to be painful. A devastating punch connects squarely with the guard's face. And the brutal, one-sided assault continues without mercy. All the guard can do is beg for him to stop as the flurry of fists rains down. Suddenly, Wegang hears the sound of a scream echoing from the top of the building. Just then, Namgung Dowi flies through the air, launching himself toward Wegang. As he lands on the ground stylishly, shockwaves ripple through the air, and the force of the impact sends Wegang stumbling backward. Now this is a completely different level of power. However, Wegang quickly regains his footing. However, Dowi dashes forward to attack and says, "Not so fast." Our guy sizes up his new opponent, surprised by the sudden and skilled intervention. But as Dowi prepares to fight, he senses a strange, almost familiar feeling emanating from Wegang. Dowi unleashes the exploding lightning mystic fist, and our guy immediately recognizes the formidable technique, forcing him to prepare a defense. But he knows his current body is far too weak to take such a powerful attack head-on. A very dangerous situation for him. Despite this, our guy is resolute, ready to confront the challenge using the wisdom of his past. He knows this martial art relies on lightning-fast movements to rotate the energy within the fist, amplifying its explosive power. In that moment, he seizes the fist with both hands, unleashing a surge of blue energy from his palms. Finally, he reveals his strategy, meeting the attack head-on and swirling the energy in the opposite direction to completely counter its momentum. An incredibly risky but brilliant strategy. As their fists connect, the two warriors stare each other down with intense determination. The resulting clash of energies creates a massive shockwave that ripples across the courtyard. The commotion finally draws the Namgung clan patriarch, Hanso, outside to see what is happening. Meanwhile, the two fighters remain locked in a desperate struggle of power and will. Wegang grunts, feeling the immense strain of countering such a powerful attack in his weakened body. Dowi, on the other hand, is shocked to feel the power of his fist being systematically reduced and neutralized. He can't believe his signature technique is being picked apart. Our guy focuses all his effort on manipulating and dispersing the energy from his opponent's attack. As the clash continues, Wegang is suddenly struck by a strange vision, a fleeting memory. He looks up in absolute shock, recognizing something in Dowi's technique that defies all logic. And he is completely frozen by the memory in the midst of the duel. This is the worst possible time to get distracted. Just then, Dowi yells, demanding to know what could possibly be distracting him in the middle of their fight. In a flashback to his brutal past life, a young Jin Wegang counts off his swings, approaching 30,000 as part of his grueling training. His one-eyed master watches on with a bored expression, overseeing the relentless task. This training is designed to build perfect balance, forcing him to perform his swings while standing on a narrow post in the middle of a river. An incredibly punishing way to learn. With a final, desperate effort, he reaches the 29,999th swing, pushing his body to its absolute limit. His muscles tremble under the strain as he prepares for the last repetition. But after completing his 30,000th swing, exhaustion finally overtakes him and he topples into the water. Amused by his student's failure, the master critiques his unstable form before mercilessly ordering him to perform another 10,000 swings. Just a truly sadistic teacher. Another memory surfaces. A nighttime sparring session under the full moon. The young man and his master engage in a fierce clash of swords, their movements blurring in the darkness. He desperately blocks a powerful strike from his overwhelmingly skilled teacher. His master, however, looks on with cold indifference, easily predicting and countering his student's every move. The difference in their skill is just immense. In a swift motion, the master overpowers him, landing a brutal blow that sends him reeling. He cries out in agony as he crashes to the ground, his body collapsing in defeat. Humiliated, he complains that his master is just using a sword like a club to beat him. He glares up, his face a mask of frustration and resentment towards his sadistic teacher. Standing over his fallen student, the master looms menacingly, while Wegang tries to explain, it was just a misunderstanding. With a sinister smile, the master claims that this anger is proof he has finally understood the essence of the Seven Essence Sword. What a twisted way to teach someone. He then declares that there is no greater joy than witnessing the success of a disciple. His true intention, however, is to push his student even harder, demanding that he grow faster through more brutal training. Back in the present, Wegang recalls these harsh lessons, realizing they are the source of his ability to perfectly counter Namgung Dowi's attack. This explains exactly how he was able to counter the technique. He remembers absorbing the very same technique when his master had used it on him long ago. However, now Dowi realizes it is the perfect moment as he sees the full energy gathering in Wegang's hands. Just then, he sidesteps and shoves Wegang from behind, a completely unexpected and dishonorable move, sending him flying under the combined force of the push and energy. To this, the onlookers are horrified, shouting, "Young master!" and they demand of him, how dare he do that, screaming that it was no excuse just because Wegang went easy on him. Our guy is lying on the ground, with a wisp of smoke rising from him, showing the damage. However, Dowi reflects that, although he did push him back toward the end, Wegang clearly managed to disperse the power of the exploding lightning mystic fist, and he wonders to himself how Wegang could know about the technique. Meanwhile, defeated and humiliated, our guy lies steaming on the ground. A close-up reveals the sheer rage in his eyes as he vows, "I'll kill him." The humiliation is simply too much for him to bear. He begins to struggle to his feet, fueled by an intense desire for revenge. His aura explodes with killing intent as he screams, "I will fucking kill him." Dowi watches impassively as his enraged opponent prepares to charge. Suddenly, the crowd approach, drawn by the commotion, and Dowi wonders what the crowd is doing. When he sees them, they are all forming a protective wall around the young master. But before our guy can make his move, his energy gives out and he collapses, shocking everyone. A rather anticlimactic end to his rage-fueled charge. As he faints for the 1086th time, the crowd panics and yells for a physician. As Hanzo exits the Beg sect building, the leader of the beggar sect, Oh Hyun, informs him that a letter has been sent to the main branch and that they should be hearing from them soon. Their conversation is interrupted when both notice the commotion happening before them. A crowd has gathered to aid the unconscious young man, whose eyes now gleam with an eerie blue light. "Oh!" Hyun stares in disbelief, recognizing the fainted man as Yu Hyun. The Namgung patriarch, completely unaware, asks who collapsed, just as a bewildered Dowi looks on. Just then, Oh Hyun rushes to their young master's side, shouting, "Young master!" and he shakes the unconscious body furiously, demanding to know which wicked bastards is responsible. In response, the entire crowd turns toward Dowi with murderous intent. And just like that, every single finger points at Dowi. With no other choice, Dowi looks toward his father. He realizes the gravity of the situation and thinks to himself, "I think I'm screwed." His world spins as he imagines his father's impending wrath for causing an incident between their clans. However, to his surprise, Hanzo simply laughs, attempting to de-escalate the tense situation. This is not the reaction Dowi was expecting. Knowing his plan to discredit Yu Hyun is now ruined, he rips up the dossier he just bought, deeming it useless. Later, at the Wegang residence, the heads of the two families convene to talk over the incident. A furious Yu Sungwon blames the beggar sect, but their leader kneels and insists the Namgung clan was solely responsible. Caught, Hanzo stands awkwardly as the blame shifts entirely to him, and he weakly attempts to defend his son, claiming Dowi was unaware he was fighting Yu Hyun. However, Yu Sungwon dismisses the excuse, questioning if it's acceptable to swing a sword at any innocent person. Furious, he declares that if it weren't for the marriage arrangement, he would have had the boy's head on the spot. Dowi lowers his head and shuts his eyes, trembling at the thought of his head being taken. Just then, Oh Hyun advises Hanzo using a sound transmission technique, making him aware of what he will do if the patriarch calls for the palace guards because of his mistake. Hanzo thinks to himself, wondering what he should do. Oh, Hyun reminds the sweating patriarch that Yu Sunghwan is a former imperial military advisor held in high esteem by the current emperor. In other words, he has the emperor's ear, which makes him a very dangerous man to cross. Just then, Yu Sungwon shouts, "Son-in-law, get ready, we're heading to the imperial palace." Terrified of the consequences, Namgung Hanzo drops to his knees and offers a sincere, groveling apology. That threat was all it took to completely break his pride. They all grab him to apologize, but he shouts, "You punks, let go of me now." Consumed by rage, he screams that his one and only son, the apple of his eye, is on the verge of death. The tense confrontation is suddenly interrupted by the arrival of Wigang, who demands to know what is happening. They are simply bewildered by his appearance. A flashback shows the maid swooning over the young master's charming new look, whispering that his personal attendant must have been the one to style it. Meanwhile, in the present, the chaotic scene continues, with everyone commenting on the peculiar hairstyle, much to Wigang's quiet frustration. Having just forced the Namgung patriarch into a humiliating apology, Yu Sung-hwan now turns to his son and asks, "Are you all right?" Oh, Hyun notices that the young master has arrived. He rushes toward him to check if he is all right, and quickly moves around him, fawning and asking if the young master has sustained any internal injuries, to which Wigang replies, "He's all right." After that, Oh Hun excitedly praises him, amazed that he seems fine after taking a direct hit from a Namgung clan member. At that moment, Jin Wigang's eyes snap open, looking thoroughly unamused by the overly enthusiastic beggar. His patience is clearly wearing thin. He then approaches Dowi. He formally bows to him, addressing him as big brothers and apologizing for being late in paying his respects, much to everyone's shock. It's a move nobody saw coming. With a menacing glare, he reveals a hint of some internal realization. However, Dowi quickly tries to piece together the complicated family tree, realizing that since his father and Namgung Changsun are sworn brothers, he's somehow related to the very people he just fought. In an ironic twist, his enemies are now technically his family. Thinking fast, he diverts his father's attention, asking what he was talking about regarding the imperial palace. A clever way to change the subject. His father sighs and insists that he was merely planning to report the Namgung clan's misdeeds. However, he gently admonishes his father, questioning if the emperor really has time to deal with such trivial matters. Yu Sung-hwan laughs sheepishly and admits he went overboard, while Namgung Hanso looks on in utter disbelief. But as his father vows revenge, he stared at Dowi, his face frozen in utter disbelief, and recognizes Namgung Dowi Sung, the very man who was his sadistic master in his previous life. The face from his nightmares is standing right in front of him. Reminding Sung of their newfound familial connection, the 17-year-old Wigang cheerfully asserts his position as the uncle to the 20-year-old Sung. He's clearly enjoying the sudden power shift. A sinister glint appears in his eye as he internally remarks how long he's waited for this very reunion. Then, to Sung's complete shock, Wigang suddenly grabs and pinches his cheek. He leans in, playfully but forcefully reminding the stunned young man that he is his Ixi, UNCLE. A complete and utter humiliation for the master swordsman. With his cheek still caught, Sung meekly pleads with his new uncle to let go. With a dark shadow cast over his face, Wigang relishes the moment, glad to have finally met the little bastard who tormented him. A flashback reveals Sung as a master swordsman of the Namgung clan. In Wigang's past life, Namgung Sung was a legendary figure, known for his immense power. As one of the 6 Orthodox saints, his skill with the sword was said to be unparalleled. His title was known throughout the land. However, Wigang's personal memories of his master are far less glorious, recalling him as a freaking psycho who used his sword like a blunt club. A stark contrast between public reputation and private reality. A traumatic memory surfaces of Sung brutally beating him. A truly brutal display of cruelty, while he could only beg for him to stop. The ruthless master stands over his pupil, demanding absolute obedience. A younger, beaten Wigang is left speechless by his master's sheer cruelty. Then his master commands him to cast aside his sword and face his fate as a true martial artist. As he throws his sword aside, his master asks, "Do you intend to throw away your sword in a real fight and beg your enemy for mercy?" His master's sadistic smile widens as he declares that his student still needs more teaching. The flashback reveals the master's terrifying, gleeful expression while torturing his apprentice. And the memory ends with a close-up of a battered Wigang, cursing his master under his breath. Back in the present, Wigang reflects that while he had tried to forget, the trauma was clearly still there. Sung, still caught off guard, once again pleads for his uncle to remove his hand. His face is stretched and pinched by Wigong, who is thoroughly enjoying this role reversal. Tears, born from remembered pain and newfound opportunity, begin to well up in his eyes. He declares that his body remembers those intense memories vividly, which is why he froze for a moment in the previous fight. This finally explains his earlier hesitation. With tears streaming down his face, he smiles with grim determination, vowing to pay back his Psycho Master for everything he's done. The scene transitions to a meeting room. Here, the leaders of the Yu and Namgung families sit down to discuss the recent incident and the marriage proposal. Yu Songwan sits with a composed but tense expression, waiting for the meeting to begin. Across from him, Namgung Hanso is present, accompanied by his nephew, Namgung Sung, and the beggar sect leader, Oh Ha-yun. And Wigang looks on with a smug, fang-bearing expression, ready to orchestrate the entire meeting. It's clear he has a plan. He addresses Hanso directly, pointedly asking why he's even there. Hanso can't shake the fear of angering Yu Songwan again. However, Wigang immediately seizes the opportunity, confirming that it is about the marriage, before promptly apologizing. He then drops a bombshell, bluntly stating that he is not accepting the marriage proposal, leaving his father and Namgung Hanso in utter shock. Then he asks his father to respect his wishes, while comically thinking that he's far too busy dealing with this minion to get married. After that, he turns to a stunned Hanso, feigning sympathy and noting that he must be disappointed. Wigang then launches into a grandiose, fabricated speech about his destiny to become a hero who aids the emperor and helps the common folk, and continues his theatrical performance, declaring his intent to step into the world of Murim to travel and learn. His father, however, erupts in anger at the very idea of his precious son entering the dangerous world of Murim. He disparages Murim as a world of thugs, hooligans, and beggars, gesturing accusingly toward the Namgung members. But Wigang cleverly turns his father's words against him, pointing out that his own sworn brother, Namgung Changsun, is a martial artist and therefore a thug, by that logic. A brilliant move that leaves his father speechless. Having silenced his father, he turns his sharp gaze back to Hanso. Then he puts the Namgung patriarch on the spot, suggesting that the fiancée, Lady Namgung, must also have the spirit of a martial artist, leaving Hanso utterly speechless. Internally, Wigang criticizes the man for being an idiot and not immediately agreeing to call off the marriage. Putting on a charming facade, he smoothly asks the patriarch to grant his silly little brother's request, trapping him completely. Namgung Hanso begins to protest, mentioning the honor of his clan, but he's quickly cut off. Wigang steamrolls the conversation, declaring that they have agreed to his request before standing to leave the stunned patriarchs behind. As he departs from the meeting, he spots Oh Hyun, the beggar sect's branch manager. He cheerfully calls the man over, asking for a moment of his time. He then places a heavy hand on Oh Hyun's shoulder, ready to begin his interrogation. With a menacing smile that clearly terrifies the branch manager, he suggests they go have a little talk to get the information he needs. The branch manager is clearly in for a rough time. Meanwhile, Yu Songwan is spending time with Hanso when the two of them suddenly look up in surprise, and their surprise quickly turns into a moment of comical, deadpan silence. The branch manager nervously compliments his unique new hairstyle, calling it pretty. Back with our protagonist, Kwon. Wigang dryly remarks that he had been wondering why no one had mentioned it. Trying to smooth things over, Oh Ha-yan gives a thumbs up and assures him it looks good, to which our guy sarcastically asks if there's an issue. While he looks utterly unimpressed, Oh Hyun internally gushes over how cute the fearsome young master is. A hilarious internal monologue. He yanks at his braids in frustration, muttering that he told his sister not to do this. As they walk, Oh Hyun notes how loved the young master is by his family, but our guy brushes it off, eager to discuss the Murim. Oh Hyun is surprised by his knowledge of rising martial artists, but he explains it's only natural for a beginner to be curious. He then reflects on his past life, recalling the masters who raised him to be a weapon. With a scrunched-up, sarcastic expression, he mentally curses them for sending him on this mission. Clearly, there's no love lost between them. He flashes back to his vow to track down those masters and make them suffer the same hellish training he was forced to endure. He simply wants to give them a taste of their own medicine. The intensity of his murderous thoughts manifests as a dark aura, startling the oblivious Oh Hyun beside him. A chilling display of his inner turmoil. Oh Hyun grows visibly nervous as he senses the sudden, dangerous shift in the young master's mood. Regaining his composure, our guy asks about the current political climate of the Murim, confirming its split into orthodox, unorthodox, and demonic sects. His eyes glow with grim knowledge as he thinks to himself that the current fragile peace is only temporary. Indeed, he foresees a dark future where, in 10 years, all factions will unite under the command of the Minion of Chaos. Clenching his fist, he reaffirms his mission: there's no time to waste, and he must accumulate spirit energy to defeat his ultimate foe. This gives his actions a real sense of urgency. Then, with a chilling smile, he reveals his next move: to take in his very first disciple Sung, meant to train him for the challenges of his mission. Later, Wegung and his loyal guard, Huang Cheng, arrive at the training grounds by the water. The guard desperately tries to stop him from training, worried he'll faint again like he did yesterday. However, our guy mercilessly teases him, asking if his concern is genuine or if he was just kicked out of his post at the main gate. A flustered Huang Cheng insists he's truly worried, calling his young master heartless for the jab. Their argument is interrupted by the arrival of Yu Zhengye and her attendant, much to the guard's delight. While Huang Cheng comically puffs out his chest to impress the attendant, our guy watches with a look of pure annoyance. Zhenghe steps in, asking the guard why he's preventing her brother from training. Just then, she turns to his brother, seriously reminding him of the dangers of Murim that led to their mother's death. He acknowledges that while their mother's fate made the topic taboo, hiding from it won't heal their family's wounds. Challenging her newfound fear, he asks if he truly seems so untrustworthy and weak. Taken aback by his directness, she is left speechless as her brother promises that nothing bad will ever happen to the Yu clan again. And he flashes a brilliantly confident smile, declaring that he simply won't allow tragedy to strike again. It's a powerful and reassuring statement. To this, she stares at him, struck by the profound change in his demeanor and resolve. Then, a warm, beautiful smile spreads across her face as she realizes her little brother is no longer a child. A beautiful moment of acceptance. She affectionately pinches his cheek, admitting that even though she still sees him as a kid, he has certainly grown up. Unused to such familial affection, the battle-hardened Wegang is internally flustered, wondering why she is acting this way. This says a lot about his lonely past. His sister simply gives him a gentle, knowing smile, having accepted his decision. Her touch feels awkward to him, a stark contrast to the brutal training that defined his previous life. As a man who never knew a true family, he clenches his fist, pondering the strange warmth of this new bond. And so, with his family's blessing, he dedicates himself to his training. And just like that, the hard work begins. The seasons change from summer to fall as he continues his grueling regimen, day in and day out. Winter arrives, blanketing the landscape in snow, yet his training does not cease. Finally, a dramatically slimmer Wegang leaps from the icy water, his transformation nearly complete. He lands gracefully on the shore, water dripping from his now toned physique. Standing tall, he declares that the time has finally come to begin the next phase of his mission. Huang Cheng, ever the worried guardian, rushes over, warning his master to be careful not to fall. Our guy turns, revealing a body that has lost a tremendous amount of weight, though it's not yet perfectly sculpted. Much to the guard's shock, inside the Yu estate, his father, Yu Sunghuan, is shocked to hear his son wants to travel to Anway province. The overprotective father panics, insisting his son is now too skinny and frail to travel, fearing he'll slip on the ice. Our guy calmly explains that he wants to see the snows of Huangshan and visit the Namong clan, causing his father to rage against the beggar rascals for giving him such ideas. While his father demands to know why he'd visit the very family that caused them trouble, he internally smirks, thinking he needs to go train his dear Sung. In other words, his real motive is completely different. Out loud, however, he gives a more respectable excuse, stating he wants to pay his respects to his sworn uncle and asks for permission to go. Having made up his mind, Wegang firmly places his teacup down. His decision is final. He stands, informing his father that he will be visiting Anway and promises to return safely, effectively ending the discussion. Without waiting for a response, he announces he's taking his leave, ignoring his father's sputtering protests. Defeated, Yu Sungwon sighs, knowing that his son is so determined he would have snuck out anyway. Later that evening, Gang prepares to leave, but on his own terms. In his room, he packs a small bag for the solo journey. Then he dons a face covering, planning to travel incognito to avoid being recognized as Yu Hyun. With his travel pack slung over his shoulder, he is ready to depart. He strikes a pose, excited to finally revert to his true, free self, Jin Gang. However, just as he's about to sneak out, he senses a large presence waiting for him outside. His solo escape is immediately foiled as he discovers his father has prepared a massive, luxurious entourage to escort him on his secret journey. So much for traveling incognito. His loyal guard, Huang Chung, cheerfully greets him, completely oblivious to his young master's shock at the over-the-top farewell party. Exasperated, he asks why an entire escort squad has been assembled for his trip to Anway, a journey he intended to make alone. Confused by his young master's reaction, Huang Chong confirms that the patriarch himself ordered them to accompany him. Gang can practically see his doting father, beaming with pride over his son's departure. Frustration boils over as he realizes his father's meddling has completely derailed his secret mission. His father's good intentions are causing a huge problem. He laments that this grand spectacle makes it impossible to covertly hunt for the virgin Jinseng and the minion of chaos. Determined, he steels himself, knowing that the true nature of his dangerous mission must remain a secret at all costs. This is clearly a high-stakes operation. He worries that telling anyone the truth would cause his overprotective father to panic and make the situation even worse. With his stealthy escape plan in shambles, his new priority is to avoid getting caught and find a way to proceed alone. And so, as Huang Chong eagerly prepares to leave, Gang racks his brain for a way to shake off the clingy guard. Then, suddenly, a new, more devious plan begins to form in his mind. He remembers the perfect tool for the job, the energy-dispersing poison he received from the imperial physician. A wicked grin spreads under his bandages as he realizes he has a way to neutralize the guard without causing permanent harm. A rather clever, if cruel, solution. Putting his plan into motion, he suggests they delay their departure until tomorrow, citing the late hour. He then extends a surprising invitation to a confused Huang Chong, asking if he'd like to share a drink. He lays on the praise, thanking his guard for his loyal service as a pretense for their little drinking session. Huang Chong is moved to tears by the kind words, completely unaware that he's being led into a trap. Poor guy has no idea what's coming. Our guy mercilessly plies his guard with alcohol, ensuring Huang Chong will be in no condition to follow him. Later that night, the Yu family estate is quiet under a starry sky. Laughter echoes from one of the rooms where the drinking party is in full swing. A drunken Huang Chong bemoans his past sufferings while our guy offers insincere apologies, just waiting for him to pass out. In the quiet of the evening, Yu Junghee strolls through the courtyard, intent on a final meeting with her brother. However, she stops her attendant from interrupting, deciding the two should be left alone to talk. Then she confirms with her attendant that her little brother, Hyun, is indeed leaving on his journey. The attendant fondly recalls how much fun it was to dress Hyun up when he was younger, lamenting that he's not as fun anymore. His sister proudly claims her brother's good looks come from her, a sentiment her attendant readily agrees with. She chuckles, having heard the conversation between Huang Chong and her brother. Deciding to give her brother his space, she tells her attendant she'll be back and that she should go rest. The loyal attendant refuses, insisting on staying by her mistress's side, aware of her habit of waiting up for her brother alone. As she playfully pushes her attendant away, the attendant jokes that all this worrying is giving her wrinkles. Under the light of the full moon, the door to the room creaks open. Now dressed for travel in a wide-brimmed hat and cloak, Gang prepares to make his real escape. He finds Huang Chong exactly where he'd hoped, passed out cold on the floor. So far, so good. However, his sense of relief is short-lived when Huang Chong yells, "You bastard! How dare you lie in front of an inspector?" Our guy then realizes he's been screaming unconsciously in his sleep after drinking. In other words, it was just a nightmare. Breathing a sigh of relief, he holds up the energy-dispersing poison, confident it will keep Huang Chong down until morning. A flashback reveals the imperial physician, Zhang Seyong, applying a soothing face mask to Wigang's skin, and explains that the treatment will help with the loose skin resulting from his rapid and intense weight loss. He then hands him a small, dark vial, presenting it as a useful tool for his journey. He explains it's an energy-dispersing poison, perfect for emergencies when he must escape an opponent he can't defeat. However, our guy patiently endures the beauty treatment, knowing the gifts are invaluable. A small price to pay for such useful items. Back in the present, he looks at the vial, thinking to himself what a useful old man the imperial physician is. Before leaving, he makes sure to leave a note for Huang Chong, stating his departure is for the sake of their clan and all of Muram. Just as he's about to slip out, he's stopped by his sister's voice asking if he was leaving without a proper goodbye. Stunned, Wigang turns to find Zhenghe waiting for him, his second escape attempt of the night foiled. He just can't catch a break. Just then she embraces her brother, telling him to take care of himself and to promise he'll return safely. She reassures him that if his journey ever becomes too difficult, he can always come back home. With a gentle smile, she promises that both she and their father will always be waiting for his return. A truly heartfelt goodbye. Touched by her sincere farewell, Wigang quietly agrees. Following his sister's instructions, he makes his way to the family stables. There, he quickly spots his new ride, a magnificent horse with unique, glowing blue eyes. He approaches the legendary steed, a gift arranged by his thoughtful sister. He recalls his sister telling him about the lightning steed, a gift from the emperor that can travel 500 kilometers in a single day. That's an incredible advantage for his journey. Mounting the powerful horse, he marvels that he's about to ride a beast of legend. Then he pauses for a moment, taking one last look at the home he is leaving behind. With a determined gaze, he turns his back on the estate and faces the path ahead. Spurring the lightning steed onward, he finally begins his solo journey into the night. The horse gallops tirelessly through the snow-covered wilderness under the pale moonlight. Day and night, he travels at incredible speed, leaving his home far behind him. As the sun rises on a new day, he looks out over a vast mountain range. He has finally arrived at his destination, Anway, Huangshan, the territory of the Namong clan. The powerful steed comes to a halt, having successfully carried its rider across the country, and he gives his horse a grateful pat, pleased that they have arrived safely. His first stop is a humble village inn on the outskirts of the territory. Inside, he wastes no time, taking a moment to quench his thirst after the long journey. After devouring a massive meal, he finishes his last bowl, ready to get down to business. Slapping down his payment, he calls for the store owner, his tone serious. He demands the owner gather all the local ginseng diggers and hunters who know the mountains like the back of their hands. Meanwhile, in a dark and ominous hall, a shadowy transition hints at the enemy's movements. Inside a lavishly decorated room, a group of followers gathers before their white-haired leader. They have come to report a significant finding to their master. A subordinate announces that they have successfully located the virgin Jinseng in the Anway province. It seems he's not the only one looking for it. Hearing the news, the leader responds with a single, pleased word, great. As he rises from his seat, his body radiating a sinister, powerful energy. A truly menacing presence. With his forces assembled behind him, the mysterious leader gives the command to mobilize. Let's go then. The confrontation is now inevitable. Disguised, Jin Wigang has gathered a group of local experts to help him find the virgin Jinseng. An elderly man clears his throat, preparing to question the mysterious stranger before him. Wary of the newcomer, the local villagers ask him to state his business in their village. His heavy disguise, complete with a wide-brimmed hat and face bandages, makes them suspect he's a bandit. Internally, he tries to reassure himself, insisting he's not a bandit and that the bandages are merely for facial care. A pretty flimsy excuse, to say the least. However, the villagers are shocked when he mentions the prestigious Yu clan. However, he realizes he may have made a huge mistake. To gain their trust, he introduces himself as Jin Wigang, a subordinate of the Anping prefecture's Yu clan. He explains that he's searching for a special item for Yu Sungwan's son and asks if anyone has seen a boulder in Huangshan that emits a crimson light. The villagers are confused by his strange request. To this, Wigang recalls his masters telling him about this clue, admitting that even he thought it sounded like nonsense at first. and he remembers his master from his past life, explaining the seemingly impossible phenomenon. Just then, an old man named Boksu perks up, suggesting he might know something about the red-hued boulder Wigang is looking for. Then he recounts how, once in his youth, he got lost in the jungle. He remembers that when the sun sets in the west, a boulder glows red as if bathed in a beam of crimson light. It seems the wild clue from his master was true after all. Upon hearing this confirmation, Wigang eagerly demands to know its location. Startled by his sudden intensity, Boksu nervously scratches his beard, but the villagers are terrified when he reveals the location is Pagoda Peak, a notorious area deep within Huangshan. Another villager urgently warns him not to go, explaining it's the home of the Nine Dragons Fortress. When Wigang asks if they are just mountain bandits, the villager clarifies that they are a vicious, lawless group that has been around for generations, and adds that there are even rumors some of them are skilled in martial arts. Wigang, however, realizes this is perfect. Since no one else would dare go there, he's certain the virgin Jinseng is hidden in the fortress. For him, the danger is actually a good sign. Determined, he grabs the old man's hand. As the other villagers beg him to reconsider, he asks Boksu to guide him to Pagoda Peak. He insists that he must go, asking for either a guide or just the location. Moved by the intense desperation in his eyes, Boksu feels compelled to help, and agrees to take him to a place where he can see the peak, much to the other villagers' shock. Our guy gratefully thanks him, and in return, Boksu asks him to promise they'll turn back if things look dangerous. So, Boksu leads him through a snowy, treacherous mountain path. After a long trek, he points ahead, announcing that they've arrived at the viewpoint for Pagoda Peak. The two stand on a snowy cliff, looking out over the imposing, snow-covered mountains. Then our guy observes a deep, fast-flowing stream separating them from the peak, realizing it's an impassable barrier for most people. A natural moat that makes the fortress nearly impregnable. Getting straight to business, he asks Boksu where the boulder is. The old man points to a specific area on the mountain, telling him to wait for sunset to see the crimson light for himself. A chilly wind blows as they wait for the sun to set. While Boksu sits to rest from the cold, he stands watch, sensing that something is about to happen. He waits patiently as the sun begins to set. Soon, the setting sun bathes the snowy landscape in a brilliant orange and red glow. With the sun in position, Wigang's gaze sharpens as he mentally demands the boulder reveal itself. And just then, a brilliant crimson light bursts forth from a specific point on the mountain, confirming its location. Both men watch in awe as the red boulder glows brightly in the sunset. The crimson light reflects beautifully off the snow-covered peaks. Just then, Boksu warns him that night will fall soon and that they should leave. Wigang, however, pays the old man for his help and tells him to leave for his own safety. He knows that if the old man gets caught by the mountain bandits, he'll be in grave danger, especially since there might be martial artists he can't defeat in his current state. Boksu is moved to tears by the generous payment. With a final goodbye, without hesitation, he has made a daring leap from the cliff's edge, diving toward the freezing river below. An incredibly reckless move, and he plunges into the icy water, the only path to the other side. Undeterred by the cold, he emerges from the frigid river. Now on the other side, he reflects that no one would have imagined crossing the river in winter, confident in his swimming abilities. After some time, he reaches his destination, the fortified bandit stronghold known as the Nine Dragons Fortress. Using his superior agility, he easily scales the fortress wall to begin his infiltration. From his perch, he overhears bandits discussing their plans to sell captives from the Zhejiang province's border. He grimaces, disgusted by their plundering and human trafficking. Deciding to ignore them for now, he focuses on his top priority, finding the virgin Jinseng by releasing his spirit energy. And he sends out waves of spirit energy, knowing it will react if the Jinseng is within 10 yards. His energy spreads throughout the compound as he silently searches. The flowing energy is drawn toward a small, unassuming hut within the fortress. Inside, however, his search is interrupted by the sight of a brutal bandit dragging a captive woman by her hair. With a vicious shove, the bandit knocks her off her feet and drives a kick into her as she falls. As the bandit continues to stomp on the helpless woman, he can only watch in disgust. A truly sickening display of cruelty. However, our guy grits his teeth, silently cursing the bandit for his cruelty. His attention is then caught by another sound coming from inside the hut. A small, terrified child stands inside, crying for her mother. The bandit turns and cruelly mocks the crying child without a hint of remorse. On the ground, the captive woman curses him, questioning how a human can be so cruel. To this, the bandit sneers. Let's see how long she can survive with her head held high. As he witnesses the horrific abuse, Wigang's internal struggle begins. He tries to hold himself back, haunted by a vision of his past self. And he vividly recalls the strict warning from his masters. The memory echoes their command. He must not get involved in matters of justice or chivalry until he regains his strength. He was ordered to stand by and watch for the sake of his mission, to prevent the greater damage the minion of chaos would cause. In other words, he has to ignore this to save the world. Wigang trembles with suppressed rage, his fists clenched tight. You can see the internal battle raging within him. He then curses them for putting him in this impossible position, and decides to close his eyes to this injustice, just this once. He resolves to find the Jinseng first, and then return to take the heads of every single bandit in the fortress. But the sound of the child's cries pierces his heart, breaking his resolve again. It's the one thing he simply cannot ignore. Unable to ignore the atrocity any longer, he prepares to intervene. He closes his eyes for a moment, making a decision that goes against his orders. A vision of his former self appears before him, questioning his choice to abandon his mission and act on his own. This is the very conflict his masters warned him about. He questions the very foundation of his mission, wondering if he can truly stand by and watch such atrocities. His resolve solidifies in a defiant blue aura as he questions the point of saving Miram if it means ignoring such evil. Choosing his own justice over his master's orders, he decides he would rather let the world collapse than turn a blind eye. This says a lot about his character. Just moments earlier, the mother and child had cried out in horror as the bandit closed in. The bandit's hand had lunged toward the child, only to be stopped dead in its tracks by an unseen force. Then, with a single, devastating blow, Wigang sent the brute flying, saving the child from certain harm. A brutal display of strength. After that, he coolly brushes off his clothes, nonchalantly complaining that his expensive outfit is now splattered with blood. He seems completely unfazed by the violence. The little girl, saved from the brink, looks up at her mysterious rescuer in complete awe. When the child asks if he saved them, he plays it cool, claiming he was just passing by. The mother, clutching her daughter, cautiously asks the identity of the mysterious stranger who appeared from nowhere. But he remains silent for a moment, assessing the situation and the two people he just saved. Then he advances toward them, leaving the woman and her child completely terrified. Of course, they have no idea he's on their side. However, he gives the woman courage by gently tapping her on the shoulder. Rousing the woman, he tells her they don't have time and that she needs to get up now. After that, he immediately asks the women where the other captives are being held. Just as she points towards a nearby hut, another bandit emerges, demanding to know what all the fuss is about. The scene is then adjusted, as he undoubtedly deals with the new arrival in a swift, violent fashion. Just like that, another problem solved. Dragging the unconscious guard, he tells the mother and child that they're going inside to avoid making a scene. With a swift kick, he barges into the building where the other captives are held, and unceremoniously dumps the defeated guards, complaining about how heavy the pig bastards are. Suddenly, he pauses, his sharp senses detecting the presence of people inside. After that, he turns toward the frightened captives, who recoil in shock at his sudden, blood-stained appearance. However, he awkwardly tries to announce his role as their savior, a claim the first woman he rescued quickly confirms. Taking charge, he announces to the hopeful prisoners that he is going to help them all escape. A skeptical captive woman questions his authority, asking if he's with the government. However, he warns them that there are still many bandits inside the fortress than he anticipated, especially if some of them know martial arts. The captive's hopes are dashed when he admits that he has no backup troops and is completely alone, a crushing blow to their newfound hope. He then lays out the grim reality. The only thing he can do is buy them time to escape, and the rest is up to them. In other words, they'll have to save themselves. As the captives despair, he silently curses himself, regretting his decision to get involved in this mess. However, the woman he first saved steps forward, declaring they'll die either way and asking him for a plan. Relieved by her resolve, He entrusts her with leading the other captives during the escape. The view pans to a lonely watchtower, a key component of his burgeoning escape plan. Meanwhile, a guard storms out of a building, shouting for his missing comrades. He enters the room only to find his fellow guards knocked out cold on the floor. Turning around, the stunned guard is confronted by the entire group of now freed captives. Before he can even process the situation, a hand clamps down on his neck from behind. It's Wigang, who appears behind the guard just as the man barely has time to ask, "Who the hell?" before being silenced. With no effort at all, he tosses the guard aside like a sack of potatoes, an incredible display of raw power. Now moving with purpose, he peeks around a corner, scouting his next target. His eyes lock onto the distant watchtower, pinpointing the guard on duty. High above, an unsuspecting guard holds his torch, completely oblivious to the chaos below. He yawns, fighting off sleep during his lonely patrol. Suddenly, his drowsiness is shattered when he notices a blur of motion streaking through the air towards him. It's Wigang, moving at lightning speed by harnessing his internal energy. Just then, beneath the tower, he begins to gather his power. His spirit energy heart pulses with immense power, fueling his next attack. As he channels his full power, a swirling blue energy envelops him. The terrified guard spots the incoming threat, managing only to yell, "Who the hell are you?" before impact. However, our guy strikes the tower from below with a single command: "Go to hell." The force of the impact smashes the lower portion of the tower to pieces. The guard screams as he, along with the upper part of the tower, is violently hurled into the night. And it plunges into the dark chasm beneath the fortress. A terrifying end. Seeing their signal, the group of escaping captives stares in disbelief as the watchtower collapses. Wigang's plan is set in motion. He had instructed them that the tower's collapse was their signal to run. The woman in charge gives the order, shouting, "Now!" as the prisoners make their break for freedom. Our guy moves with incredible speed and bursts into the room where they were held captive before their escape. And now, he wields a blazing torch. With the captives safely on their way, he prepares to unleash the second part of his chaotic plan. He casually tosses the flaming torch onto the roof of the bandits' barracks. The dry wooden structure instantly erupts into a massive inferno. As the fire rages behind him, he calmly walks towards the front of the barracks. Framed by the roaring flames, he declares that he's about to kick up a big mess. And he's not wrong about that. He then turns toward the other room where the remaining bandits are gathered. Inside, the remaining members of the Nine Dragons Fortress are sleeping soundly, unaware of the danger. One of the bandits snores away, deep in a peaceful slumber. Suddenly, he stirs, woken by the unmistakable smell of smoke. His eyes fly open to the horrifying sight of a raging fire right outside their door. Panicked, he scrambles to wake his sleeping comrades, who are confused and disoriented, as he attempts to open the main door to make his escape. However, a sudden, powerful strike sends him reeling backward. After that, all the bandits rise, ready to confront the mysterious figure before them. They are all completely shocked and shout, "Who is he?" Holding a torch, the mysterious figure casually responds, "Me?" As the fire illuminates his blood-splattered clothes, Jin Wigang reveals his new identity. He is an arsonist. What a way to make an entrance. The alarm is raised as the bandits shout that a rat bastard has snuck in and must be caught. As he flees, the bandits coordinate their pursuit, determined to corner the lone, bandaged intruder amidst the flames. However, our guy dashes through the burning fortress, putting his plan of chaos and escape into motion. Then he assesses the situation, realizing that while the bandits are weak individually, their combined strength is too much for his current body to handle all at once. He's in a really tight spot. Just then, the pursuing bandits spot their target as he attempts to create more distance. He laments his lack of fortified energy, a higher level of power that would have allowed him to easily defeat them. Suddenly, a bandit closes in, lunging with a spear and screaming for his death. With no other choice, he dodges the attack. Then he strikes the bandit in the chest with an elbow strike. He sends him hurtling through the air and then collapses to the ground. A powerful move, but it clearly took a lot out of him. To conserve his limited spirit energy, he decides against using flashy martial arts, instead channeling power directly to his legs to increase his speed. A clever but desperate adjustment. Now faster but still outnumbered, he concludes that his only path to survival is to set an ambush. And he immediately puts his ambush plan into action, moving like a streak of red energy. The two guards stand at the gate, blissfully unaware of the chaos around them. Someone threw a stone onto the ground behind the guard to distract him and divert his attention. The guard notices the stone and picks it up, holding it in his hand. Suddenly, he turns his attention to what's happening behind him. Just then, both guards notice the massive fire raging within the fortress walls. After that, both of them look at each other in complete shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, they begin to panic, aware that an intruder has slipped past the main gate and that they will surely face their chief's wrath. With the guards neutralized, all the hidden captives emerge from the bushes. So this was his real objective all along. The leading woman then gives them the signal, shouting for everyone to run. Heeding her call, they all make a desperate dash for freedom. However, she looks back toward the fortress, calling him their warrior. She holds her child tight, shielding her as they flee the bandit stronghold. As the group escapes through the gate, she prays for the safety of their mysterious savior. A desperate prayer for the man who risked everything for them. However, the effort of creating the diversion has completely depleted Wigang's spirit energy, forcing him to a stop. Panting from exhaustion, he knows he must attract more attention to buy them more time, a truly selfless decision. Just then, a massive bandit catches up and swings a heavy club at him. He is astonished by the bandit's incredible speed. Wigang manages to block the powerful strike, but the sheer force of the blow rattles his entire body. The impact sends him flying through the air, completely overpowered. A brutal display of strength. And he crashes hard onto the snowy ground, his hat knocked from his head, yet he quickly regains his momentum. The attacker, the bandit leader, a hulking man with a menacing eye patch, demands to know who he is. Now he notices that he is surrounded by bandits on all sides. After that, the bandits mock his bandaged face, callously joking that he must be hiding his own ugliness. To his dismay, he realizes he's not just facing thugs. They are all trained martial artists. That's a very bad sign. The chief asks if he came alone, and Wigang, defiant even when cornered, confirms it. To this, the chief lets out a hearty laugh, amused by the audacity of the lone intruder. Our guy takes in his dire situation, completely encircled by the armed bandits. Attempting a bold-faced bluff, he scoffs and reaffirms, "Of course I came alone." He then arrogantly asks why he'd need help dealing with a group of weaklings like them. However, he internally prays, "Please be afraid." It's a desperate bluff, and he knows it. The chief's amused expression tightens as a vein bulges on his temple. Though annoyed, the chief admits he's intrigued by his bold actions. Internally, Wigang curses, realizing his attempt to intimidate them has failed. Even he winces in pain, recognizing that the hit he took was more damaging than he initially thought. In the vast, snowy clearing, he stands as the solitary focus of dozens of armed bandits. The chief, Guakso-san, finally snaps at his men, demanding to know what they're waiting for. He then furiously asks if they intend to just stand by and watch until the entire fortress burns to the ground. Galvanized by their leader's rage, most of the bandits rush to extinguish the flames. As they run off, Wigang watches the chief and a few of his men stay behind to confront him. After that, the chief formally introduces himself as Guakso-san, but Wigang dismisses it, stating, "Introductions are pointless." Suddenly, the chief compliments him, saying he admires people with his kind of guts. Impressed by his strength and audacity, he makes a surprising offer, to work under him as a bandit. What an unexpected proposition. Our guy is floored by the absurd offer, but quickly recognizes it as a golden opportunity to buy himself some time. Playing along, he sits down and asks if the chief is seriously suggesting that he become a mountain bandit. Then he begins meditating to restore his depleted spiritual energy. He's cleverly using the conversation as a cover, while Guak confirms the offer and commends his daring. But the chief grows suspicious, questioning why he's posturing when it's clear he possesses no internal energy, and lays out his terms. Join him, and he will overlook the arson and destruction. One of the underlings loses patience, urging his chief to forget the offer and just kill him, stating that they should make him sit on the ground for the rest of his life. However, Our guy scoffs at the idea, saying that, "Sounds good." The chief grins sadistically, believing they've settled on the kind of treatments he will receive. However, having recovered a small but crucial amount of energy, Wigang pushes himself up from the ground. Now standing and glowing with renewed power, he scoffs at the offer, asking, "Why would a wolf serve under a dog?" And just like that, the tables have turned. Guaxo-san's face contorts with fury at the blatant insult. Then Wigang openly taunts the enraged chief, goading him into a one-on-one fight between the dog chiefs and the wolves. Fed up with the insults, Guaxo-san roars at his men, ordering them to simply beat him up. As the entire group charges him at once, Wigang calls them cowardly bastards for refusing a proper duel. The battle begins, and he narrowly dodges a sword strike from one of the bandits. Still on the defensive, he internally curses Guaxo-san for being a coward who hides behind his men. However, just then, the attackers mock him, asking whether he is middle-aged or simply looks incredibly old. A strange thing to say in the middle of a fight. Our guy fires back with a verbal jab, asking if any of them have ever looked in a mirror. As an enraged bandit lunges, Wigang dodges and retorts that at least he looks human, unlike them. With fluid, flowing motions, he evades every attack gracefully. As the bandit raises his spear for the fatal blow, our guy spots an opportunity. Just then, he lands a well-timed kick, sending the bandit flying through the air before crashing to the ground. A brutal, effective counter. As he moves through the air, he notes with frustration that he couldn't spread them out as he had hoped. Enraged, a bandit charges at him, shouting, "How dare you play such petty games?" When the bandit strikes him, sending him flying, he realizes that his plan to spread them isn't working. However, his superior agility allows him to effortlessly reposition himself, leaving his attackers bewildered. Surrounded again, he deflects multiple attacks at once, struggling against the sheer numbers. Frustrated by the relentless assault, he laments that he can't seem to catch a break. The sheer numbers are just too much for one person. After moving with fluid motions to dodge attacks, just as he regains his position, another bandit lunges at him. As he barely manages to dodge the attack, the bandit follows up with a punch. As the punch connects with his face, the force of the attack sends him hurtling backward onto the ground. A solid hit, and he goes down hard. Guaxo-san and his men surround the fallen fighter, with the chief mockingly complimenting his skill, assuming he isn't using any internal energy. Wiping blood from his mouth, Wigang corrects him, revealing he has already used up all of his spirit energy. In other words, he's been fighting on empty this whole time. He admits to himself that he underestimated the bandits, recognizing them as experienced fighters, like a pack of wolves. For a moment he despairs, questioning who he can save in his current state and wondering if he should have just ignored the captives. A rare moment of doubt creeps in, but he shakes off his regret, resolving to push forward, and he reaffirms his decision, deciding it's all right since he has already saved them. With renewed determination, he tells himself he can't die here, even if it means abandoning his quest for the virgin Jinseng. He takes a moment to steady himself, preparing for his next move. Taking a deep breath, he prepares to face the bandits once more. Across from him, Guaxo-san smirks, unimpressed by this apparent recovery. The bandit chief dismisses him as a mere fool who only acts tough. Just then, Sozin gives the simple, final order, "Kill him." His men rush forward to finish off their seemingly exhausted opponent. But Wigang closes his eyes, focusing his mind for what's to come. And he solidifies his center of gravity, planting his feet firmly on the ground. Then, he prepares to let his body flow like a reed in the wind, adopting a new stance. He challenges the bandits to watch closely as he prepares to unveil a new technique. Suddenly, his movements become unpredictable and fluid, mirroring the motions of a drunken master. He unleashes the 8 drunken immortal step, weaving through the charging bandits with impossible grace. Despite his success, he notes that he's still a long way from his former power, while nursing the wounds he's sustained. The bandits and their chief are left stunned, completely bewildered by his bizarre and effective movements. They have no idea what they're looking at. To this he tells them there's more to come, preparing to use a Qinggong technique so fast that even shadows can't keep up. Just then he activates shadowless flight, a technique for extreme mobility. Even he becomes a blur of motion, his eyes glowing as he dashes through the battlefield. A furious Guaxosan yells as our protagonist zips past him in a flash of blue energy. He lands a glancing blow on Sosan's neck, annoyed that he could only manage a slap. Bleeding from the neck, the chief roars in fury at the slippery bastard. Without hesitation, he leaps off into the night sky, beginning a long fall. A desperate decision. As he falls, he admits to himself that he's no match for them in his current state. Peeking back up over the edge, he taunts them, gambling that they won't risk jumping after him. And he delivers a final, defiant gesture, flipping off the bandits and telling them to wait for him. The insult sends Guaxosan into a screaming rage. With his last words, Wigang promises to return for the chief's head as he plummets toward the water. From the clifftop, the bandits can only watch in disbelief as their quarry escapes. The enraged chief orders his subordinate, Wutai, to find the body, vowing to rip the skin off it to appease his anger. Just then, another bandit runs up in a panic, calling for the chief. The man reports that the building where they kept their captives now holds only 3 burned corpses. Guaxosan now grasps, with growing horror, the full extent of what has happened. And he understands now that his opponent was just buying time, a distraction to allow the captives to escape. So that was his real plan all along. Now truly enraged, he declares that not even ripping the man to shreds will be enough to quell his anger. He then orders his men to search every corner of Huangshan and bring every single escaped captive back. Meanwhile, Jin Wigang continues his rapid descent toward the dark water below. He knows he has only one chance to survive the impact. Focusing his remaining energy, he aims to land as lightly as possible. Satisfied with his trajectory, he prepares for a safe landing. He gathers his power for the final technique. With a great splash, he strikes the water's surface, but he realizes with alarm that he's still going to hit the ground at this rate. To stop himself and prevent greater damage, he braces his legs against the rushing water. But suddenly, he realizes he has managed to hold himself steady. His descent suddenly halts as he finds himself suspended in the water, which shouldn't be possible. However, when he looks down to see what has saved him, to his shock, a swirling whirlpool has formed before him. Cursing his luck, he is immediately sucked into the powerful vortex. A terrible twist of fate. Realizing he can't break free, he entrusts his body to the flow, hoping to ride it out. He is tossed violently about by the vortex, completely at its mercy. Then, at the last moment, he finds an opening and propels himself out of the whirlpool's grip. Ejected from the vortex, he surfaces in a calm, hidden body of water. Using what little energy he has left, he launches himself out of the water, spitting the water from his mouth with effort, utterly relieved to have survived the ordeal. Completely exhausted, he simply floats on his back, wanting nothing more than to rest and forget his mission for a moment. The escape has clearly taken its toll. The sheer physical and mental strain of the escape finally catches up to him. But just as his eyes begin to close, a strange sensation jolts him awake. He's shocked to feel the spirit energy within his heart, reacting to something nearby. Letting the energy guide him, he sends it forth to find its source. His internal energy leads him with unerring accuracy towards its target, the virgin ginseng. Wading through the water, he scans the cavern for the source of the energy. Disoriented, he realizes he must have floated for a long time after falling from the waterfall and wonders where he could be. Then, straining his eyes, he notices something glowing in the darkness of the cave. A single, luminous plant stands on a rock ledge, pulsing with ethereal energy. The virgin ginseng, the legendary herb he has been searching for all this time. Overcome with relief and exhaustion, he sheds a tear, having finally reached his goal. It's a huge weight off his shoulders. He grimly recalls his master's vague instructions, annoyed at the lack of specific details on the ginseng's location. Shaking off his fatigue, he approaches the legendary herb and declares, in any case, he has found it. Without hesitation, he reaches for the glowing plant. With determined focus, he prepares to pluck his prize from the ground. And he firmly grasps the stem of the virgin ginseng. And in one swift motion, he pulls the entire root system from the earth. After that, he examines the unique, childlike shape of its root. He then brings the mystical herb closer, ready to consume it and claim its power. Settling onto the rock, he prepares himself for the influx of energy. Clutching his prize, he smirks triumphantly, gloating that he was faster than that minion bastard. So, it seems he was in a race against someone else. Deciding it would be impolite to simply eat it, he offers a quick thanks for the meal before consuming the legendary herb. Then he announces that he will now eat the virgin ginseng. Then he takes a large bite of the root, beginning the absorption process. As he chews, a symphony of sensations overwhelms him: the freshness of the leaves, the bitter taste of ginger, and a faint, sweet refreshment. A massive wave of spirit energy flows from the ginseng, and he greedily vows to absorb it all. The legendary herb's power is immense. As the power courses through him, he thinks of the bandit chief, ominously promising, "Guaxozan, just you wait." Rejuvenated and empowered, he declares that the former good-for-nothing of Huayan Prefecture is back. Meanwhile, back in town, the men Jin Wigang hired to find the ginseng discuss their client's name with Huang Chong, and he tells him that his name is Jin Wigang, not Yu Hun. Concerned, he scratches his head, wondering where his young master could have possibly gone. A flashback unfolds, revealing a serene morning at the Yu family residence. Inside, Huang Chong is passed out on the floor, snoring loudly after being plied with drink by Wigang. This explains how the young master managed to slip away. His slumber is violently interrupted. When Yu Sungwan discovers him, he groggily wakes up, drooling and completely unaware of the trouble he's in. A furious Yu Sungwan lands a powerful blow, berating the guard for daring to fall asleep on duty, a brutal punishment for his negligence. As the patriarch threatens to bury the guard alive, the chief administrator tries to calm him down, pointing out how much Huang Chong drank. A sea of empty wine jugs lies nearby, evidence of Wigang's successful plan to incapacitate his guard. Just then, he remembers how the young master had trapped him by urging him to down the entire drink. The last thing he remembers are the young master's words to him: "Let's drink till we drop dead." Huang Chong screams in terror as he faces Sung Huan's wrath, while the chief administrator and Yang Seyong struggle to restrain the enraged patriarch, who vows to kill him for his negligence. But the stress and rage become too much, and Yo Sung-wan suddenly collapses, much to Jang Seyong's alarm. Just then, the imperial physician checks the fallen patriarch's pulse. After a tense moment, a horrified he declares that the patriarch is dead. However, he quickly reveals he was joking, which only serves to reignite Sung-wan's fury. Definitely not the best time for a joke. Now utterly enraged, he screams for the Huang Chong to get out. In the present, the scene shifts to a stable somewhere in Anway province. While searching for his young master, Huang Chong notices a young boy and remarks on the unusual eyes of the horse he is tending. The boy mentions the horse also eats unusual, high-quality food, which prompts Huang Chong to call out for his escort. Indeed, the trough is filled with expensive fruits and fine hay, a meal fit for a prized steed. As the stable boy tends to the lightning steed, he is unaware of Huang Chong approaching from behind. Huang Chong suddenly appears, shouting for his young master and shocking the boy. Then he grabs the boy, frantically asking why his young master is in such a shabby place. Panicking, he runs around in circles, desperately calling out for Yu Hyun. Afterward, he turns to the boy, demanding to know where the horse came from and who its owner is. The boy calmly explains that the horse's owner went to a place called Pagoda Peak. Upon learning that Pagoda Peak is the lair of the Nine Dragons Fortress mountain bandits, he cries out in terror. This is the worst possible news. His mind fills with horrifying images of his gentle young master being tormented by vicious bandits. A truly horrifying thought for the loyal guard. Screaming his young master's name, he sprints towards the dangerous territory. He runs with all his might, kicking up clouds of dust in his desperate haste, when suddenly he comes to a halt. Then he quickly turns and sprints toward the boy. But in his panicked rush, his foot catches on a stray rock. He loses his balance and goes flying through the air, and lands flat on his face, momentarily stunned by the clumsy fall. Panic is clearly getting the better of him. Dazed but undeterred, he gets back up and desperately asks the stable boy for the location of Pagoda Peak. The scene moves to a bitter, snowy night, painting a grim backdrop for a desperate flight. Captives, recently freed from the Nine Dragons Fortress, flee through the unforgiving storm. Their escape is suddenly halted by a mysterious figure, causing one of the captives to cry out in fear. However, the figure is revealed to be the kind villager Boksu, who reassures them and points toward a shortcut to the village. Grateful for his help, One of the freed women thanks him before continuing her frantic escape with a child. Before they part ways, Baksu asks if they have seen the bandaged young man. The woman is left stunned, realizing that the person who saved them all was Jin Wegang. It's a shocking revelation. Suddenly, lightning erupts across the sky, fueled by the harsh weather. Meanwhile, the bandits of the Nine Dragons Fortress comb the raging river for any sign of their escaped foe. The vice chief kicks at the mud in frustration, unable to find their target, while a subordinate suggests the corpse may have simply washed away. Fearing their chief's wrath, the vice chief refuses to give up and orders them to search again. He splits his men into two groups, sending one to search downstream and the other to investigate the area around the waterfall. Just as they organize their search parties, one of the bandits spots something unexpected and calls out to his superior. Before them, having survived the plunge, a revitalized Jin Wegang emerges from the water, lamenting how close he came to drowning. An unbelievable sight for the search party. The vice chief is bewildered by the sudden appearance of this strange man, wondering where on earth he came from. Wegang casually greets the search party, asking if they were looking for him, much to their confusion. The bandits have no idea who he is, as the virgin Jinseng has completely transformed his appearance. This explains their confusion. With an arrogant smirk, he confirms that he is indeed the one they've been searching for. He then sighs at their feigned ignorance, clearly enjoying the dramatic reveal of his survival and new look. Feigning the arrogant young master, he orders the bandits to strip, claiming he's cold. The vice chief scoffs. This pretty boy thinks he can act up just because we're listening. However, our guy coldly challenges him, asking if he's really not going to take his clothes off. He'll take the clothes by force if he has to. Before the vice chief can even react, Wegang lands a devastating kick. That sends him flying in air. The vice chief is brutally beaten into the ground before he can even draw his sword, a truly overwhelming display of power. The remaining bandits are left in stunned silence, shocked by their leader's swift and brutal defeat. After that, Wegang nonchalantly picks up the fallen man's cloak, complaining that it got dirty from the fight. The other bandits can only tremble in fear as their powerful vice chief lies defeated at his feet. With a menacing grin, he taunts the terrified group, asking who wants to be next to give him their clothes. In a show of absolute submission, the remaining bandits quickly throw their clothes into the air. They clearly know they stand no chance. Stripped down to their undergarments, they shiver in the cold, now completely at Wegang's mercy. He puts on one of the fur cloaks and picks up a spear, noting that it's heavier than he expected. With a cold glint in his eye, he prepares to deal with the remaining thugs. While the nearly naked bandits are utterly confused by his actions, wondering what he's planning to do. Suddenly, Wegang springs into action, his body blazing with immense spiritual energy as he sweeps his spear before them. Then he taunts them, demanding to know what they're doing. Are they really just going to stand there like that? Terrified, the men beg him to spare their lives, but he tells them to do whatever they want since they're all going to die anyway. Wegang coldly rejects their pleas, revealing with a smile that he already promised to cut off all their heads. Horrified, the bandits demand to know who he made such a gruesome promise to. He simply replies, "Myself," as he readies his spear for the final assault. A chilling and absolute promise. Finding their resolve in a panic, the bandits make a last-ditch effort to flee for their lives. However, our guy merely sighs at their futile attempts to escape, finding their desperation more annoying than threatening. With a single, powerful swing of his spear, he decapitates all the fleeing bandits. A brutal and efficient end. The decapitated heads of the bandits fall silently to the ground, marking the end of their search party. Declaring that they are not humans but beasts, he announces with a savage grin that it's time for a hunt. He unleashes another devastating attack, wiping out the last of the group with ease. The screen is splattered with ink, symbolizing the brutal end of the bandits. Their dying screams echo through the clearing as his hunt comes to a swift and bloody conclusion. After the exertion of the fight, Wegang clutches his face, feeling a strange sensation. He stands over the aftermath of the battle, complaining that his new clothes are already dirty. Just then, he kneels by the water's edge to wash his face, taking a moment to recover. As he looks at his reflection, however, he notices something is drastically different about his appearance. A quick doodle explains it all. His old, obese self plus the virgin Jinseng equals a new, handsome face, and he's shocked by how tight his skin feels. To this, he marvels at his new face, realizing what a jackpot he's hit and how he almost wasted such a handsome appearance. A moment of pure vanity after the brutal fight. Staring at his reflection, he muses that with a face like this, at least he no longer looks like he was adopted. But his moment of vanity is shattered by a sudden, sharp cry of pain. Meanwhile, another group of bandits brutally herds the captured villagers, including the kind old man, Boksu. The snowy ground is stained with blood from the bandits' cruel treatment of their captives. Boksu cries out in pain as he's struck down, the bandits yelling at him to get back up, and interrogates Boksu, accusing him of conspiring with Wagang. Boksu denies it, but the bandit brutally beats him, refusing to believe his pleas for mercy. Suddenly, the bandit with the whip pauses, sensing that something is wrong. His subordinates spot a lone figure in the distance, wondering what one of Wute's men is doing out there. The figure is Wagang, calmly kneeling in the snow and seemingly gathering something in his hands. They watch in confusion, with one angrily shouting to ask if he came all this way just to play in the snow. After that, the angry bandit approaches Wagang, yelling at him to stop messing around. Without a word, Wagang stands ready, a snowball clenched firmly in his hand. With deadly precision, he hurls the snowball at his target. The bandit cries out in pain as the simple snowball, now empowered by spirit energy, hits with the force of a cannonball. It seems even an ordinary object is a deadly weapon in his hands now. The front bandit staggers back in shock, completely bewildered by the sudden attack. Before the others can react, Wagang unleashes a flurry of energized snowballs, taking them down one by one. He then winds up like a baseball batter, gleefully shouting, "Strike!" As he prepares to leap from the snowy edge, he scoops up his spear from the ground. Then he springs into the air, launching himself with full force. The bandit with the whip can only watch in horror as the attack closes in on him. Shouting to his subordinates, "Get away from him," he realizes it's already too late. With glowing eyes, Wagang coolly informs the terrified bandit that his fate is sealed. Just then, he lands with explosive force, sending them flying. The survivors are knocked to the ground, disoriented and terrified by his overwhelming power. The bandit who first yelled at Wagang looks on in utter disbelief and fear. Wagang stands triumphantly over a fallen foe, his spear in hand, emanating an aura of pure power. And he prepares another attack, declaring the name of his technique, "Slash through the clouds," and "Destroy the moon," he finishes, unleashing a devastating slash that decimates his opponents. The attack is as powerful as its name suggests. The sole surviving bandit crawls away in terror, left speechless by the massacre he just witnessed. Wagang approaches him, identifying the technique he just used as the moon destruction sword technique of the Wudang sect. The terrified bandit asks who he is, but he simply taunts him, saying he should recognize him after all the teasing. Suddenly, his words are cut off by the sharp cough of someone nearby. He turns his attention to the captured villagers and the battered form of Boksu. In a brief flashback, he remembers the old man bravely, agreeing to guide him toward Pagoda Peak. Returning to the present, his eyes glow with cold fury as he confronts the last few bandits, demanding to know if they were the ones who hurt the old man. They've just crossed a line. A terrified bandit stammers that he didn't do anything, but his pleas fall on deaf ears. Without a word, Wagang swings his sword, blue energy blazing along its edge, and in an instant, cleaves the bandit's face in half. A truly brutal end. He dismissively notes how pathetic it was for the man to try and slip away from justice. Having dealt with the immediate threat, he now turns back to tied-up captures who begin to beg for their lives. Ignoring their pleas, he rushes to Boksu's side, who is wounded. His priority is clear. The old man is in critical condition, battered, bloody, and struggling for every breath. With his eyes glowing, he prepares to use his newfound power to save him. He gently chides the old man, telling him he should have gone straight back to the village as instructed. Placing a hand over the wound, he tells Boksu not to speak and begins channeling his spirit energy. Our guy carefully injects spirit energy into the man's blood vessels, planning to slowly burn away the internal injuries. Although it's not a proper treatment, the potent life force in his energy begins to stabilize the old man's condition. It's a risky move, but it seems to be working, and he determines that this emergency procedure should be enough to keep him alive for now. He then turns to the other escaped captives, asking if anyone is strong enough to carry Boksu to safety. Two of the freed men quickly step up to carry their injured companion down the mountain. Vigang gives them careful instructions: tread slowly and do not look back no matter what they hear. A chilling warning, for sure. He watches them go, ensuring they are safely on their way before turning his attention back to the fortress. With the captives safe, he vows that no one will be chasing after them, and declares that on behalf of the heavens, he will bring divine wrath down upon the beasts of the Nine Dragons Fortress. And like a bolt of lightning, he leaps through the air, heading straight for the bandit stronghold. Meanwhile, two guards at the fortress gates are baffled, wondering why lightning is suddenly striking in the middle of winter. Suddenly, one of them senses something approaching at an impossible speed. Before they can react, a massive shockwave barrels towards them, kicking up a storm of snow and dirt. They can only stare in disbelief as the unknown force closes in, and in an instant, Wigang smashes through the gate, his blade decapitating one of the guards. What a devastating entrance. He then pivots, cutting down the second guard without breaking his stride. Having breached the fortress, he lands gracefully inside the main courtyard, and takes a deep breath, preparing to announce his arrival to everyone inside. He then unleashes a mighty roar, calling out the name of the bandit chief, Guak Sosan. His voice, amplified by his energy, booms across the compound, demanding the chief show himself. He internally notes that his current internal energy levels restrict how much power he can manifest. However, he knows his spirit energy is different, a unique force that possesses life itself. But as he faces down the fortress, he reminds himself that this life force also has the power to cut through and destroy. In other words, it's a power of both life and death. Just then, a bandit tries a sneak attack from behind, but Wigang, already aware, cleaves him in half. With his eyes glowing fiercely, he turns to the assembled bandits and issues a simple, chilling promise: he will kill them all. And with that, he explodes into motion, becoming a blue whirlwind of death that tears through the charging bandits. And just like that, the one-man assault begins. Those who survive the initial onslaught are left trembling in fear at the overwhelming display of power. Our guy smirks, recognizing their fear. It's the sign that their will to fight has been broken, and the battle is already over. This says a lot about his confidence. Just then, he dashes forward and, with a swing of his blade, cuts down another bandit. Terrified, the remaining bandits unleash a volley of bolts at him. With a swift swing of his blade, he deflects every arrow aimed at him. The bandit vice chief shouts at his archers, ordering them to get away from him. Then, all the bandits move away from him. He now stands alone in the center of the courtyard, surrounded by the fortress's remaining defenders. With a predatory grin, he taunts them, mockingly asking where they were when their subordinates were dying like flies. He continues to ridicule them, calling them cowards for bringing out their hunting gear. Wigang warns them that using bows will only make things more troublesome and prolong their inevitable demise. The archers ignore his taunts, drawing their bows and preparing to fire on command. But just as the battle is about to escalate, a familiar voice roars from the fortress entrance, demanding the wicked mountain bandits stop. Our guy is caught completely off guard, instantly recognizing that voice. Huang Chong has arrived, leading a full-scale assault with the Yu clan's elite warriors and ordering them to take down every last bandit. Talk about unexpected reinforcements. The Yu clan's forces crash into the bandits, turning the one-sided massacre into a full-blown battle. The organized and skilled Yu warriors quickly gain the upper hand against the panicked brigands. Wigang watches his loyal guard in action, noting that Huang Chong is actually quite skilled. He has a moment of realization, suddenly recalling that his guard is, in fact, the renowned escort warrior of the Yu clan. Seeing his forces being overwhelmed, a desperate Guak So-san orders his men to stop the intruders at any cost. Amidst the swirling chaos, Wigang's attention remains laser-focused on the bandit chief. As the chief makes a break for it, Wigang decides to prioritize his main target, declaring, "I'll take care of him." The formidable bandit chief turns and flees, panting as he runs for his life. He sprints across the courtyard, desperately trying to escape the slaughter. But his escape is cut short as Wigang appears before him, calmly informing the chief that he has reached a dead end. Not recognizing the transformed young master, Sozan furiously demands to know why this mysterious warrior is so persistent. In response, he simply smirks and gives the bandit chief a very clear, one-fingered gesture. Sosan remembers in disbelief as the handsome young man flips him off under the light of the full moon. And he is utterly shocked by the reveal of Wigang's new face, stammering as he asks what happened to him. Vigang slyly thanks his mystical creature, then adds that a brute wouldn't understand even if he explained. He then takes a single, menacing step forward, his aura flaring. Guaxosan is paralyzed with fear. He feels the immense pressure and realizes he's not facing some upstart, but a true martial arts master. Just then, the terrifying realization washes over the bandit chief. He is completely and utterly outmatched. Wigang watches silently as his opponent's bravado shatters completely. Guaxosan immediately drops to his knees, begging for mercy and offering anything, treasures, women in exchange for his life. A truly pathetic display. But his pleas are met with pure disgust as Wigang roars for him to shut his mouth. He coldly asks the groveling chief if he ever spared the helpless commoners who begged for mercy. He recounts the fortress's horrific deeds, plundering, kidnapping, and torture, asking if the chief ever stopped or spared his victims. Struck silent by the truth, Guaxosan has no answer. Wigang draws his blade, stating that the man's evil deeds are precisely why he has no right to ask for mercy. Raising his weapon for the final blow, he proclaims that he is executing punishment on behalf of the heavens. With a final, desperate cry of defiance, Guaxosan, the chief of the Nine Dragons Fortress, is executed. Our guy stands over the corpse, musing that, for all his wicked deeds, the chief died far too easily. Just then, Huangchong rushes over, checking to see if the mysterious young warrior is all right. He notes that the warrior seems to have quite a grudge against the bandits. Observing Wigang's ruthless efficiency, he seems ready to call him out, but Wigang slyly changes the subject. However, the guard asks him if he has seen the young master. Wigang can only listen in stunned silence as his guard proceeds to describe him as haughty, ill-mannered, stubborn, and utter trash. Ouch. That's a brutal assessment. As he continues to list his flaws, including eating as much as a cow, Wigang seriously contemplates burying the scoundrel right then and there. His guard suddenly laughs, oblivious to his rage, and comments that he has become very handsome in the time they haven't seen each other. Then he adds that he actually recognizes him from the very first moment he saw him. Wigang's patience finally snaps as the words, super stubborn and rude, echo in his mind, sparking a moment of pure rage. Just as a fight is about to break out, the Yu family's elite heavenly squad arrives, praising the disguised young master for dealing with the Nine Dragons Fortress alone. And with that, his cover is completely blown. The squad members comment on the bloody aftermath, noting that while the method was harsh, it was certainly appropriate for dealing with such villains. His guard formally addresses him as Young Master, urging him to return to Anping because the patriarch is worried. Wigang panics internally, realizing he can't go back yet. He still needs to find and kill the minion, a duty that far outweighs his family's concerns. For him, this mission is clearly more important than anything else. Meanwhile, Huangchong, having retrieved a shiny golden rope, announces his triumphant return as a former criminal catching inspector. Wigang, looking absolutely done with the nonsense, warns his guard not to continue, threatening that he won't hold back. You can tell he is not bluffing. But Huangchong, completely misreading the room, beams with joy, excited for what he believes is just a friendly spar. The two then clash in a comical whirlwind, with Huangchong eagerly trying to capture the agitated young master. With surprising skill, he manages to snare Wigang's leg with his golden rope. It seems he's not all talk after all, and proudly reminds him of his past as an inspector while pulling the rope taut. However, our guy prepares himself to use his skills to escape. He leaps into the air, declaring that he won't hold back until he succeeds. He then throws a punch, but his guard blocks it. A member of the Heavenly Squad looks on in shock, wondering when young Master Yu became skilled enough to fight on par with the Slaughterer, Huangchong's old title. Apparently, the young master they once knew was never this strong. Just then, our guy launches a flurry of strikes, but his guard dodges them. Then, in a flash of movement, Wigang delivers a decisive punch to the chest, sending his guard spinning. As he prepares to end the fight, he suddenly senses an attack from behind. but he blocks the attack with his elbow, shattering the incoming sword into pieces. A brutal display of raw power. The leader of the Heavenly Squad steps forward, apologizing to him while explaining that they have orders to escort the young master. A thoroughly defeated Huang Chang staggers to his feet while Wigang looks on impassively. He calls the squad cowards for interfering, but they calmly reply that they are just following their orders. Not ready to give up, Huang Chang powers up his internal energy, preparing for another round. Wigang, not to be outdone, channels his own spirit energy, ready to match him. Seeing this, the Heavenly Squad members also prepare to intervene, their fists glowing with energy. But the three-way standoff is suddenly interrupted by an unexpected arrival. Baksu, the old man Wigang saved, arrives supported by his son, calling out to his lord. He bows in gratitude, explaining that he had almost been unable to offer his thanks. The young man then grabs Wigang's hands, passionately thanking him for saving his father's life. Wigang, unaccustomed to such genuine gratitude, awkwardly accepts their thanks. This says a lot about his character. The weary old man explains that he pushed himself to follow the Heavenly Squad just so he could express his gratitude in person. However, our guy asks if the other hostages managed to escape safely, and Baksu confirms they all made it back home, and proclaims that by taking down the Nine Dragons Fortress, Wigang didn't just save them, but hundreds of other people as well. As Boksu is helped away by his son, the emotional weight of the encounter suddenly hits Wigang. Feeling lightheaded from using too much spirit energy, he suddenly finds himself ensnared by Huang Chang's rope. His momentary distraction was all the opening the guard needed. The scene then shifts to the Yu family carriage, now carrying a very securely tied-up Wigang as it heads back home. Inside, Wigang thrashes against his bonds, screaming at his guard that the peace of Muram depends on him. Huang Chang, however, casually dismisses his master's pleas, telling him he should be more worried about the peace within their own family. A rather practical, if unhelpful, piece of advice. Now bound and gagged, he regrets not simply avoiding the guard until the minion appeared. Huang Chang pats the trussed-up young master, promising a comfortable ride back and telling him to take a nap. Wigang realizes his mistake. In his weakened state, he is completely at the man's mercy. As his guard secures the carriage door, Wigang's thoughts drift to Muram's peace and the minion he's supposed to stop. Riding alongside the carriage, Huang Chang smiles, lost in thought. A squad member notes that while the young master still acts like a child, it's incredible that he took down the mountain bandits all by himself. Hearing this, Huang Chang suddenly pleads with the squad member not to report his master's feat. Then he wisely explains that the more well-known the young master becomes, the more attention he'll attract, comparing him to a nail that sticks out only to be hammered down. In other words, he's trying to protect him from unwanted danger. The squad member agrees, noting how much Escort Huang cares for his charge. Instead, Huang Chang decides to let the public know that Jin Wigang, the alias his master used, was the one responsible for the fortress's downfall. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, the exhausted Wigang finally succumbs to sleep. Elsewhere, in the dark cave where the virgin ginseng once grew, a single beam of light shines on an empty spot. The ground where the ginseng had been is now just a pile of disturbed rocks and soil. A group of masked figures arrives to find their white-haired leader collapsed on the ground, reeling in shock. One of the men cries out that the virgin ginseng which their lord was supposed to consume is gone. Their white-haired leader trembles with silent, overwhelming rage. Suddenly, a wave of terrifying purple energy erupts from him, blasting his subordinates backward. A terrifying display of power. The men struggle for breath, their cries for their captain filled with terror. They warn that their leader's unrestrained power is too dangerous. However, their leader pants heavily, battling to keep his overwhelming fury and disappointment in check. His subordinates struggle to breathe under the immense pressure of his aura. Then he calls out to his subordinate, Mahwan, awaiting an order. The white-haired leader, now calm, simply states that a thief has been there, and explains that he must return to the Golden Palace, leaving the task of finding the thief to them. After that, he gives Mahwan a chilling order: find the thief, and if they've already consumed the ginseng, cut open their stomach to retrieve it. A truly ruthless command. His command escalates further, ordering the man to kill all of the thief's friends and relatives. The ultimate directive is to kill everyone related to the bastards, a threat that now hangs over Wigang and the entire Yu family as they journey to the Namgung clan. Meanwhile, a carriage carrying the captured Jin Wigang makes its way through a barren forest on the journey back home. Tied up inside, he laments missing his golden opportunity to kill the minion of chaos when the creature appeared by the Jinseng. Yet, despite his frustration, he daydreams about the life of luxury he could lead after his mission is complete. His thoughts are interrupted when Huang Chong cheerfully informs him that his worried father is already on his way to Anway to meet him. Hearing this, Wigang resigns himself to the situation, acknowledging that at least he completed his first objective of stealing the virgin Jinseng. Having missed one chance, he sets his sights on the next mythical item, the Millennium Sea Snail, as his new opportunity to intercept the minion of chaos. Just then, Huang Chong proudly announces their arrival at their destination. For the first time, Wigang gazes out at a massive, bustling city, a sight completely foreign to his past life of constant, isolated training. He takes in the sight of Hefei, the capital of Anway, marveling at the peaceful civilization before him. The view brings forth a starkly contrasting memory, the burning devastation of the Huayin prefecture from his past life. Then he remembers that his entire existence had been confined to brutal training grounds and magical trap formations, never once seeing the world he fought to protect. A tragic realization. Back in the present, the carriage approaches the grand entrance to a massive estate within the city. Our protagonist gazes out over the prosperous city, its intricate waterways weaving between magnificent buildings of breathtaking architecture. Overwhelmed by the sight of normal life, he feels as though he has finally seen the world for what it truly is. A profoundly moving experience for him. The ordinary hustle of the city fascinates him, from merchants selling local wares to people simply enjoying the market. Then he watches a street performer entertain a crowd, a simple joy he has never been able to experience before. The carriage finally rolls to a stop within the Namgung clan's territory. Huang Chong offers to release him from his bonds, to which he curtly replies, "Do you think I'm a kid?" Stepping out of the carriage, he stretches, savoring the freedom after being so restricted. He looks up at the imposing Emperor Gate, noting the immense power and confidence of the Namgung clan. With a determined stride, he walks towards the gate with Huang Chong, ready for whatever comes next. A Namgung guard recognizes the Yu clan crest and stops them, commenting on the familiar, troublesome scene. The guards immediately draw their swords and order them to stand down, creating a tense standoff at the gate. Things are escalating quickly. Just as tensions rise, a familiar voice calls out, and Wigang turns to see his father, Yu Sungwan, arriving with his own entourage. He observes his father's worried expression, seeing him as a fool for his son, yet also touched by his genuine concern. Deciding to play the part of a cute son for the day, Wigang dramatically rushes into his father's arms. But in a shocking twist, Yu Sungwan brushes past him and seizes Huang Chong by the collar, frantically demanding to know where his son, Hyun, is. Definitely not the reunion he was expecting. Accusing him of lying, he demands answers, while the loyal guard stammers that this man is indeed the young master. Sung Hwan stares blankly at the transformed Wigang, completely failing to recognize his own son. He then erupts in anger, refusing to believe this. Thin and handsome bandit could possibly be his beloved child. It seems the transformation was a little too successful. While Sung Hwan demands his bulky son back, Wigang finally gets a word in, shouting, "Father!" His voice strikes straight to his father's soul. Wigang confirms his identity with a weary nod. The shock is too much for Yu Sung-wan to handle. Bewildered, he asks what happened, while Wigang mutters in exasperation about the absurdity of his family. The scene shifts to that night, where a grand building within the Namgung clan's estate stands under a full moon. Inside, the Heavenly Squad leader reports to Namgung Hanso that they have publicly credited the alias Jin Wigang for taking down the Nine Dragons Fortress. However, he clarifies that in reality, it was Yu Hyun who single-handedly subjugated all the bandits. An unbelievable feat, to be sure. A sharp-eyed elder, Namgung Changseon, listens intently, asking for confirmation of the astonishing report that Yu Hyun defeated them all alone. The Namgung patriarch, Hanso, is visibly shocked and skeptical upon hearing the incredible claim. The squad leader insists he isn't mistaken, adding that Huang Chong resisted so fiercely that the entire squad had to work together just to capture him. Hanso scoffs at the report, accusing the captain of exaggeration and suggesting his men must have gone easy on the guard. The captain earnestly refutes this, stating that while they avoided killing moves, they fought with all their might to subdue him. At this, Changsun chides Hanso for his disbelief, bluntly calling him narrow-minded. A sharp rebuke from the old master. The elder eloquently lists Yu Hyun's qualities: heir to a great clan, a natural talent for martial arts, and now a handsome young man after losing weight, and concludes his lecture by asking, if choosing to believe rumors over the truth isn't being narrow-minded, what is? Intimidated and frustrated, Hanso can only clench his fist under the table, a clear sign of his wounded pride. Just then, he asserts his authority, declaring that he will now handle the matter of marriage and advises him to remain silent. The scene transitions to the following morning at the Namgun residence, where all seems peaceful. Yu Sungwon and Namgun Changseon are seen laughing heartily, sharing drinks and enjoying each other's company. Nearby, a groggy Jin Wagang wakes up, complaining about the early morning drinking and the strange numbness in his legs. Suddenly, his father turns to him and, brimming with excitement, insists that he take the martial arts exams, sending him into an internal panic at the thought of being constrained by an even longer leash. The last thing he wants is more restrictions. Before he can protest, Namgun Changseon calmly interrupts, getting everyone's attention, and argues that the strict, rigid training required for the exams would only limit Yu Hyun's immense potential, making him a mere general at best. Wagang silently cheers on the old man, relieved that someone is effectively countering his father's suffocating plans. His father gives Changseon a sharp look, impatiently asking what his alternative suggestion is. Changseon passionately explains that with a truly great master, the boy could surpass a general and become a legendary leader destined to save the country. A stunned Sungwon stammers, "Save the country?" while skeptically asking if such a master even exists. With a confident smirk, he tells him that he need not look any further for such a legendary teacher. He then dramatically reveals that the perfect master is right in front of them, introducing himself as Namgun Changseon, the Sword King and retired patriarch of the Namgun clan. What an incredible offer. Smugly, Wagang deduces that the Sword King must want him as a disciple, seeing as he's a martial arts genius who also just subjugated a group of bandits. He reflects on the Namgun clan, recalling their reputation as one of the most powerful and long-standing families in all of Miram. As he weighs the pros of the offer, he realizes that being backed by the Namgun clan would not only open up more opportunities for him, but also keep the overbearing Yu clan off his back for a while. With his mind made up, he prepares to accept the offer. However, a flabbergasted Yu Sungwon asks Changseon if he truly intends to take his son, Yu Hyun, on as his disciple. Changseon reassures the anxious father, claiming he will view Hyun as his own son. Sunghwan replies that he is not just like his son, he is his son, which Changseon accepts. Relieved, Yu Sungwon tells Changseon that his offer is the best news he's heard in a long time, especially with the emperor being so restless lately. Intrigued, Changseon asks why the emperor might be feeling uneasy. Sungwon explains that the emperor is likely contemplating his successor, which is precisely why he wants Changseon to remain by his side. The two patriarchs share a laugh, with Changseon taking his words as a sign of the emperor's immense trust in him. Meanwhile, Wagang looks on, annoyed by their prolonged chit-chat and the strain of having to kneel for so long. Patience is clearly not his strong suit. Finally, the trio concludes their meeting at the massive Emperor Gate. From his carriage, Yu Sunghwan gives his son some last-minute fatherly advice, telling him to listen well to his new uncle and train hard. Even Changseon becomes increasingly annoyed as the farewell speech drones on with reminders to eat well and write twice a week. At last, with a crack of the whip, the carriage departs from the Emperor Gate. Wagang lets out a sigh of relief, overjoyed that his overprotective father is finally gone. But his relief is cut short, as his father and the head of the guards comically pop their heads out of the carriage window one last time. A truly classic, embarrassing dad moment. Thoroughly annoyed, Wagang and Changseon watch as the carriage finally disappears into the distance. Once they're finally alone, Wigang lets out a small, amused chuckle. The Sword King turns to Wigang, formally addressing him by his new name, Hyun. He then instructs him to follow, leading him deeper into the clan's territory. Wigang wonders if his intense training is about to begin right away. As they walk through the Namgung clan's city, locals respectfully bow to the retired patriarch. The two continue their walk through the bustling, prosperous streets of the estate. Wigang can't help but observe the clan's immense wealth and influence as they pass through the marketplace. Changseon then leads him towards the formidable fortress walls of the main estate. Guards stand watch atop the massive fortifications, a clear testament to the clan's military might. As they approach a grand staircase, the guards on duty bow respectfully. Changseon wordlessly leads the way up a long flight of stairs to the top of the wall. Their destination appears to be an ornate pagoda at the very highest point of the fortress. They walk along the wide ramparts, overlooking the vast territory. Wigang follows his new master, but becomes confused. When suddenly, the Sword King's feet lift off the ground as he begins to use his advanced movement techniques. Wigang watches in awe as he effortlessly uses air steps, a high-level Qinggong technique. Changseon lands gracefully atop a roof, and Wigang notes that even his own past master couldn't perform Qinggong at such a high level. From the rooftop, the old man impatiently tells him to hurry up and join him. Wigang realizes he's in a bind. He can't possibly use the beggar sect's Qinggong in front of the Sword King. He panics, knowing he would have no way to explain his connection to the beggar sect if Changseon were to ask. Revealing his true skills here would be a disaster. Deciding he has no other choice, he prepares to make the difficult leap. With a powerful push-off, he launches himself into the air towards the rooftop, and lands perfectly in front of the Sword King, having successfully hidden his true skill. Changseon chuckles, complimenting his good moves, to which Wigang humbly replies that he's flattered. Overlooking the vast city, Changseon begins a strange test, asking if he saw the roads on his way there. Then quizzes him, asking how many places he thinks he visited along the way. Wigang suspects this is a test of his observation skills and internally curses himself for not paying closer attention. He's completely misreading the situation. Changseon tells him that there were 64 different points, yet Wigang apologizes for his lack of focus. And Changseon reveals the shocking truth. All the places they saw belong to the Namgung clan, an almost unbelievable display of wealth. Wigang is left stunned upon hearing this. The Sword King then points toward a distant pavilion at a mountain entrance. He gestures expansively, indicating the massive, sprawling territory beyond the city. Changseon reveals that everything from the pavilion to the far side is also Namgung clan land, boasting about its immense size. Wigang nervously agrees that it's huge, completely confused by his uncle's strange line of questioning and grandstanding. He has no idea where this is going. With a sly grin, Changseon turns and asks a simple question, "So, what do you think?" Wigang grows even more bewildered, wondering why his new master is suddenly asking and answering his own questions. He incorrectly assumes this is yet another strict test of his Qinggong skills, and prepares to show off by running to the distant mountain. Just as he gets ready to dash off, however, Changseon stops him, asking if he truly doesn't understand what he's implying. The old man repeats his question, pressing him to understand the significance of the clan's wealth while Wigang is still poised to run. As he hears the full story, he suddenly stops himself, and his head crashes to the ground. Completely lost, he admits he's not smart enough to understand, begging his uncle to be magnanimous and just explain what he means. A satisfied, almost predatory smirk spreads across Namgung Changseon's face. The Sword King finally reveals his true intention. A part of all these vast assets could belong to him. He elaborates that all Wigang has to do is marry his granddaughter Hai, and he will ensure a massive section of the clan's land is provided as her dowry. Wigang is utterly speechless, finally realizing this entire disciple charade was just an elaborate setup for a marriage proposal. In other words, he's been had. And Changseon cheerfully confirms with a silly face that this was indeed his entire reason for bringing him all the way up here. Wigang is at a loss for words, shocked that the legendary Sword King is nothing more than a materialistic matchmaker. This is definitely not what he signed up for. The Sword King then tells him not to worry, assuring him that he will convince his daughter. Finding the entire situation completely absurd and outrageous, Wigang decides he's had enough. He bolts, yelling that a marriage proposal is ridiculous and that the old man must be out of his mind. The enraged Sword King gives chase, screaming for the little rascal to wait for him. Wagang flees across the rooftops at top speed, desperate to escape the crazy old man. Now, with glowing, demonic eyes, Chung Seon closes in, promising to give him even more wealth if he'll just agree to the marriage. A truly terrifying sales pitch. Wagang despairs, lamenting his fate of reincarnating as a handsome martial arts genius, only to have this greedy old matchmaker set his sights on him. A truly unfortunate turn of events for our hero. Fleeing an unwanted marriage proposal, Jin Wagang makes a desperate dash across the Namgung clan's rooftops. Meanwhile, the persistent Namgung Changseong gives chase, sweetening the deal by offering most of the clan's assets, but our protagonist flatly refuses to get married. Then, Changseon demands to know why he won't marry, only for Wagang to remind him that he's already the sole heir to the incredibly wealthy Yu clan. Indeed, our guy internally scoffs at the offer, knowing his own family practically owns the entire Anping prefecture and is showered with riches by the emperor himself. It's clear that money is no object for him. Exasperated by the whole situation, he lets out a heavy sigh. Then, putting his foot down, he tells the old patriarch to completely forget about the marriage. At that, Changseon has a moment of clarity, realizing he misjudged the young man. Born with a golden spoon, he has no interest in material wealth. The Sword King reflects on his own past, remembering that he was the one who relentlessly broke his limits to achieve his legendary status, and a new idea then sparks in his mind as he realizes Wagang's true interest lies not in money, but in martial arts. With renewed purpose, the old master prepares to make a new, more enticing offer. To capture the boy's attention, Chung Seon begins a dazzling display of swordsmanship. Wagang, however, is completely unimpressed, merely wondering why the old man is putting on such a show so early in the morning. With a flourish, Chung Seon proudly presents the Namgung clan's legendary emperor sword style. Yet, as the patriarch stands proud, a thoroughly bored Wagang lets out a massive yawn. A completely disrespectful gesture. Undeterred, Chung Seon unleashes another of his signature techniques, the energy burst sword. The powerful sword technique sends slashes of energy flying, effortlessly carving through a nearby tree. Wagang watches the destruction with a deadpan expression, dryly asking if the trees the old man is destroying are expensive. The Sword King continues his energetic and destructive demonstration of the clan's martial prowess. Finally finished and panting for breath, Chung Seon eagerly asks for his thoughts on the exclusive martial arts that only direct descendants can learn, and makes his final offer: marry his granddaughter and he'll teach him everything. The proposal is so aggravating that Wagang's soul seemingly leaves his body. He is absolutely done with this conversation. Chung Seon desperately tries to sell the value of his priceless martial arts, but our protagonist just wants him to stop talking. And so, Wagang shatters the old man's pride, bluntly stating that the high-level principles he just demonstrated were nothing much. Stunned by the boy's audacity, he lets out a booming, disbelieving laugh. The Sword King condescendingly assumes the boy is simply too inexperienced to recognize the greatness of the techniques he just witnessed. As Chung Seon lectures about the generations it took to perfect his arts, Wagang casually interrupts, claiming he thinks he can follow it easily. Completely offended, the patriarch snaps at him to stop being absurd. With a calm but challenging gaze, Wagang asks if he should demonstrate. Figuring it's the only way to shut the old man up, he picks up a simple stick from the ground. He muses to himself that since rumors of him being a genius are already spreading, there's no harm in leaning into the reputation one more time. As Wagang strikes a pose with the stick, a skeptical Changxian scolds him, saying that martial arts are not a joke. Undeterred, Wagang holds the stick like a sword and prepares his stance. He then closes his eyes, perfectly recalling the movements he saw just moments before. With a swift motion, he begins to execute the emperor's sword style with nothing but a flimsy branch. Namgung Changseon's confident smirk vanishes, replaced by wide-eyed, utter disbelief. He simply can't believe what he's seeing. Wagang flawlessly replicates a complex, powerful maneuver from the sword style. The simple stick slices through the air, imbued with the spirit of the legendary technique. In a stunning display of talent, he perfectly performs the entire sequence of the emperor's sword style after seeing it only once. A feat that should be completely impossible. Completely dumbfounded, he can only wonder how this boy could possibly know the clan's most secret sword style. Wigong then stops his demonstration with a swift, final motion. At this, the Sword King absolutely loses it, roaring in disbelief and demanding to know how he learned his clan's technique. With a cheeky, deadpan expression, he simply replies, "You taught it to me." A perfectly cheeky and accurate response. A thoroughly confused Changxion can only stammer in response, having no memory of ever teaching him. Vigang clarifies that he learned it simply by watching the demonstration moments ago. The legendary Sword King is utterly awestruck, realizing the boy isn't just a genius, he's a prodigy who can perfectly execute a master-level technique just by observing it. Wigang casually calls out to his uncle, snapping the still-frozen patriarch out of his stupor. He teases the dumbfounded old man, asking if he's lost his mind and forgotten how to blink. Having proven his point, he once again states that he's not getting married and turns to walk away. As he leaves, the simple stick, unable to handle the martial energy channeled through it, finally snaps in two and falls to the ground. With a fire of determination in his eyes, Changxion declares that Wigang is the real deal and doubles down on his vow to make the boy his grandson-in-law, no matter what it takes. It seems his admiration has now turned into a full-blown obsession. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Hefei in the Anway province. Here, the masked captain's subordinates, dressed in their distinct uniforms, make their way through the city. The group scours the city square, searching for leads on the man who stole the virgin Jinseng. The leader of the squad orders his men to split up to gather information more effectively. One of the masked subordinates quickly zeroes in on a potential source of information. He covertly pays a local man for any intel he might have. The informant reveals that a customer arrived 2 days prior, gathering people who knew the area around Huangshan and asking specifically about the Crimson Boulder. Leaning in close, the informant whispers the name of this mysterious customer. The subordinate seethes with anger as he learns his target's name, Jin Wigang. Back at the Namgung estate, Namgung Sung calls out for his uncle, Wigung. Our guy finds Sung waiting for him outside a secluded training hall, and he strides confidently towards the man who was his master in a past life. Sung questions why he's still there, reminding him that he was supposed to start his training today, but Wigang laughs dismissively, stating he has no need to learn the Namgung clan's cultivation technique. Losing his patience, Sung angrily orders him to follow. Wigang coolly observes that in the past his master's glare would have paralyzed him with fear, but now it just looks cute. This really shows how much the tables have turned. Sung admits his dislike for the boy's prodigious talent for external martial arts, a talent his grandfather would have adored. He tries to belittle him, claiming that true mastery requires training in both internal and external arts, and that Wigang must have been training his internal energy since birth. However, he is baffled when he tries to sense his power, realizing he can't detect a single ounce of internal energy within him. Just as Sung turns to leave, Wigang decisively grabs his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. His demeanor shifting, he menacingly and warns him to come along while he's still asking nicely. Wigang, however, is thoroughly amused by the threat, musing that his former master is foolishly digging his own grave. With a sinister smile, he decides to flip the script entirely, declaring that if Sung is so eager, then he will begin the training of his new disciple. A shocking reversal of their original roles. Wigang coldly states that while he heard Sung would be teaching him, he has nothing to learn from him. Instead, he asserts that he should be the one doing the teaching, leaving his former master speechless. A shocking display of disrespect right from the start. Sung finally snaps, questioning how his uncle dares to be so arrogant after he was shown basic courtesy. Wigang taunts him about his angry face, challenging him to use force if he wants to make him follow. Our guy accepts the challenge, coldly telling his nephews to try and make him. Enjoying Sung's confusion, he mockingly asks what the problem is. Sung is left utterly dumbfounded by his audacious behavior. Finally, Sung explodes in rage, shouting that the young man is a lunatic whose arrogance knows no bounds. Wigang, however, just looks on with a deadpan expression, internally processing the situation. He finds it strange that the enraged man only called him arrogance instead of cursing, noting his own disgust for this newfound gentleman mannerism. Clearly, something is very wrong with his former master. Seeing that Sung is about to burst, he muses that his provocation is working and wonders if he should push him even further. Our guy chides him for speaking so casually, his anger growing with each disrespectful remark. Wigang simply mocks him, asking if arrogant person is the only insult he knows, and points out that Sung has likely never sworn or been humiliated before. He recalls that in his past life, his master used a new swear word every single day, which makes this current restraint all the more puzzling. A far cry from the man he remembers. A flashback reveals Namgung Sung in his prime, a powerful warrior surrounded by a golden aura. Our guy remembers him as the undefeated, Seven Emotions Sword King, an absolute master of the blade. As the Seven Emotions Sword King, his power was intrinsically linked to the seven emotions all humans possess. He was a legendary figure who had supposedly transcended the seven emotions: love, joy, grief, evil, happiness, and anger through his martial arts. Wigang remembers how his master would beat him up simply because he was in a bad mood in the morning. Then the beatings would continue when he was happy after a meal, laughing as he kicked him. His master would even beat him when it rained and he felt sad, making his training an emotional minefield. A truly brutal way to grow up. Our protagonist recalls the constant suffering he endured, just trying to keep up with his master's ever-changing moods. Yet, despite these brutal memories, he observes Sung's current state with a calculating look. He finds it strange that the man who once reached the extremes of emotion is now so well-mannered and controlled. And he realizes that if Sung continues to suppress his emotions, one of Murim's greatest heroes will be lost forever, a fate he cannot allow. In other words, his master's power is fading precisely because he's bottling everything up. Just then, he resolves that instead of simply helping him achieve enlightenment, he must first completely revert his personality back to its original, volatile state. A rather unconventional teaching method, to say the least. With a sinister grin, he acknowledges that fixing his former master's personality is going to be a very tedious job. A confused Namgung Sung demands to know what nonsense his uncle has been muttering about. Wigang closes in, whispering that he'll understand soon enough, once he gets beaten up. Sung is shocked, recognizing the move as heavenly wind footwork. But he dismisses the movement as a mere imitation that stands no chance against the original. Rushing forward, he vows to show him the difference between the real deal and a fake, and then unleashes a flurry of powerful, energy-infused punches. Yet Wigang effortlessly dodges the attack, complimenting it as, "not too bad." As he critiques the attack for being too honest, Sung is left in stunned disbelief. The difference in their skill is already obvious. Wigang counters with a swift kick, shocking Sung with its speed and precision. The kick sends Sung flying backward across the courtyard. He stumbles backward, regaining his balance. Wigang taunts his nephew, questioning how he could have blocked so simply. Seeing Wigang charge forward again with a glowing fist, Sung prepares to defend himself. He gathers his internal energy, confident that he can deflect the blow, and raises his arm to block, but hesitates for a moment as he looks into his opponent's eyes. However, our guy leaves Sung sweating under the pressure of strategic questioning. With a wide, manic grin, he mockingly asks if he really thinks deflecting with internal energy will work. Enveloped in a brilliant blue aura, his punch speeds directly towards Sung's face. The punch connects with incredible force, and Sung realizes with horror what is about to happen. He struggles to hold back the immense power radiating from Wigang's fist. Just then, Sung explains the technique, using the opponent's stagger to powerfully break through their defense, and reveals that it's a Namgung clan technique, where the user detonates their energy at the point of maximum impact. Then, our guy unleashes the full power of the exploding lightning fist technique. A confident Wigang watches as his perfected technique engulfs his former master. Namgung Sung is sent flying by the massive explosion, crashing hard into the rubble. Coughing up blood, a defeated Sung struggles to catch his breath. Barely able to sit up, he questions how his opponent could possibly know the exploding lightning technique, especially since he supposedly has no internal energy. Battered and bleeding, he stares up from the debris, utterly defeated. A pathetic sight for such a renowned warrior. He's horrified, realizing Wigang must have mastered the energy flow after seeing it just once, and wonders if the boy is a genius sent by the heavens. Wigang stands over him, smugly stating that his nephew still has much to learn. Defeated and bleeding, Sung has a comical realization he is completely and utterly screwed. As Wagang laughs maniacally, he begins to brutally beat his down master. The tables have turned completely. With each blow, he tells Sung that he has no idea how long he's waited. For this very moment, he reveals, as the relentless beating continues. Flashbacks show the countless beatings he endured in his past life at Sung's hands. With a serene smile, he says that he has waited a long time for this day. At last, Namgung Sung finally breaks, screaming for him to stop and crying out in pain. For Ken, Vigang stops, calmly stating, "Yeah, that's how you let out your anger." As Sung weeps with rage, he explains that the emotion he's feeling right now is anger, thus achieving his goal. So this was his twisted lesson all along. Enraged and in tears, Sung screams, questioning what this nonsense is all about. But Wigang continued his relentless assault, punching him and sending him flying through the air. A truly brutal display of power. He coolly assesses the fainted young man, wondering how he can be so weak and considering feeding him mystical creatures to toughen him up. However, before looking for more power-ups, he reminds himself that he first needs to find that person. As a wisp of dark energy emanates from Sung's body, the struggle within continues. As he awakens, our guy declares to the battered Sung that they will be training together. A pretty one-sided decision, of course. At the time, Sung had comically despaired at his fate, wanting nothing more than to escape the grueling training. The scene then shifts to the Namgung clan's training grounds. For 10 days straight, Wigang has been relentlessly beating Sung in their intense sparring sessions. The grueling training has continued day after day, unabated. A harsh but apparently effective training method. Yet, as Sung endures the constant beatings, he slowly begins to adapt. His eyes narrow with focus as he starts to anticipate his tormentor's moves. Finally, after days of abuse, he begins to properly react to Wigang's attacks. "Fucker," he shouts, at last managing to land a blow on his tormentor. It seems the training is finally paying off. Our guy is taken aback, acknowledging the significant internal energy behind the slash. He's impressed, noting that the young man learned to infuse anger into his sword in just a few days. The method might be brutal, but the results are undeniable. Then he muses that being pushed to one's limits is indeed the fastest way to improve. Now that Sung can infuse his anger, our guy decides the next lesson is learning how to extract it, and so he lands another powerful blow. Just when Sung thought he had a handle on things, his attack sends the young man flying through the air once again. He closes the distance, ready to continue the lesson. However, Sung manages to recover midair. But this time, he's not just taking the hits. With a determined glint in his eye, he unleashes his own powerful counterattack. A massive blast of energy erupts, but our guy manages to dodge it. Sweating but confident, Sung believes he has finally landed a decisive blow. To his horror, Wigang appears behind him completely unscathed, revealing he was just testing him. This reveals the massive gap in their power levels. He then casually announces that training is over for the day and they're going out, leaving the exhausted Sung utterly bewildered. Talk about mood whiplash. Barely able to speak, he asks where they could possibly be going. Internally, Wigang expresses a dark amusement that his nephew is talking back to him. "Let's go," Sung says cheerfully, leading the way, while our guy notices just how cunning the boy has become. The scene transitions from the Namgung estate to the bustling city of Hefei. Here, in the busy streets, a group of men are conducting a search. One of them walks up to their squad leader. He tossed a coin into his bowl. The beggar, who is actually their squad leader, thanks him, but he replies, "No need for thanks, just talk to him." A clever way to exchange information in plain sight. First, he tells him that he has never been to this city and has no friends who could provide information, and reports to the squad leader that their search for a Jin Wigangs within the Namgung clan has turned up nothing. The squad leader listens intently, processing the seemingly conflicting information. The informant's story about someone appearing around the same time their target did certainly piques his interest. And he asks the informant to confirm the newcomer's name, which is indeed Yu Hyun. Hearing the name Yu Sung-wan, the squad leader realizes the target's high-profile connection. His subordinate asks if they should request help from their captain, given this new information. The squad leader, however, silently contemplates his next move. At that very moment, Wigang and Sung emerge onto the city streets. And speak of the devil, their targets appear right before their eyes. The disguised squad leader and his informant both spot the pair walking by. Seeing them, he makes a decision, deciding against calling for backup. A very bold move. With a determined look, he declares that they will investigate the newcomers themselves. Still, unwilling to involve their captain over a mere hunch, two of the subordinates decide they will check out the lead themselves. However, despite his dismissive attitude, the squad leader reveals he has already sent men to tail his target, showing a more cautious side. So he's not as reckless as he seems. A local vagrant, feeling better after complaining about some water pirates, heads off, completely unaware of the dangerous men he just interacted with. Meanwhile, the informant, pleased with his payment, happily tells the disguised squad leader to seek him out anytime for more information. Having confirmed his target's general whereabouts, the squad leader decides it's time to move in immediately. But as he walks through the streets, he draws the unwanted attention of some local enforcers. Two members of the Gyuwa sect are annoyed, noting that the disguised man has been loitering in their territory for days without paying any tax. Furious that a filthy bastard is operating on his turf, their leader orders his men to gather so they can teach the beggar a lesson. A very, very bad idea. Elsewhere, Jin Wigang's strange training regimen for Namgung Sung begins at a bookstall, where he purchases stories about pitiful characters to teach the young man about sadness. As Wigang hands over the bags of depressing books, a confused Sung questions why they even need them. Wigang explains that since his student has lived a life of luxury, the only way for him to experience grief is to read about the suffering of others, which is certainly a unique approach to martial arts training. Sung points out the hypocrisy, reminding his master that he too was born with a golden spoon, earning him a sharp, rebellious look. Deciding the books aren't enough, our guy announces their next stop is the Peking Opera, where they will laugh like crazy, much to his disciples' confusion. Sung bursts into a wide, joyful grin, fully embracing the bizarre yet meticulously planned training method. After that, our protagonist explains that happiness lightens the heart, preventing emotions like anger and sadness from overflowing and allowing a person to see things more clearly with an unburdened heart. He tells Sung that a heart at ease allows a warrior to gain a wider perspective and better read an opponent's movements. In other words, emotional balance is key to becoming a better fighter. As they head to the opera, Sung agrees to keep the lesson in mind, though he still wonders what's in the bags they're carrying. From the shadows, the squad leader finally spots his targets, Wigang and Sung, as they make their way through the city. Confirming the targets are in sight, his subordinate acknowledges the order to begin their covert surveillance. The masked subordinates move stealthily through the tall grass, shadowing their targets from a distance. The squad leader divides his forces, ordering his men to track Namgung Sung while he personally follows their primary target, Yu Hyun. He then issues a final stern command. They must move covertly and not arouse any suspicion until they have left Hefei. However, his stealth mission is immediately compromised when one of the Gyuwa sect thugs calls him out. And just like that, the entire operation is in jeopardy. Hearing the shout, Wigang and Sung pause, turning to see the commotion brewing behind them. The Gyuwa sect surrounds the disguised squad leader, aggressively demanding to know why he's wandering their territory without paying the street tax. Just as the confrontation begins, the hidden subordinates receive a frantic telepathic message from their leader: call off the operation. As the thugs mock the absurd beggar, the squad leader realizes his day is about to get much, much worse. The gang's leader steps forward, proudly introducing himself as Wang Tol, leader of Hefei's Gyuwa sect. With no time for explanations, he gives a simple order to his men: beat him up. The squad leader realizes he's trapped. Using his internal energy would alert the Namgung clan and blow his secret mission entirely. Resigned to his fate, he contemplates letting the thugs beat him just to maintain his cover. As the Gyuwa sect begins their assault, a concerned Namgung Sung asks his master if they should intervene. Wigang immediately shuts him down, explaining that Sung's sheltered life has made him naive to the world's harsh realities, and this is not their fight. He then elaborates that, since Hefei is Namgung territory, fights between the official beggar sect and other vagrant sects are common in the back alleys. Wigang identifies the attackers as the Gyuwa sect, who are enemies of the beggar sect, and therefore of no concern to them. He concludes his lesson by stating, "This is simply a turf war between local sects, something they should not stick their noses into." But just as Wigang and Sung turn to leave, the masked subordinates decide to ignore their orders and intervene. It seems they couldn't just stand by and watch. One of them yells, "Stop!" catching the Gua sect thugs completely by surprise. The Gua sect leader screams in terror as his friend, Gayapyeong, is effortlessly struck down by one of the mysterious newcomers. A brutal display of overwhelming power. Now, they are all surrounded by the mysterious newcomers, and crimson energy is erupting from the man they had been beating. The squad leader emits a dark aura as he warns that no one else is to get involved. A terrified Wang Tol orders his remaining men to trample the mysterious figures, but it's a command they are too frightened to obey. The enraged squad leader leans over Wang Tol, his voice dripping with fury as he demands whether the thug understands what he has just done, and coldly explains that the thug's interference has ruined a crucial, once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for their grand plan. His face contorted with fury, he sentences Wang Tol to death, declaring it the only way for the thug to take responsibility for his mistake. With a hand on the terrified gang leader's head, he prepares to carry out the execution. The remaining members of the Gua sect can only watch in horror, paralyzed by fear. Noting the nearby river, the squad leader identifies the perfect spot to dispose of the bodies. He gives his subordinates a final, chilling order: take care of the bodies and leave no trace behind. The brutal massacre of the Gua sect concludes with a final splash of blood under the pale moonlight. After cleaning up their mess, the masked subordinates vanish back into the shadows of the night. However, a lone survivor, Gayapyeong, trembles in the reeds, realizing with dawning horror that his attackers were no ordinary vagrants. The memory of the seemingly harmless beggar now fills him with pure dread. Panicked and desperate, he flees through the fields, determined to report the incident to the beggar sect. Meanwhile, at the Namgung clan estate, a different kind of turmoil is brewing. Namgung Sung's father rages over a letter from his daughter Hai, furious that she is refusing her arranged marriage. He demands that Hanso send the elite heavenly squad to the Orthodox Murim alliance and retrieve his disobedient daughter. However, Hanso calmly informs his enraged father that his sister has already left for the battlefield to fight the unorthodox sects. His father realizes he's been outmaneuvered, as his daughter ensured the letter would only arrive after she had already departed. A clever move on her part. Flipping a table in fury, he blames Hanso for how the girl was raised. But Hanso vehemently denies responsibility, shouting that his brother was the one who insisted she be raised as a powerful warrior for the clan's glory. Their argument is cut short, and Chung Seon calmly states that there is no remedy for the situation now. With a sinister grin, he reveals his backup plan. If his granddaughter won't fulfill her duty, they will simply send Yohyun to the Murim alliance instead. Just then, he dashes off in a panic to carry out his plan. However, he senses a disturbance, his sharp instincts telling him there are intruders on the estate. He plants his foot, preparing to launch himself into the air with incredible force. In a breathtaking display of lightness art, he soars effortlessly over the massive, fortified walls of the Namgung clan estate, a true master at work. From the peak, he watches in disbelief as his grandnephew Sung practices an unfamiliar yet powerful sword art. Wigang continues his bizarre training methods, shouting at the young man to channel his grief into his next strike. He urges him to think about the novel he just finished. How did he feel when the protagonist died? Harness that pain. Let it fuel the blow. A very unusual way to teach swordsmanship, to say the least. Seeing this, Chung Seon wonders why Sung is getting beaten up during what appears to be a simple sparring session. Overwhelmed by the forced emotions, Sung begins to sob mid-training. Then, he unleashes a powerful, golden slash, successfully channeling his emotions into his swordsmanship. And it seems the strange method is working. Chung Seon observes the attack keenly, sensing a familiar energy of controlled anger within the technique. Wigang, however, is surprised to see the patriarch, wondering what the old man is doing there. Just then, he halts the training with a sharp command, "Stop." However, the Sword King is curious why they have halted the training. Annoyed, he yells that he was just about to smash Wigang's head in. Nearby, Chung Seon is shocked to hear his son swearing so casually. Wigang asks what he is doing, but Chung Seon feigns innocence. He nervously tells them to watch the fascinating training. Then he has a moment of realization. Why is he acting so brazenly, even in his own house? When Chung Seon asks if he's teaching Sung swordsmanship, our guy quickly lies, claiming they're just sparring. Sung is confused, wondering why he is lying. Chung Seon notes that Sung's technique is completely different from the clan's style, prompting our guy to claim the boy suggested it himself. Sung internally panics at the lie, but is quickly silenced by a threatening glance from his new master. The poor kid is caught right in the middle. However, Chon Seon correctly identifies the technique as the legendary 7 Emotions sword. But you can't fool the old patriarch. With a defeated Sung in the background, our guy continues the charade, claiming his cousin just got the idea one day for a technique that uses emotions. However, Chang Seon contemplates the concept of a sword style based on emotions, visibly intrigued. The old patriarch begins to laugh, realizing the potential this new development holds for the Namgung clan. Clearly, he's more impressed than angry about the deception. He is overcome with pride, believing his clan is on the verge of a glorious new generation. Just as Sung's father is about to discuss sending Wigang to the Orthodox Morim alliance, a frantic messenger interrupts them. The messenger apologetically reports that someone from the Hefe branch of the beggar sect has arrived with urgent news. With a look of terror, he announces that something terrible happened at the beggar sect last night. The mood shifts in an instant. Sung's father postpones his talk with Wigang, and Sung offers to investigate the incident himself. Seeing his chance, Wigang decides that since he has nothing better to do, he might as well take a walk outside. He strolls out of the Namgung clan's training grounds and heads into the city of Hefei. Unbeknownst to him, a squad leader and his subordinates are watching from the shadows. Of course, a peaceful walk was too much to ask for. One of the subordinates asks what they should do now that their target has appeared. The squad leader decides they must take this opportunity. With grim determination, he orders his men to go after their target. The plan is to attack the moment he enters a less crowded area. They intend to capture him and escape Hefei immediately. Meanwhile, Wigang walks through the bustling Hefei marketplace, taking in the lively sights and sounds. He reflects that it's nice to be able to walk around peacefully, a luxury he didn't have in his hometown. A flashback reminds him of the overwhelming affections from the townspeople in Anping, who practically buried him in gifts. Despite the initial annoyance, he looks back on the memory of the generous villagers with a hint of fondness. And he admits to himself that he misses the people of Anping and wonders how they're doing. With renewed focus, he steels his resolve, reminding himself that his mission is to maintain these peaceful times for everyone. As he walks, he resolves to complete his mission and protect this world before chaos can erupt. Suddenly, he glances back, catching a glimpse of a familiar-looking person in the crowd. However, he dismisses the feeling, figuring he must have seen them on the street somewhere, and decides to head to a bookstore. But then he stops dead in his tracks, his senses flaring as he realizes he's being followed. His peaceful walk is officially over. Playing it cool, he casually accepts a food sample from a vendor to maintain his cover. He then scoffs, spotting the local thugs he'd beaten up the day before and realizing who's likely behind the incident at the beggar sect. Wigang strategically leads the multiple groups of pursuers down a winding alley. He picks up the pace, drawing them further away from the crowded market streets. He then notices the person who was beaten yesterday by thugs from the Gyuwa sect. Our guy scoffs, thinking the man is foolish to believe a mere change of clothes would be a sufficient disguise. And he remembers the panicked messenger reporting the horrific events that transpired at the beggar sect. Having pieced the clues together, he concludes that these people were involved in the massacre. In other words, he's connected all the dots. He spots another thug holding a book and snaps, "Oh, you." Feigning a smile, he says to him, "What are you doing here?" catching the attention of all the pursuers. Just then, our guy dashes forward in a blur, moving like a bolt of lightning. To this, the enraged thugs shout, "After him." The gang gives chase through the narrow, winding back alleys of Hefei. His pursuers desperately try to keep up, pointing and shouting as he leads them on. The chase leads them into a dead-end alley, where they suddenly lose sight of their target. He's led them right into a trap. Confused, the gang members wonder where he could have possibly gone. Suddenly, a voice from above asks, "Oi, who are you?" Revealing Wigang perched on a rooftop. He looks down at the crowd of men who followed him, remarking that their persistence has made him curious. With a smug grin, he taunts his pursuers, mockingly asking if they swing that way. He then gracefully leaps down from the roof to confront the dumbfounded men below. Standing amidst the cornered thugs, he drops the act and coldly demands to know why they are following him like rats. The time for games is over. The squad leader's stony silence only confirms his suspicion. These are the same men who targeted him the previous night. With a confident smirk, he correctly deduces their identity and questions their motive. However, he inwardly speculates on who they are, wondering if they're remnants of the Nine Dragons Fortress, or, more likely, if they're also seeking the virgin Jinseng. Meanwhile, the assassins weigh their options, acknowledging that killing him would be easy, but his connection to a former government official makes it a risky move. That explains their caution. Deciding to probe for information instead, the squad leader asks if he is the Jin Wagangs who took the virgin Jinseng. Our protagonist plays dumb, casually dismissing the accusation and claiming they've got the wrong person. But the leader remains suspicious, finding it hard to believe his appearance is a mere coincidence. But then he reasons that if the man had truly consumed the ginseng, he would be radiating immense energy, yet he feels nothing from him at all. Wigang, however, mentally mocks their incompetence, crediting his ability to conceal his power to acting lessons from the top expert in the beggar sect. That finally explains why they couldn't sense his power. However, the assassin's interest in the virgin ginseng confirms his worst fear. They are definitely connected to the minion of chaos. Deciding there's no more time to waste, he prepares to capture them all and extract whatever information he can. The time for talking is clearly over. Sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, the squad leader feigns a misunderstanding and attempts to retreat. But Wigang blocks their exit, his curiosity now piqued, as he demands to know who they are. Dropping the pretense, the furious squad leader orders his men to subdue him immediately. Wigang scoffs at their approach, taunting them for attempting to capture him, without using any truly fatal skills. With incredible agility, he effortlessly evades the assassin's combined attack and soars into the air, kicking down several of them. Sending them flying, they crash against the walls. A brutal display of skill. Then our guy taunts the squad leader, saying he must have looked very weak to him. The squad leader is stunned, wondering how someone seemingly devoid of internal energy can possess such skill. Having dealt with two of the local thugs, he turns his attention to the last remaining gang member. He then calmly asks the terrified man if he wants to leave, a clear threat underlying his words. The message is crystal clear. Enraged by these games, the squad leader can only seethe, calling him a bastard under his breath. After that, our guy assesses the situation. He knows he'll be at a disadvantage if they all attack at once in the secluded alley. So, he coolly decides that he just needs to turn the situation to his advantage. With a playful smile, he invites all of his pursuers, assassins, and thugs alike to play a little game. Then, in a shocking move, he seizes one of them as a hostage and bolts, leaving everyone shouting in frantic pursuit. A completely unexpected tactic. The enraged assassins give chase as he flees through the streets. One of them closes in, convinced he has finally cornered his target. But just then, he took position to throw his captive, who was on his shoulder. He glances around with a look of cold calculation, every move of his plan now set in motion. Spotting a large, ornate building in the distance, he deems it a suitable target for his next move. With a surge of power, he hurls the thug through the air onto the building's roof. The thug crashes right into the building's roof, the impact creating a massive shockwave of energy. Immediately, the entire structure begins to collapse, sending citizens screaming and running for their lives. A truly chaotic move. Having stirred up a massive public commotion, he leaps onto the roof. As he lands, the grand building collapses into a spectacular pile of rubble in a massive explosion. The squad leader and his men land in the center of the wreckage, searching for their target. Wigang casually greets them, commenting that they arrived at his chosen location faster than he expected. Then, he smugly prepares to reveal the trap he has sprung. After all, the sheer scale of the destruction guarantees that the city's authorities will be arriving at any second. And just like that, the trap is sprung. The squad leader's face twists in horror as he realizes the magnitude of this gambit. He walked right into it. Wigang mockingly calls his pursuers naive for foolishly following him right into the center of Hefei. He taunts them further, explaining that they'll now have to contend with not just him, but the powerful Namgung clan and the beggar sect as well. The squad leader, recognizing they've been completely outplayed, can only curse the sly bastard for trapping them. Realizing their window to escape is closing fast, he orders his men to get out of Hefei immediately. However, he determines that their only way out is to first silence their target for good. A desperate, last-ditch decision. With that, the assassins draw their blades and charge in a desperate, final assault. Our protagonist simply smirks, unsurprised that they've chosen to try and kill him to ensure their escape. He stomps his foot on the shattered ground, preparing a devastating counterattack. An explosion of force erupts from under his foot, blasting debris in all directions. And he taunts the charging assassins, asking if they truly believed he had no more tricks up his sleeve. As the rubble hangs suspended in the air, he deftly plucks several sharp fragments to use as improvised weapons. He's weaponizing the very environment around him. He then coldly states that they should have fled when they had the chance. Wigang then unleashes a legendary technique. The Tang clan's consecutive 12 slashes using the debris as deadly projectiles that shred through the assassins. Believing they see an opening, one of the assassins yells for his comrade to strike at Wigang's vulnerable back. An assassin lunges from behind, screaming, "Go to hell!" as he goes in for the killing blow. Yet Wigang effortlessly catches the would-be killer by the neck, questioning if he could be called a true martial artist if he were so easily ambushed. With a sickening crack, he snaps the man's neck, ending his life instantly. At that moment, our guy is bewildered. Is he dead? And he feels despair because he needs to capture him alive for the investigation. This complicates things significantly for him. In that moment, the squad leader slays his own man to prevent the truth from coming out. And he can only glare with pure hatred, cursing the fucking bastards who defeated him. Wigang notes the leader's cruelty, realizing he's eliminating his own men to erase all evidence of what happened. This says a lot about the leader's character. Just then, the squad leader makes a break for it, shouting for his remaining men to retreat. The assassins attempt a desperate escape, but they have severely underestimated their opponent. A fatal mistake. Having anticipated this move, Wigang intercepts the squad leader, informing him that he won't be holding back any longer. He then lunges forward, determined to seize them. A blue aura bursts from him, radiating his immense power. It seems the real fight is about to begin, as one of the assassins realizes he's behind them. The assassin whirls back, trying to stop him. Our guy swiftly dodges the attack and says if he thinks a mere sword like that can stop him. Ignoring the other combatants, our guy deftly disarms him, making it clear he's only after one person. In other words, the minions are just a distraction. As the squad leader spots him, he signals his men to spread out. Now on the offensive, Wigang pursues his target, determined not to let the troublesome assassin get away. Just then, the squad leader glares upward, his face a mask of grim determination. Suddenly, a new group appears on the scene, as Baek Son and the beggar sect command everyone to stop. The members of the Hefei beggar sect stand ready, their swords drawn for a fight. Completely unbothered, Wigang dismisses the new arrivals as being too slow and continues his chase. He clearly has no time for these interruptions. Meanwhile, the squad leader continues his desperate flight through the city streets. With our hero hot on his heels, the man pushes himself to his absolute limit. Because he knows that if he gets caught, the grand plan of his organization will be in jeopardy. Refusing to give up, he pulls out a mysterious, powerful red artifact as a last resort. A desperate but necessary gambit. Suddenly, he spins around and hurls it at our guy, but he is stunned to see that his pursuer has suddenly vanished from sight. However, the artifact erupts, unleashing a massive, fiery explosion. With a casual taunt, Wigang jeers at the leader for seeking him, and in the next instant strikes him squarely in the face. He even charges a massive amount of energy into his fist, preparing a devastating attack. The blow connects, sending the squad leader crashing into the ground with overwhelming force. A brutal display of strength. Wigang stands over his defeated opponent, telling him to give up since his subordinates have already been captured. Battered and broken, the squad leader demands to know who his opponent is and why he hid his true power. But our protagonist coolly retorts that the winner is the one who gets to ask the questions. A classic power move. Beginning his interrogation, he calmly asks the defeated leader where he is from. With a smug look, he informs the captive that, since it's just the two of them, they have plenty of time to get acquainted. The squad leader confesses that he sacrificed his men only when he realized the situation was hopeless. However, he vows to kill his captor before he dies, a final wish. Wigang recognizes this for what it is, the last gasp of a defeated man. Enraged by his casual demeanor, the leader screams, asking if he thinks this is all just a joke. Wigang notes that since the Namgung clan and beggar sect haven't arrived yet, there's time for one last fight. Accepting the final challenge, he confidently states he'll end their duel in a single blow. His confidence is almost arrogant. Fueled by desperation, the squad leader gathers his remaining energy, intending to take his opponent's life. And he prepares his final strike, determined to silence the mockery for good. His strategy is simple, a lightning-fast dash to close the distance for a single, decisive strike. Wigang calmly accepts the challenge, ready to end the fight. And he decides to use a special martial art to demonstrate the vast difference in their skills. He's not just trying to win, he's making a statement. He then begins to explain his technique, starting with a quiet posture that vibrates the very ground beneath him. He plants his feet, gathering the sturdiness of the earth to withstand the weight of the heavens. A brilliant blue energy begins to swirl around his legs as he channels his power. The energy flows upwards through his body, concentrating for a massive attack. Just then, our guy gestures with a fist toward his opponent and asks what he is going to do now. Before the squad leader can even finish speaking, a blue force strikes his chest, sending him flying. He is utterly shocked, unable to comprehend the bizarre technique. Confidence flickers across our guy's face in a daring smirk. The squad leader crashes into the wall, sending debris flying. Yet our guy still maintains control. As our guy ramps up the force, the impact triggers a colossal explosion of energy, utterly obliterating the wall and bringing the fight to an end. Wigang then nonchalantly reveals that he just used the legendary 100-foot Mystic Fist, an ultimate technique from the Shaolin sect. Lying defeated, the bloodied squad leader recalls that the technique allows for tens of thousands of punches, realizing just how outmatched he truly was. The gap in their power was simply too wide to overcome. As our guy prepares to take his captive to the Namgung clan for interrogation, he's abruptly told to stop. Baek Sion, the leader of the Hefe beggar sect's branch, arrives with his men, asking to examine the prisoner. Slightly annoyed by the interruption, Wigang curtly tells them to do as they please. The beggar sect members quickly surround the unconscious squad leader to confirm his identity. One of them confirms that the man is indeed the culprit responsible for a recent massacre at their branch. With the culprit identified, Baek Seon formally requests that Wigang hand the prisoner over to the beggar sect. Visibly irritated, he wonders why this daylight robbers is trying to claim his hard-won prize. And after all that work, you can't really blame him. Suddenly, a frantic Namgung Sung rushes toward the commotion, calling out to his uncle. As he arrives on the scene, shocked to see that Wigang's clothes are tattered from the fight. However, inwardly he is amused by his master's reaction, reflecting on how his once arrogant master has transformed into a loyal dog in just 10 days. Before the young man can escalate the situation, our guy gives him a swift slap on the back of the head. Talk about tough love. Completely bewildered, Sung turns to his master and asks why he just got hit. Wigang raises his hand to deliver another slap, shouting, "How dare you try to dodge me?" To this, Sung calmly replies, "Ah, that's not it." However, the beggar sect leader has already completed his inspection. He assesses the defeated squad leader and concludes that he was no weakling, as his comrades were all high-level masters. In other words, defeating them was no small feat. Nearby, the other beggars murmur in awe, wondering how one man could have possibly defeated such powerful martial artists all by himself. Sensing the tension, Baek Son offers a quick apology for his overly forward behavior. Wigang quickly pieces it together, realizing the beggar sect must have already been looking for this man. And just like that, Baek Sion confirms his suspicion, explaining that these men are the culprits behind the recent slaughter of the Gyua sect. Wigang sees right through the old beggar's act, knowing he is just trying to dig for information after sensing his energy. Our guy is clearly no fool. So, to throw them off the scent, he plays dumb, suggesting the assassins must have mistaken him for someone else. Just then, he recalls a memory from his past life of a beggar sect master, remembering just how persistent they can be when seeking information. Baek-sun is convinced the young man is hiding something, but Wigang's stoic expression gives nothing away. He has a perfect poker face. As he thinks, however, our guy realizes that the beggar sect's arrival is actually a golden opportunity. He acknowledges his own limitations, knowing he lacks the power or resources to properly interrogate such secretive assassins. Then, he considers the consequences. If the assassins' organization discovers their squad was captured, they will only increase their pressure. He worries that this increased pressure could put his new family, the Yu clan, in grave danger, and that's something he cannot allow. Clenching his fist, he resolves to protect the Yu clan at all costs. A plan begins to form in his mind. He must divert the enemy's attention elsewhere. Just then he glances at the beggars, realizing they are the perfect pawns for his scheme. And he's just found the perfect tool for the job. And he deduces that once the information-obsessed beggar sect starts its own investigation, his enemy's group will have to lay low, buying him precious time. With a cunning smile, he prepares to manipulate Baek-sun, casually asking if he knows about the group behind the assassins. He drops his bait, mentioning a fabricated group called Overturned Heavens, which sends a furious Baek-sun into a frenzy demanding custody of the prisoner. And it works like a charm. But Wigang refuses their demand and plays the victim, dramatically showing off a torn sleeve while complaining that he almost died. Then, he gives a sharp look to Namgung Sung, silently signaling his disciple to play along. The socially oblivious Sung, however, completely misreads the situation, panicking internally and wondering if he has done something wrong. Just then, he attempts to calm himself down and analyze the situation logically, but remains utterly clueless as to what Wigang wants. Poor guy has no idea what's going on. Finally taking action, he steps forward and scolds the beggars for putting his uncles in a tough spot. Wigang mentally facepalms at his disciple's ineptitude, calling him a clueless bastard. Meanwhile, Baek-seon continues to plead his case, insisting that taking the prisoner is a matter of pride for the beggar sect. Feigning reluctance, Wigang dramatically gives in to their earnest pleas, much to Namgung-sung's shock. He agrees to hand over the prisoner, but only on two conditions. They must leave his name out of it, and they must share any information they uncover. A clever way to stay anonymous while still getting what he needs. Baek-seon readily accepts the terms, swearing on his name that he will pass on any information they find. With a sinister grin, Wigang agrees to trust him, his plan having worked perfectly. As they take the prisoner, one of the younger beggars feels they've been played, realizing they're doing all the work for free. But Baek-sun furiously corrects his subordinate, emphasizing the massive implication behind the name Overturned Heavens. The branch leader excitedly explains that it points to a conspiracy to overthrow the entire Murim. Lost in a daydream of glory, he imagines that uncovering such a plot will guarantee his promotion to an elder of the main sect. This explains his intense motivation. Driven by ambition, he rallies his men to take the prisoner away and begin the interrogation immediately. Later that night, with his diversion successfully deployed, Wigang quietly contemplates his next move. And he muses on how his actions have altered the original timeline, where the enemy would have found clues about the second mystical creature from a prisoner named Hwang Deoksam. However, he focuses on the most critical part of this new reality. Knowing his enemy has a group and will now move faster to find the second mystical creature, he realizes he must be far more careful. He resolves to find Hwang Deoksam before they do, understanding that he must act quickly yet cautiously to prevent chaos. The following day, his latest decision causes an uproar at the Namgung residence. A shocked Namgung Chungseon can't believe his ears when Wigang announces his desire to go to the Orthodox Murim Alliance. Wigang calmly confirms his intentions, stating he wishes to gain more experience by meeting new people. Chungseon is delighted and eagerly offers a recommendation letter, all while plotting to set Wigang up with his granddaughter. However, our guy isn't finished and tells the old patriarch that he has one more request. He asks for Sung to accompany him on his journey, leaving the young disciple utterly speechless. Chungseon finds the request difficult, explaining that as the young patriarch, Sung has responsibilities to the clan. To this, our guy feigns understanding, acknowledging that such duties would indeed make it difficult for him to travel. He knows exactly which buttons to push. But as he prepares to leave, a desperate Chung Seon quickly backpedals, promising to make the arrangements for Sung to go with him. Having gotten exactly what he wanted, he calmly departs, leaving the old patriarch to ponder the situation. Suddenly, our guy remembers the rumors of the 5 Rising Phoenixes, a group of famously beautiful martial artists at the Alliance, and with a predatory grin confirms the old man's worst fears, as he declares his excitement to meet these beautiful women. As he walks away, he muses aloud about the possibility of falling in love and starting a family, twisting the knife in Chung Seon's matchmaking heart. The patriarch is left in a state of sheer panic, realizing his grand plan to marry off his granddaughter is now in serious jeopardy, a truly devastating blow for the old man's plans. The journey to the Orthodox Miram Alliance begins as Wigang and Namgung Sung's ship sits docked on the vast Yangtze River. At the port, a government official performs a routine check on the ship's papers while the ship owner looks on nervously. But in a classic case of corruption, the ship owner slips the official a bribe, thinly veiled as a token of sincerity. Pocketing the bribe, the lead official tells his subordinates to hurry up their inspection so they can all go for breakfast. Clearly, his stomach is more important than his duty. With their pockets lined, the government officials disembark, leaving the ship owner to see them off. As they leave, the ship owner scoffs privately, remarking on how easily government officials are swayed by money. With the authorities gone, the ship finally sets sail, beginning its long voyage down the river. Once underway, the ship owner quietly makes his way down to the storage cabin to check on his secret cargo. He clears his throat, signaling his arrival to the person hiding within the ship's hold. He then assures his hidden passenger that the crew won't come down to the storage cabin until they reach Wuhan, allowing him to rest easy. The passenger, revealed to be the clue bearer, Huang Deoxam, confirms he will pay the remaining fee upon their arrival in Wuhan. His clandestine business concluded, the ship owner departs, leaving him alone in the shadows. Back on deck, the ship owner notes that their only remaining obstacle is the territory of the infamous Black Whale stronghold. While he believes simply paying the toll will ensure safe passage, his subordinate sternly warns him that he can't be so naive. A grim but realistic assessment of the situation. Meanwhile, Jin Wigang and Namgung Sung have emerged onto the deck to get some fresh air. The large ship cuts through the waves, its sails catching the wind under a peaceful sky. However, Sung continues his lecture, frustratedly asking our guy how many times he needs to explain the dangers of underestimating the river pirates. He then explains to Wigang that directly confronting the pirates would inflict severe economic damage on the entire region. To this, our guy murmurs that Sung is clueless, but he is aware of the larger-scale issues at play. Sung chides him for his ignorance, stressing that confronting the Yangtze River's pirates would create a problem far bigger than he can imagine. Clearly bored by the long-winded explanation, Wigang tunes out Sung's warnings about fighting the entire pirate stronghold alone. To emphasize the danger, Sung reveals that among the pirates is a monster whose power is on par with the legendary Sword King himself. He speaks of the dreaded monster of the sea, the Water Dragon King, King Gusajin, who rules these waters. Yet Wigang simply clenches his fist, completely unfazed by the tale of this supposed monster. It seems even the most fearsome legends don't intimidate him. But Sung desperately pleads with him to just lay low, warning that causing a scene could lead to an all-out war on the river. Our guy responds to his frantic pleas with nothing but a cold, silent stare. Deciding he's heard enough, he casually slaps Sung's forehead to silence him. As Sung whines about the uncalled-for violence, Wigang internally scoffs at the very idea of a so-called Water Dragon King. Resigning himself to the situation, he decides that for once, he'll just lay low and avoid trouble. A rare moment of restraint from our protagonist. The ship continues its journey, blissfully unaware of the trouble brewing just over the horizon. A lookout high in the crow's nest keeps a watchful eye on the surrounding waters. But the calm is shattered when he spots an approaching vessel, and just like that, the trouble they were warned about has arrived. He screams in terror that the Black Whale stronghold is here. A menacing ship with black sails appears, rapidly closing in on the passenger vessel. The pirate ship pulls alongside with an ominous thud, preparing to board. An intimidating crew of pirates, led by a burly, bearded man, stomps onto their deck. The ship owner rushes forward with a nervous smile, obsequiously welcoming the pirate vice chief, Gu Diok. Without delay, he presents a chest overflowing with gold, offering it up as the required toll fee. Gu Deok seems pleased, commending the shipowner for his smart attitude and for paying up without a fuss. Observing from a distance, Namgung Sung notes that the transaction appears to be going smoothly. But he wonders why the pirates aren't leaving, prompting an annoyed Wigang to tell him to stop paying attention to such small fry. His question is soon answered, as Gu Deok announces that the toll is just one piece of business. He's also received a request to find someone on their ship. This confirms the subordinate's earlier warning. He stares down the shipowner, demanding to know if he's hiding anyone on board. Applying pressure, he reminds the man that he's well aware of his tendency to smuggle criminals. Caught between the pirate's threat and the promise of future payment, the shipowner decides his own survival is the top priority. A predictable but cowardly choice. And so, cracking under the pressure, he confesses that there is indeed someone hiding in the storage cabin. The vice chief immediately orders his subordinate, Muchi, to accompany the shipowner and investigate. To cover all his bases, he then orders all the other passengers to line up for an inspection. The terrified passengers nervously begin to shuffle into a line as commanded. However, a pirate with spiky hair notices Wigang still casually leaning against the railing, completely ignoring the order. Both he and a wary Sung remain apart from the other passengers, refusing to be intimidated. The spiky-haired pirate zeroes in on Wigang, annoyed by his defiant posture. Just then, a pirate sneaks up behind our guy and slams him on the back of the head. He yells at him to line up, as Sung inwardly sighs that the fool chose the worst possible person to mess with. He has no idea who he's just provoked. Sung's eyes glow with power, as he silently begs his uncle not to escalate the situation. But just then, a scream erupts from the storage, drawing their attention. Vice Chief Gu Deok and the rest of his crew turn to face the person emerging from the storage. It is Hwang Deok-sam, who finally reveals himself from the storage cabin. Gu Deok furiously demands why Hwang Deok-sam is harassing his men, just as Hwang emerges, complaining that it's difficult to stay hidden from the beggar sect. He scoffs at the pirates, derisively questioning why the beggar sect would entrust mere pirates to find him, deeply offending their vice chief. Infuriated by the insult, Gu Deok abandons his mission to capture his target alive, vowing to cut off the man's head instead. A foolishly emotional response from the vice chief. The entire pirate crew then launches an all-out assault on the arrogant Hwang Deok-sam. Wigang watches with mild interest, coolly assessing that the vice chief's skills are not too shabby. But Hwang Deok-sam easily dodges their coordinated attack, using his superior movement skills to leap onto the ship's massive sail. Below, the pirates can only stare upwards in shock and disbelief at their target's nimble escape. Just then, our guy leaps into the air, swinging his blade, and enters the fray, declaring, "The darned bastards have finally shown themselves." So much for laying low. As our guy lands gracefully, Sung then calls out to his uncle. While Vice Chief and Hwang Deok-sam battle, one swings his blade fiercely, while the other dodges each strike with skillful, fluid movements. As the fight begins, Wigang watches the chaos unfold, a plan already forming in his mind. Clearly, he's not just a spectator. He suddenly recalls seeing a distinctive crimson snake tattoo on Hwang Deok-sam. In a flashback, one of his past life masters had revealed that the clue bearer he seeks, Hwang Deok-sam, bears that exact tattoo and knows the location of the next mystical creature. Realizing his target isn't in some distant jail but right here on the ship, he smirks, believing the heavens are on his side. What a convenient coincidence. Just then, Namgung Sung tries to hold him back, reminding him of his promise not to get involved. Wigang, however, quickly shuts him down, ordering him to protect the passengers under the horrifying threat of 2 full days of anger training. A threat that clearly works. Tasked with crowd control, a reluctant Namgung Sung draws his sword to face the pirates, while Vice Chief and Hwang Deok-sam are clashing in their duel. He engages the swarm, but soon realizes he can't possibly stop them all on his own. He's completely outnumbered. Knowing he's outmatched by sheer numbers, he resolves that his only option is to increase the speed of his sword. Recalling his uncle's unorthodox training, he focuses on the lesson that grief lightens the sword. An unusual lesson, to say the least. Channeling his emotions, the young swordsman unleashes a brilliant flurry of precise sword strikes. His blade becomes a whirlwind of light, deflecting the pirates' attacks with expert precision, and he successfully holds the line, protecting the terrified passengers from the pirate onslaught. Amidst the chaos, a grateful passenger thanks him for saving his life. While fending off the pirates, he wonders what his unpredictable uncle is planning to do now. Meanwhile, the pirate vice chief, Gu Diok, charges forward, roaring for the death of his opponents. Observing the fight from a distance, Hwang Deoksam notes that the vice chief's powerful attack has left him wide open. Seeing a golden opportunity, he prepares to land a decisive blow on the distracted vice chief. Yet, before he can strike, our guy bursts between them from the air, a surge of blue energy heralding his arrival. Talk about perfect timing. Before they could even react, our guy channels his inner energy into a devastating punch. Vice Chief is stunned at the sight, his face reflecting shock. His fist glows with formidable spear energy as he stands between the two fighters. With a single, devastating punch, Waigang sends the massive Gu Diok flying across the deck, a brutal display of overwhelming strength. Standing over his defeated opponent, he ignores the terrified pirate's question of who he is. Instead, our guy turns his full attention to his true target, confirming the man's identity as Hwang Deoksam. With a sinister smile, he announces that he's here to save him so he can ask a few questions. His definition of saving someone is a bit terrifying. With that done, he shifts his focus to the remaining pirates. And he calmly informs them that he needs the man, giving them a simple choice: leave or stay and die. The pirates are left stunned and speechless by his terrifying ultimatum. Growing impatient with their hesitation, he decides to demonstrate his seriousness. In a flash of motion, Hwang Deoksam disappears from sight, diving into the water with a speed too swift for the eye to follow. Just then, our guy lunges toward the side of the boat, every ounce of speed driving him forward. From there, he spots Hwang Deoksam emerging from the water. And he feigns annoyance, wondering aloud why his target is running when he's taking the trouble to save him. Ignoring him, the pirates jump into the water to chase after their original target. He lets out a sigh, clearly bored with the cannon fodder. Just then, he summons his disciple, Namgung Song, and orders a confused Sung to take care of the captured pirate vice chief, Gu Diok. Then, Wigang gives him a menacing reminder. If Gu Diok escapes, Sung will face a full week of brutal anger. Training. As a terrified Sung swears he'd rather die than let the pirate escape, Wigang smirks, his plan perfectly in motion. With Sung handling the vice chief, he leaps from the ship to pursue Hwang Deoksam himself. He plunges into the Yangtze River, creating a massive splash. Beneath the surface, he moves through the water with the speed and ferocity of a shark. Back on deck, Gu Diok is completely baffled. Even Sung cannot comprehend why his master is going to such extremes for Hwang Deoksam. However, he then simply marvels at his uncle's water arts, remembering that he'd apparently learned them while trying to lose weight, which is a hilariously casual reason to master such an incredible skill. Just then, the captive asks him nonchalantly, "Who is he?" and calls him a nutjob. However, Sung calmly states he was simply told to take care of him, and coldly identifies the man as a wicked pirate who deserves to die. Cutting the conversation short, he grabs the terrified Gu Diok, ready to carry out his master's orders. Meanwhile, back in the water, Hwang Deoksam desperately tries to escape. He swims for his life, but Wigang is rapidly closing in, shouting his name. The pirate spots him from behind and raises his sword to strike him. As he swings his sword at him, bewildered, he looks around, wondering where his pursuer has vanished. Just before he's kicked in the face, the pirate realizes that Wigang is moving right beneath him. Suddenly, Wigang bursts from the water, using a pirate's head as a stepping stone to launch himself into the air. A brutal and effective move. Clearly enjoying himself, he hatches a plan to run across the water, using the heads of the swimming pirates as his personal bridge. A truly ridiculous idea. With a look of intense focus, he surveys the trail of pirates bobbing in the water, the makeshift stepping stones vital for his chase. He then steps on their heads, a bizarre display of both agility and contempt, and declares that just as the Dharma crossed the river on a leaf, he will cross the mighty Yangtze by stepping on pirates. A creative solution, if nothing else. Meanwhile, his target, Hwang Deoksam, swims for his life as he calls out to him from behind. Leaping high into the air, our protagonist playfully orders the fleeing man to stop right there. A horrified Deoxam looks back, only to see the sheer number of pirates his pursuer has already effortlessly taken out. A brutal display of strength. And in awe, he realizes that these movements aren't mere water hovering, but the mark of someone who has completely mastered martial arts. Yet despite this clear mastery, the desperate Huang Deoxam grits his teeth, determined to escape. A desperate and foolish decision. Refusing to be caught, he leaps into the air to confront him. Annoyed by the unnecessary struggle, Wagang closes the distance with an intimidating look. He effortlessly dodges the punch. In a counterattack, he strikes his opponent in the chest with a punch. As the punch connects, its impact sends Deoxam flying toward the shore. Our guy then lands on the beach, telling the downed Deoxam that he was only trying to save him and should have conserved his energy for the coming interrogation. Of course, saving him is the last thing on his mind. But Deoxam defiantly shouts back, refusing to trust his mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful pursuer. Annoyed by this rudeness, Weigong delivers a swift chop to his chest to teach him some manners. After that, he calmly tells the now subdued man to wait patiently while he takes care of the other approaching pirates. To enforce compliance, he delivers a powerful blow to the chest, paralyzing his body. In other words, he's temporarily disabling him. Huang Deoxam's face contorts into a comical expression of shock and pain from the impact. However, our guy reassures his captive that he's not using poison, merely ensuring he doesn't try to run away again. With his primary target secured, he turns his attention to the remaining pirates who have made it to shore. He coolly assesses the group, contemplating the most efficient way to dispatch them all. Remembering his past training, he decides that the Tang clan's legendary hidden weapon techniques are perfect for the job. The foolish pirates, seeing him alone, charge forward to attack. They clearly have no idea who they're up against. In response, he simply bends down and begins gathering handfuls of small rocks, and recalls the teachings of his cruel master. With enough skill, everything can become a hidden weapon. He then unleashes a barrage of pebbles, noting that while sand could work at a higher level of mastery, these rocks will suffice for now. He even reminisces about once using snow as a weapon against the 9 Dragons Fortress bandits. Then, with a flick of his wrist, he sends the rock projectiles flying, announcing his weapon of choice for this encounter. The improvised weapons strike the pirates with the force of bullets, tearing through their bodies. An incredible display of skill. They fall one by one, their bodies riddled with the deadly rock shards. The few survivors could only stare in absolute terror at the carnage he has created in mere seconds. It seems the fight is already over. He calmly wonders aloud if letting them live would escalate into a war, deciding that is an unacceptable outcome. To prevent any further conflict, he makes a swift and brutal decision. A chillingly practical thought. Picking up a fallen pirate's sword, he declares his intention to eliminate all witnesses. The remaining pirates scream in terror and turn to flee for their lives. But Wegang plants his glowing blue foot and charges forward, closing the distance. He executes the last of them with a single, devastating sword strike. After dealing with them, he plants his sword firmly into the earth. With all the pirates eliminated, he once again turns his attention to his true target, Huang Deoxam. Using his martial arts technique, he activates the body of his captive, a menacing grin spreading across his face as he announces, "It's time to talk." A terrified Deoxam demands to know his captor's identity, to which the man coolly replies with his alias, Jin Wegang. Wegang internally justifies using an alias to avoid being linked to the minion of chaos, all while plotting how to extract the information he needs. Getting straight to the point, he warns him to answer his one question properly, and he asks for the location of the Millennium Sea Snail, shocking Deoxam, who can't believe he even knows of its existence. Confirming Deoxam has the information, he slaps him and repeats his demand. Panicked and sweating, Deoxam desperately lies, claiming he doesn't know anything. Unconvinced, Wegang ominously prepares to test the truth of that statement. A comical thud signals the beginning of his brutal interrogation method, and he happily sings a twisted lullaby while kicking his victim, lamenting that all of this could have been avoided. A truly unhinged display. Deoxam can only scream in agony, calling his tormentor a crazy bastard as the beating continues. From a small boat offshore, Sung arrives just in time to witness the brutal interrogation. He notes with a weary sigh that Wigang seems to be even more heavy-handed when dealing with others. Having brought the captured pirate Gu Diok with him, he calls out to his captive. Under Sung's bizarre orders, Gu Diok is forced to row their boat as slowly as possible, muttering that his captor is a crazy bastard. The vice chief consoles himself with the thought that once his own chief arrives, both of these men will face hell. A tense moment passes as everyone waits, the sail of the small boat flapping in the breeze. Finally, after hours of relentless persuasion, Huang Diaksam had passed out from the pain. A grim sign of the interrogation's intensity. Our guy nonchalantly wakes him up, cheerfully informing him that he's been unconscious for 4 hours. But just as he prepares to start again, the pirate shouts in excitement, announcing the arrival of his reinforcements. A confused Wigang and Sung look out towards the sea, wondering what he is shouting about. And in the distance, a large, black-sailed ship appears on the horizon, heading straight for them. Gu Diok bursts into triumphant, tearful laughter, realizing his saviors have finally arrived. The massive, intimidating main ship of the Black Whale stronghold emerges from the mist, signaling that a much bigger fight is about to begin. Clearly, the situation just got a lot more complicated. Convinced of his imminent rescue, Gu Diok declares that Wigang and Nam Guing Sung are as good as dead. Wigang, however, is utterly unimpressed and silences the pirate's taunts with a devastating judgment strike to his face. A brutal display of power. The force of the blow sends the vice chief crashing to the boat's deck, leaving him unconscious. As Sung sighs wearily at the approaching fleet, our guy casually puts an arm around him, announcing they have guests. He doesn't seem worried in the slightest, and encourages his disciple to simply enjoy the impending chaos, planning to deal with the pirates before they return to their inn. With a wild grin, he declares it's time to meet their guests as he and Sung leap into action. After the battle, the sun sets, casting a deceptively peaceful glow over the water. Amidst the scattered debris, a lone, exhausted pirate surfaces, having somehow survived the earlier confrontation. He struggles to pull himself onto a floating piece of wreckage. He then spots a lone figure rowing a small raft in the distance and desperately calls out, hoping for rescue. To his horror, he sees that the rower is his own vice chief, Gu Diok, being forced into labor by Wigang and Sung. What an absolutely humiliating sight. The pirate screams in rage and confusion, questioning why the crazy bastard is rowing away from their fleet. Just then, his comrade pirate yells, "Chief!" and swims toward him. In a desperate move, he asks him for a dry red signal flare. A truly desperate decision. His companion hesitates, fearing the stronghold chief's wrath, but the pirate insists, ordering him to fire it. He then argues that their pride has been trampled, and any scolding from the chief is a small price to pay for summoning aid. Preparing to launch the flare, he thinks to himself that once it's in the air, that person will undoubtedly come. The pirate then fires the flare skyward, a signal meant to summon a legendary figure before whom all pirates bow. As the flare erupts in a blinding flash, it serves as a desperate plea for the aid of the feared Water Dragon King. Far away, the scene shifts to a tranquil, book-lined study within the Orthodox Murim Alliance. An official is calmly practicing his calligraphy, completely unaware of the chaos unfolding on the river. His peace is shattered by a soldier bursting in with an urgent report. A red signal flare has been sighted over the Yangtze River. The Orthodox Murim Alliance's Grand Military Advisor, Yegal Subiom, is startled by the alarming news. His subordinate confirms that a flare was fired and that numerous pirates are now protesting at the gates leading to the river. Yegal immediately grasps the severity of the situation, knowing that red flares are only used by pirates when they're facing immense trouble. In other words, someone powerful enough to threaten an entire pirate fleet is on the river. Then he asks his subordinate why it was fired, to which the subordinate replies that they still don't have the proper information. Frustrated with his subordinate's lack of information, the advisor furiously demands he think faster. Quickly analyzing the situation, he concludes that the pirates must be facing a powerful common enemy, declaring, "The enemy of our enemy is an ally," a very pragmatic way of looking at things. He then orders the immediate mobilization of the Heavenly Dragon Squad to deal with the armed protesters at Wuhan's West Waterway. His subordinate acknowledges the command, recognizing the strategic importance of preventing the pirates from taking over the waterway. Upon learning the flare was fired from a waterway in Anway province, a location clicks in the advisor's mind. He realizes with a sweat-drenched panic that this means the infamous black whale pirates are involved. A truly terrifying thought. His subordinate confirms that according to their intelligence reports, the legendary Water Dragon King is currently in the nearby Yazoo prefecture. A map highlights the proximity of the Water Dragon King's territory to the flare's location, implying his inevitable involvement. In a panic, he demands to know who the highest-ranking beggar sect member in the alliance is, needing a capable agent immediately. He beams with relief upon learning they have the Little Beggar Dragon, Guy Dushin, a recent recruit to the elite dragon-slaying squad. Meanwhile, in a lively tavern, a group of beggars are disturbed from their late-night drinking. A young beggar reports to his comrades that a signal flare was fired from the Yangtze River. He rouses a sleepy, scarred man known as the beggar sect's Little Beggar Dragon, Guy Dushin. Just then, Dushin gently tries to wake a friend who has passed out from drinking too much. He then taps him, scoffing. Why does he drink so much if his body can't handle it? Now fully annoyed, he yells at him to get up already. The now sober friend is furious at being woken, only to be told his high-ranking uncle is summoning him for a mission. And Dushin is surprised, realizing this means his friend will be leaving and they won't see each other for a while. His friend, still groggy and completely unsentimental, simply replies with an indifferent, "So?" Clearly, he's not the sentimental type. When Dushin says he can't believe someone like his friend wouldn't at least say goodbye, his friend, feigning nonchalance, mutters a quick farewell and pretends to be woozy from the alcohol once more. To this, he contorts his face, exclaiming that he's such a heartless asshole. Before departing himself, Dushin clutches a set of woven beggar's knots, a form of coded communication for their sect. A unique way to send messages. He hands the knots to his subordinate, ordering him to find beggars at the port and have them scour the northern waters of Wuhan. With his orders delivered, he swiftly departs to handle his own urgent mission. His friend, now left alone, sighs in relief after sobering up and ponders the strange events of the night. He speculates that the only person who could cause such a commotion is the legendary Water Dragon King. Gazing out over the water from a ship, he hopes that the chivalrous beggar doesn't get himself hurt. So he was just pretending not to care after all. Under the vast, starry expanse of the night sky, a lone boat glides silently across the dark water. An ethereal figure with long, flowing white hair appears, revealing that the legendary Water Dragon King, Kin Gu Sajin, has arrived. The man they've all been waiting for. Following the initial skirmish, the pirate ships lay in splinters. While the rescued passengers tremble in fear, a new, more ominous threat emerges on the water. On that same boat, Sung swiftly defeats a pirate. Victorious, he asks about his uncle, Wigang. Meanwhile, Wigang is seen fighting off pirates with ease, a clear display of his superior skill, and our guy prepares himself for the next wave of attackers. Frustrated by the endless stream of pirates, he laments all the trouble he went through just to capture Huang Deoksam. Just then, an entire fleet of Black Whale stronghold ships appears on the horizon, their numbers seemingly endless. Talk about going from bad to worse. Deciding he can't waste any more time, he orders the pirate vice chief, Gu Diok, to take command, and tells him to find a place to land so they can escape the overwhelming number of ships. Just as they are about to make their escape, our protagonist spots a figure leaping onto his boat to confront him. He is confused and wary as he lays eyes on the enigmatic masked figure. The figure lands on the boat like a surge of lightning energy. Then he calls out, "Attention! The Yangtze River route." He identifies himself as the beggar sect's Little Beggar Dragon, and declares that the Orthodox Murim Alliance is now protecting the area, demanding the pirates retreat. Watching our protagonist, he reassures him not to worry. The Murim Alliance will protect him. However, our protagonist is shocked to see the young man as one of the masters from his past life. What a stunning revelation. But just then, a call to "Stop" echoes across the water, and the pirate fleet halts its advance. Our protagonist looks at Dushin and wonders aloud if this drunkard's bluff actually worked. But the pirates aren't retreating. Instead, they shout in unison, paying their respects to their commander-chief. Clearly, this wasn't a bluff at all. Wigang watches in disbelief as the entire fleet bows in reverence. From the fleet, a small boat approaches, carrying an immensely powerful figure. Our protagonist and Dushin turn pale with terror, instantly recognizing the legendary Water Dragon King. The one person they absolutely did not want to meet. Wigang panics internally, realizing the monstrously powerful pirate is now far too close for comfort. Just then, he desperately orders Gu Diok to change direction, wanting to avoid a clash with such a notorious figure. The vice chief frantically yells at his men to turn the ship to starboard. Their ship makes a sharp turn, attempting to evade the approaching legend. But Wigang watches nervously, realizing that at this rate, a confrontation is inevitable. Just then, a wave of energy is unleashed by the Water Dragon King. The sheer force of the blast completely halts their large ship in its tracks. A truly terrifying display of power. Wigang is stunned, wondering just how strong the king must be to stop an entire ship with energy alone. And so, the Water Dragon King, King Gu Sajin, and his bodyguard make their grand entrance. King Gu Sajin's intimidating gaze falls upon the group. Then, Gai Dushin and Song step forward to formally introduce themselves and pay their respects to the fearsome pirate king. As Gai Dushin tries to use his status as a disciple of the beggar sect's leader to negotiate, he's abruptly cut off. Sensing the imminent danger, Wigang leaps forward to intervene. But it's too late. The king's bodyguard effortlessly grabs Gai Dushin by the neck before he can finish his sentence. An almost unbelievable show of speed. The Water Dragon King watches, seemingly intrigued by the unfolding events. He's impressed that someone as young as Wigang could perceive the movements of his bodyguard. Meanwhile, Gai Dushin chokes as the bodyguard's grip tightens. Just then, Wigang calls out to the Water Dragon King, trying to de-escalate the situation. He attempts to appeal to the Pirate King's reputation, questioning if someone so famous should be threatening young kids. Surprisingly, Sajin agrees, and with a simple hand gesture, and orders his man to release the boy. To this, Zhonggan casually tosses the young beggar aside. With an aura of immense power radiating from him, Sajin demands an explanation for the situation. However, our guy internally curses their bad luck. They were so close to the safety of the Muram Alliance. Even he can't believe such a monster has appeared on the river. Wigang knows he must tread carefully, as one wrong move could mean a swift death for them all. The pressure is immense. So, with a feigned smile, our protagonist explains that he was simply traveling to Wuhan by ship when some pirates suddenly appeared, threatening the commoners. Sajin seems to play along, mockingly asking if he just got chivalrous, to which Wigang quickly agrees. At the king's unimpressed hum, our guy quietly admits that his deception isn't working. His mind races in a state of utter panic. Switching tactics, he reveals he is from the Yu clan of Anping Prefecture, hoping his family name carries some weight. But the Water Dragon King listens with a smug expression, seemingly unimpressed by the revelation. Wigang presses on, boasting about his father's position as an imperial advisor, hoping his government connections will act as a deterrent. He then recalls the advice of his master from his past life: use powerful connections, or lie about them, to pressure an opponent. But Sajin remains unfazed, bluntly asking why he should care which clan the boy comes from. And just like that, Wigang realizes his master's advice has failed him completely. This kind of threat simply won't work on a man like him. Sajin scoffs at the idea of being threatened by the government, declaring that as a pirate he'll be hunted until he dies regardless. He literally has nothing left to lose. Cornered, Wigang desperately tries to think of a way to protect everyone, including his captive, Huang Dioxem. But he also acknowledges the overwhelming power of the two monsters before him. He knows he can't win a direct fight. A new plan begins to form as he recalls another piece of advice from his master, this time about negotiation. His master's words echo in his mind. Use what your opponent is scared of to scare them. Or use what they like to make them like you. With newfound determination, he prepares to make a new, more calculated appeal to the Pirate King. He clarifies that he wasn't threatening the fearsome pirate, but was simply introducing himself, a claim Sajin immediately questions. Continuing his bluff, he states that while he wants to request mercy, he cannot ignore the tens of ships that he has sunk. The unimpressed Water Dragon King listens silently as our protagonist lays out his bold proposition. Believing all pirates are driven by greed, he offers to pay a satisfying amount of compensation to settle the matter. It's a classic, but very risky assumption. Sajin seems intrigued by the offer, asking if he is truly proposing to pay him off with money. Confident in his gambit, Wigang casually asks him to name his price. At this, Sajin's facial expression changes slightly. He then erupts into thunderous laughter, completely taken aback by the audacious attempt to bribe him. Clearly, our protagonist has made a huge miscalculation. Wigang is left completely bewildered by the pirate's reaction, wondering if he has misjudged the situation entirely. To his utter shock, the fearsome water dragon king leans in close and declares with a grin he likes him. This was not the reaction he was expecting at all. To this, our guy leaps back, screaming, "Whoa! That scared me." Sajin then gestures towards the cliffs above, telling him to take a good look at the audience they've gathered. And he points out the armed warriors of the Orthodox Miram Alliance, who are merely observing the conflict from a safe distance. The Pirate King quizzes him, asking if he understands why the supposed heroes have yet to intervene. He then cynically explains that the Orthodox warriors are simply weighing their options, calculating the potential cost of getting involved versus the reward. After that, he questions Wigang's motives, pointing out the hypocrisy of him trying to save everyone while the so-called heroes do nothing. The pressure mounts as he realizes his usual tactics are failing against this unpredictable foe. And he internally reflects that his true mission is to save the world from the minion of chaos, a truth he knows this cynical pirate would never believe. After sizing him up, Sajin feels he has a good grasp of the young man's personality. And he realizes that he cannot gauge his opponent's full power and must proceed with caution. Deciding to test him, the Water Dragon King calls out, ready to prove a point. His friendly demeanor vanishes as he sternly declares that some things in this world simply cannot be resolved with money. The time for talk is over. At his master's command, the bodyguard Zhonggan moves to attack the already injured Gia Dushin. Seeing this, Wigang prepares to leap into action to defend the helpless beggar. In the blink of an eye, he positions himself between them, and in a surprising act of bravery, he blocks the punch to shield Dushin from Zhonggan's attack. A truly selfless act. He then screams for him to get out of the way. At his command, Dushin leaps away from them. But just then, Zhonggan brings his massive, oar-like weapon down on our guy. He narrowly dodges the strike, with a quick sidestep. He then gathers his power, determined to end the fight with a single, decisive blow. Because he knows he is a novice with enhanced energy and will lose a prolonged fight, so he bets everything on this one attack. He channels his spirit energy, the purest and strongest of all energies, which far surpasses standard internal energy, believing that it's something one cannot dodge or block. To Wigang's absolute horror, Zhonggan simply smirks, completely unfazed by the powerful attack. His trump card didn't even leave a scratch. At that moment, Sajin approaches from behind and lands a blow on our guy. The sheer power of the blow renders him paralyzed. Now he lies on the ground, utterly defeated. Just like that, the fight is over. In his last moments of consciousness, Wigang curses the pirate for being too cowardly to face him directly. Now Sajin stands over the defeated boy, a bloody grin on his face. Our guy lies unconscious, utterly defeated by the overwhelming power of the pirate lord. Seeing his mentor fall, a terrified Sung screams out for his uncle. But the Water Dragon King calmly warns the young swordsman not to do anything foolish. The immense pressure radiating from the pirate is so powerful that it forces the young man to stop. But recalling how his mentor risked his life for him, Sung finds a new resolve. Disgusted by his own weakness, his eyes blaze with determination. He draws his sword, fully prepared to fight the legendary pirate to save his mentor. A brave, but perhaps foolish, decision. Sajin looks on, intrigued by the boy's sudden burst of courage. However, Sung vows to save his uncle even at the cost of his own life, unleashing his dormant power. Sajin recognizes the faint aura as incomplete enhanced sword energy, surprised that such a half-assed guy could possess it. He then muses over the situation, noting how Wigang fought his bodyguard, Zhonggan, while Sung managed to break free from his suffocating energy pressure. He astutely observes that the boy is overexerting himself, causing his demonic tendencies to surface. He, powerful pirate king, smiles, his interest thoroughly piqued by the young swordsman's potential. Recognizing the Namgung clan's style, he correctly identifies Sung as a descendant of the Sword King, Changxion. Consumed by a protective rage, Sung lunges forward in a desperate, all-out attack. However, deciding he's more curious about the boy's future growth, Sajin opts not to kill him, instead delivering a powerful kick on the boat. The force of the attack creates a shockwave. The impact creates a massive explosion of water, engulfing the entire area in chaos. A brutal display of strength. Sometime later, Gang slowly wakes up in a sun-drenched, peaceful forest clearing. He groggily regains consciousness after the devastating encounter with the Water Dragon King. His eyes slowly flutter open as he takes in the new, unfamiliar surroundings. The very first thing he sees upon waking is a freshly cooked piece of meat in a bowl. He then spots Jungan, the pirate's formidable bodyguard, calmly enjoying a meal nearby. Completely confused by the peaceful scene, he pushes himself up, trying to make sense of the situation. This is certainly not what he expected after being defeated. Sajin nonchalantly tells him to eat, revealing that Jungan caught and cooked the food himself. Then he says, "Brat, the fires will go out if you see any uncooked parts. Just avoid them." After that, he nonchalantly offers the bewildered Wagang some meat and wine. Ignoring the bizarre hospitality, a panicked Wagang immediately demands to know where Namgung Sung is. His priorities are clearly in the right place. He then frantically demands to know their fate, and the Water Dragon King calmly reveals that he spared them, sending them on ahead to the Orthodox Muram Alliance. Our guy then questions whether he really spared their lives. Sajin confirms that Namgung Sung was only slightly injured, yet Wegang remains deeply skeptical of the whimsical pirate's intentions. And you can't really blame him. The Water Dragon King explains that while he dislikes the Sword King, Chang Sun, but he wouldn't harm a promising young warrior like Sung. Finally convinced that his companions are safe, he lets out a sigh of relief. The tension is broken by a loud growl from his stomach, prompting Sajin to note his hunger. Talk about an awkward moment. Deciding to test his captor's hospitality, our protagonist eyes the offered food, warily considering if it might be poisoned. A smart move, considering who he's with. But casting his suspicions aside, he takes a bite, only to be shocked that the pirate's cooking is actually delicious. For a moment, all his worries disappear as he focuses on the surprisingly good meal. A smiling Kingu Sajin encourages his new guest to eat his fill. Meanwhile, at the Orthodox Muram Alliance, a physician tends to the wounds of an injured Sung. He skillfully applies acupuncture to treat the energy deviation Sung suffered in his fight with Sajin. With a sigh of relief, the physician finishes the delicate procedure, having successfully stabilized his patient's condition. As Sung rests, the physician remarks that the Water Dragon King seems to have been unexpectedly kind. However, Dushin can't fathom how someone who beat Sung to the brink of death could be called kind, prompting the physician to call him a fool, and clarifies that, without Sajin's intervention, Sung would have become a cripple from the energy deviation. In other words, the Water Dragon King actually saved him. He explains that the Water Dragon King not only suppressed the chaotic energy but also forcefully opened his meridians, an act of incredible skill and power, a truly stunning display of control. He then decides to send a letter to the Namgung clan, hoping to appease the Sword King's legendary temper before he goes on a rampage. A very wise precaution. Gi Dushin can only sigh, wondering what the Water Dragon King's true motivations were for helping him so much. A flashback reveals a fierce confrontation between Sung and Sajin. It then reveals how Sajin channels energy into his foot and strikes it with the board of boat. The impact of the force creates an explosion of energy. Sung is stunned by the sheer power of the legendary Sword King. Enraged, the Water Dragon King roars for everyone to get lost, ending the confrontation. Gyadushin then recalls how Sajin and his bodyguard left the boat carrying Wegang, and he had found Sung abandoned and injured, which only deepened the mystery of the Water Dragon King's actions. However, he now remains baffled as to why the fearsome Pirate King would kidnap Wegang. Back at the campfire, the peaceful yet strange scene continues. The stoic bodyguard, Jungan, offers Wegang another piece of cooked meat. He marvels at the bodyguard's transformation from a fierce tiger in battle to a docile chef. He then turns his attention to the Water Dragon King himself, Kin Gu Sajin. He ponders how the terrifying monster from the river can now look like a harmless old man from the neighborhood. It's a strange contrast, to be sure, but a glimpse of Sajin's powerful aura reminds him of the immense power hidden beneath that friendly exterior. Sajin offers him a drink, his demeanor still casual and unassuming. As Wigang accepts, the Pirate King casually asks how old he is. Wigang takes a drink, momentarily forgetting he's in the presence of a legendary pirate, then answers that he's 17, a fact that clearly impresses the powerful old man. Sajin probes further, asking if he has a master, forcing him to quickly formulate a careful lie. The Water Dragon King's friendly facade begins to crack as he pointedly asks who taught him. And just like that, the friendly old man is gone. However, our guy cautiously explains that his brother-in-law from the Dam clan, a military family, was his teacher. Sajin finds this explanation lacking, noting that the Dam clan's martial arts are well known and don't match his style. He describes their techniques as simple and overpowering, a stark contrast to the precise and soft arts the young man displayed. More importantly, he points out that the spirit energy Wigang used against Jungan was completely different from any known internal energy art. Wigang grows nervous, as Sajin astutely observes that his energy feels uniquely pure. He's stunned that the Pirate King noticed something even the Sword King missed, while Sajin is captivated by the potential he sees in the boy's eyes. Trying to regain control of the conversation, Wigang nervously asks what Sajin is so curious about. Sajin admits his fascination, stating he's never encountered someone who uses such a bizarre and powerful form of energy. Believing the lie, Sajin asks if he has any other masters in the Muram, and Wigang confirms he doesn't, carefully omitting his past life teachers. A sinister smile spreads across the Water Dragon King's face as he says, "That's good then." With a dramatic point, he makes a shocking and unwelcome declaration. He wants Wigang to become his disciple. A completely unexpected turn of events. Our guy is completely floored, unable to comprehend the absolute nonsense the Pirate King is spouting. Sajin frames it as a simple transaction. Becoming his disciple is the price Wigang must pay for all the trouble he's caused. Our protagonist internally scoffs at the idea, protesting that a future hero of the Muram can't possibly become the disciple of a common pirate. Ignoring his protests, Sajin tries to force him to accept a cup of wine to seal the discipleship ceremony. With a terrifying glare that reveals his true nature, he makes it clear that this is not a request. There's the monster he remembers. Our guy gives a list, saying things like his father was a government advisor, and so on. He then appeals to his sense of honor, claiming that becoming a pirate would be the ultimate act of disrespect to his esteemed father to this. Sajin pauses for a moment, appearing to consider the impassioned plea. But then his expression darkens as he offers a very different method of persuasion, threatening to beat him until he changes his answer. So much for honor. However, our guy knows that arguing with the Pirate King is a very bad idea. Sajin praises Wigang's immense, once-in-a-thousand-years talent for both fighting and swimming, declaring he was born to be a pirate. Wigang's mind races in panic, realizing he's trapped with no way to escape this absurd situation. Seeing him thinking so hard, Sajin decides it's time for another round of persuasion. The Pirate King menacingly raises his foot, ready to stomp the arguments right out of his would-be disciple, and the sounds of a one-sided beatdown echo through the once peaceful clearing. After the dust settles, the campfire continues to burn. A thoroughly defeated and battered Wigang is now seen dutifully serving his new master a drink. Well, that settles that. Sajin asks if he's finally made a decision, but the traumatized young man can only whimper for more time. As Sajin prepares to lean in, he suddenly shouts that he will do it. Resigned to his fate, he agrees to become his disciple, knowing he can't afford to waste any more time on his mission. However, with his last bit of leverage, he cleverly negotiates the terms, asking that it be a temporary arrangement, and states his immediate priority to find the clue-bearer Huang Deoxum, and then proceed to the Orthodox Muram Alliance. Internally, Wigang reaffirms his mission. He must find Huang Deoxum and get information on the second mystical creature before the minion of chaos can. Having reluctantly agreed to a temporary discipleship, he tells the Water Dragon King that he must get to the Orthodox Muram Alliance as quickly as possible. He is determined to see his plan through, resolving to keep pushing forward no matter what. To manipulate his new master, he explains that becoming the man's disciple would only hinder his own ambitions, as it would surely cause trouble with the Orthodox Murim alliance and limit his potential. It's a bold but clever piece of reverse psychology. Kingu Sajin is utterly captivated by the young man's grand declaration to expand his influence from the river to the great seas and, eventually, the world, realizing this ambition surpasses even his own. A shocked Wigang listens as Sajin agrees to the arrangement, but adds that there is a serious condition attached. He then issues a chilling threat. If his words prove to be a lie, he will personally erase him and everyone he knows from existence. A truly terrifying condition. Just then, he calls for his bodyguard to convey his new orders to all the pirate strongholds along the Yangtze River that Yuhyun is now the young chief of the Yangtze River, and all information about him must be kept from the world, and menacingly vows to personally punish anyone who dares to leak information about his new disciple. As Sajin and his men watch from the shore, Wigang rows away, seemingly free to continue his journey. Yet, as he rows away with a triumphant, teary-eyed grin, his true plan is revealed. He isn't submitting to Sajin, but rather taking over the pirates in advance before the minion of chaos. So, this was his plan all along. He then rose furiously, vowing that once he consumes the next mystical creature and elixir, he will return and beat the shit out of that old fart. Clearly, he's not a very respectful disciple. Elsewhere, Sajin is sitting peacefully in a grassy field, as he enjoys a drink, seemingly unaware of anyone approaching. His solitude is interrupted by Namgung Sung's father, who calls him by name and confronts him angrily. The two men stare each other down, and Sung's father warns the water demon not to mess with his family. Sajin scoffs, dismissing the claim, and tells him that he only discovered later that Changxian's grandson was on the ship. Sung's father angrily confirms that he knows the water demon opened Sung's meridians. Just then, Sajin explodes with rage, shouting that he saved Sung from near-certain death by energy deviation and that the man should be thanking him instead. His patience has finally snapped. However enraged, Changxian demands that Sajin hand over Yuhyun, threatening to turn the Yangtze into a sea of blood if his demand is not met. When asked if Yuhyun is his disciple, Sung's father scoffs at the idea before awkwardly admitting that, yes, one could say that. Watching from a distance, Sajin flatly states that Yuhyun is not his disciple, and tries to claim ownership over his new disciple, but also challenges him, asking what he'll do if he refuses to hand the boy over. Losing his patience, Sung's father draws his sword and attacks. It seems words have failed. Sajin narrowly dodges the attack. Seething with rage, he unleashes a fierce curse upon him. Leaping away, he says that he could have died if he hadn't dodged that. Furious, he demands to know if the man was actually trying to kill him. Unfazed, Sung's father just yells for him to get back there, threatening to cut off his head. The water demon's eyes narrow as he prepares for the next phase of their battle. He then shouts, "Fine, let's see who will win, bring it on," while he taunts Changxian, his bodyguard, carrying a massive boar, watches from across the river. The stoic bodyguard sighs, clearly exasperated by his master's antics. Even his own men seem tired of this. Just then, Sajin also sighs, wondering what they're even doing, and he realizes that Wigang is long gone and should have reached Wuhan by now, and decides to stop their battle. With that, he leaps across the river. Changxian notices that while the water demon is a bad guy, he isn't one to lie. He then calmly sheathes his sword, and in a comical moment, he awkwardly thanks Sajin for saving his grandson, Sung. What an incredibly awkward turn of events. Sajin then tosses a flask of alcohol to him as a gesture of goodwill, and offers the man a drink before he leaves, hoping to smooth things over. Changxian accepts the drink and reflects that, as long as his other grandson, Yuhyun, is fine, everything is all right. Meanwhile, at the Orthodox Murim Alliance, Wigang is held at sword point. Talk about out of the frying pan and into the fire. As his boat approaches the heavily guarded docks, he tries to explain that there must be some misunderstanding. But the guards dismiss his pleas, telling him that the Alliance will be the judge of that and ordering him to come quietly. Held at sword point, he calmly decides to cooperate for now, since he needed to come to the Alliance to find Huang Diaksam anyway. The massive wooden gates of the Orthodox Murim Alliance headquarters slowly creak open. A palanquin carrying our protagonist passes through the gates and into the bustling city within. He cautiously peeks out from the palanquin to get a look at his new surroundings. And he is amazed by the sight, describing the Alliance headquarters as a forest made of grand buildings. However, he quickly ducks back inside as a guard looks his way. One of his escorts, Peng Sung-chan, muses over the rumors about Yu Hyun, the martial artist who supposedly subjugated mountain bandits and fought river pirates all by himself. Overhearing the guard, Wigang smirks to himself, wondering just how respected the Alliance is among the people. And he begins to daydream about his perfect retirement plan, becoming the hero who stops the coming chaos, and subsequently being elected as the strongest Alliance leader of all time. He happily imagines a future where he can work as the respected Alliance leader while using the powerful Yu clan as his personal asset. It's a rather self-serving retirement plan. Snapping back to reality, however, he refocuses on his immediate goal, finding Hwang Deoksum. The palanquin soon arrives at its destination, the tall, ornate office of the chief military advisor. Ping leads a reluctant Wigang towards the office doors. The vice captain breaks into a cold sweat, clearly intimidated by the person inside. This says a lot about who they're about to meet. Peng Sung-chan, vice captain of the Heavenly Dragon Squad, formally announces his presence to the Alliance leader. The figure inside, revealed to be Grand Military Advisor Yegal Subiom, dismisses the guard. From the doorway, Wigang is coolly welcomed into the room. An elderly yet formidable man, Lee Haksung, the Orthodox Miram Alliance's white marshal, confronts the newcomer asking, "Are you Yu Hyun?" Our guy steels himself, fully aware that he's in the presence of one of the era's most powerful martial artists. Instantly, he feels Haksung's immense and pressuring aura, recognizing it not as bloodlust, but as the raw power of a true master. Recalling his past life master's belief that Haksung could have stopped the minion of chaos, he respectfully introduces himself as Yu Hyun. Meanwhile, Lee Haksung is inwardly stunned, marveling at the incredible level of skill a mere 17-year-old like Yu Hyun possesses. Noting the eyes of a dragon in the young man, he recalls the rumors that he had a fateful encounter with the Water Dragon King. During the meeting, Wigang is on high alert, identifying not only Lee Haksung, but also one of his past life masters, Yegal Subiom, and realizes he has walked into a den of tigers, facing two leaders whose strength was acknowledged even by his own legendary master. A truly dangerous situation. The interrogation begins as Yegal cuts to the chase, questioning him about the recent commotion on the Yangtze River. In response, Wigang launches into a prepared heroic narrative, claiming he couldn't stand by while innocent people suffered at the hands of pirates. But when Subiom presses him about a middle-aged man, Hwang Deoksum, our protagonist plays dumb, pretending not to know who he's talking about. Subiom immediately calls his bluff, revealing that eyewitnesses saw him purposefully interfere in a fight between Deoksum and the pirates. So much for playing dumb. Internally, Wigang strategizes, knowing he must invent a plausible reason for his interest in Hwang Deoksum to hide his true objective, the Millennium Sea Snail. So, in a sudden and dramatic move, he tries to grab the wrist of a servant girl, instantly drawing the shocked attention of the Alliance leaders. But his hand is stopped by Haksung, who demands to know what he thinks he's doing. With a steely gaze, he calmly declares, this is his answer. A very strange way to answer a question. However, Lee Haksung sees through the charade, realizing the boy's body had moved instinctively to save someone, revealing a hidden nature. Caught in his act, Wigang simply smiles and concedes, accepting their assessment that he is just someone with a strong sense of justice. For now, accepting his story, when he questions them about what happened to Hwang Deoksum, the leader asks why he is looking for him and why he was so violent toward the man. Wigang clenches his fist, preparing to deliver the next part of his carefully constructed performance. Feigning righteous anger, he claims he was furious because Deoksam's actions had endangered innocent people. Internally, he smugly congratulates himself, confident that his act of being a hot-headed but just youth has completely fooled them. Playing along, Yegal Subiom informs him that Hwang Deoksum is currently being held in their jail for interrogation. When offered a chance to meet the prisoner, our protagonist feigns disinterest, correctly assuming it's a trap to gauge his true intentions. He correctly deduces their plan, to observe his interrogation of Deoxam and uncover the real reason for his pursuit. So he masterfully flips the script, agreeing enthusiastically and claiming he was about to ask for that very permission to continue his just quest. A brilliant countermove, and confidently assures himself that their plan to use him will ultimately fail to expose his true motives. However, the leaders grant him access to the prisoner, privately wondering just how long this cunning young man can maintain his elaborate facade. But as he leaves, Haksung stops him with one final, piercing question. How exactly did he convince the infamous Water Dragon King to let him go free? He nonchalantly explains that he simply promised to compensate the Pirate King for all damages and injuries. The Alliance leaders are openly skeptical, with Haksung stating bluntly that the Water Dragon King should have killed him on the spot, which, of course, sounds completely unbelievable. With a confident smirk, he challenges them to ask the Water Dragon King themselves if they doubt his story. At the sheer audacity of the young man before him, Lee Haksung's face contorts with rage. Wigang then plays his final card, reminding them of his father's doting nature and the political storm that would cause, effectively ending the interrogation. In other words, he's using his family name to threaten them. After Wigang's departure, a weary Yaego Subiome finally allows himself to relax. Just then, Haksung bluntly states that they shouldn't believe a word, while Yaego observes that, though the boy is intriguing, he strangely seems to lack any inner energy. Gazing out the window, Haksung ponders the mystery that is Yu Hyun. As he observes the young man from afar, confirming his suspicion that the boy's energy core is completely empty. An observation that makes absolutely no sense given his skills. However, he recalls feeling a strange counterforce from his attack, leading him to theorize that he uses an unconventional method of energy cultivation. And he concludes there must be an extraordinary reason why both the Sword King and the Water Dragon King have taken such an interest in him. Sensing an opportunity, he suggests to Subiome that they keep the boy by their side, believing he could be a key asset for their secret project. Yaego Subiome then unrolls a red scroll revealing the details of their ambitious plan, and explains his intention to form an elite unit called the Hidden Dragon Squad by gathering the most talented young martial artists from across the land. These hidden dragons, he continues, are the future leaders and core members of the most powerful sects. The primary obstacle, he notes, is convincing these powerful sects to part with their most prized prodigies. To that, Haksung proposes a cunning plan to use Yu Hyun's manufactured reputation as a recruitment tool. So they plan to use his lies to their own advantage. They will spread heroic tales of his exploits, painting him as a young hero who fought pirates and survived an encounter with the Water Dragon King. By embellishing the story with his good looks and reputable background, they aim to make him an irresistible figurehead for their new squad. Even adds another layer to the propaganda, suggesting they claim that Namgung Sung's recent breakthrough was a direct result of traveling with the prodigious Yu Hyun. Satisfied with their scheme, he delegates the fine-tuning of the plan to his trusted military advisor. The scene then shifts to the tranquil atmosphere of the Alliance's infirmary, where Wigang's companions are recovering. Wigang sighs in exasperation as he looks upon the current state of his disciple, Namgung Sung. He finds the young man completely wrapped in bandages, barely able to call out to his uncle. Suddenly, an energetic Guy Dushan bursts in, excitedly asking Sung if he's here to join the newly formed Hidden Dragon Squad. However, he's surprised to find Wigang already there, casually observing the scene. Just then, a wicked thought crosses Wigang's mind as he decides it's the perfect time to make Sung serves him. Oblivious to the tense atmosphere, Dushan excitedly shows him the recruitment list for the squad, pointing out that his own friends are candidates. Wigang's eyes lock onto the document with a sudden, intense focus. Just then, he snatches the scroll from the startled Dushan, who protests that it's a confidential list meant for the Orthodox Murim's elite. As he reads the names, he is utterly shocked to discover that every single one of his cruel masters from his past life is on the list. Talk about a convenient coincidence. A slow, sinister grin spreads across his face as he realizes the golden opportunity that has just fallen into his lap. This is the moment he's been waiting for. The list of candidates includes the deadly Cheon-su from the Tang clan, meditating with her venomous snake. Also on the list is the elegant Woon Hyun, the renowned Wudong sword immortal, practicing his flawless technique. Another target is One Gang, the the formidable Shaolin Master Sage, enduring the crushing force of a waterfall. And finally, there's the brilliant Yaegalmori, the heavenly strategist, calmly observing the world from his study. Trembling with a dark, vengeful excitement, he makes a vow: he will use the Hidden Dragon Squad to gather all his former masters and bring them under his heel. His chilling aura makes Guy Dushin shiver, as our protagonist declares that both he and a bewildered Sung will be joining the squad. With a predatory grin, he announces his intention to join the Hidden Dragon Squad, setting the stage for a grand reunion of revenge. The stage is perfectly set for his vengeance.
Hey everyone! If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. It really helps me out and lets me bring you more great content.